Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
Hello everybody and welcome to the MostWanted tournament right here from Lisbon in Portugal. Hello Enrique, you're here with me in the booth. Are you excited for today?
Incredibly excited. Let's see what today tournament will bring us. We had a lot of interesting tournaments until now, so yeah, let's see how this one goes.
So we have 80 players today, the biggest tournament you've ever had, and I'm told it was sold out almost immediately, 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, about
so very exciting.
After the launch of the day, yeah, we just sold out to 80 players that are here today.
Full buzzing room, everybody seems happy and ready to play. We also have some great players today. We have Marcio Carvalho, Portuguese powerhouse of Magic.
Yeah.
Very excited to see him play some cEDH. We have Kolgio from Denmark, my travel buddy. Obviously I'm rooting for him. We have Maraxis also here in his house today. So any players you have big expectations for?
We have as players today a lot of previous winners of our tournaments. Juan Pego that will be playing here today already won 2 tournaments. Even Adriman that also one of our first tournaments is here today as well. Basically, I think from our previous tournaments there are only I think 3 players that are not playing.
Wow,
playing
so
now.
That's a testament to the quality of the tournament, I would say. So also, what are your expectations today? Because I was kind of expecting a lot of mid-range today, and I think we are seeing a lot more aggressive decks, I would say.
We will have a lot of, I think we will have a lot of aggro decks. From our previous experience, we have a lot of diversity in decks. I think it's the first time that we have as much blue farm decks that we'll be playing.
I mean, blue farm is probably one of the best decks, or not probably, it is one of the best decks in the format. So
yes, and one thing that surprises me a lot, it's blue farm will be the most played deck with Yuriko.
Yeah,
that we didn't see any for a lot of tournaments. We saw one tournament with 2 Yuriko decks, and it was one of the it won that tournament.
Yeah.
And last tournament we had 1 deck, and now it's the most played deck with blue farm as well.
So let's talk about our first feature match here today. So
our first feature match, we will have Kenrith
in seed 1. So in seed 1 we'll have Kenrith. In seed 2 we'll have blue farm. In seed 3 we will have Najila, and in 4th seed we will have Rocco.
Yeah.
What do you think? How will that go?
I think if the game will go for a lot of time, Kenrith will have a big advantage on the rest of the decks. However, if Blue Farm can also run for a late game plan or a more mid-range alternative.
Yeah. Looks,
However,
especially Blue Farm in second seed is relatively high, but you don't have that immediate attention being second, so I think that could be possibly very good for the Blue Farm player.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know how the players have decided how to keep their hands. Okay, so. Okay, one thing more here. You say we have a lot of Yuriko, and we know Blue Farm is also here a lot, but Blue Farm is an Adnos deck, and we all know Yuriko pressures your life total immediately. So I'm interested in how do you think that will turn out?
Well, I think the thing is Yuriko will pressures the life of every player at the table, but the Blue Farm does not depend only on Adnos. It has a lot of cards that he can use to run for the card advantage. Basically, both commanders the deck plays are card advantage engines. So I think it can be a really interesting matchup, changing the game plan of the deck to other alternatives.
Yeah. So we have the players in our first pot shuffling up right now. As you might have heard in the background, the judges just announced round one was about to start. But before we start, first of all, I want to say thank you guys to having me here. I'm honored that you wanted to have me here being part of this. Thank you to all the sponsors. We have Monarch helping with all the setup. We have Eminence with the command tower making the tournament rooms run smooth. We have, of course, Cardmarket coming in and helping us a lot with some awesome giveaways and prizes.
Exactly.
We have the new Mercadia store here in Lisbon.
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously also sleeves with their 6 sleeves as well. And thank you all for being part of this and helping cEDH grow in Europe as well in the US.
And to one of our oldest partners, to SplitSecond.
Of course. How could we forget them? Bal is here in the room. I got the pleasure of hanging out with him back in the first edition of Tier 1 I was part of. Great player, great content. I'm very excited to see how they're going today. And everybody in chat, of course. Thank you for being. We can see maybe if we can go to the players. They seem to be about ready up with the shuffling. Tiago, can you change the screen? All right. So, and I hear that is the beginning of round one. Okay, so we have in the lower right corner, we have Kenrith going first. And then to the left there, in the lower left corner, we have Blue Farm going second. Across from Blue Farm, we have Najila going third. And in the upper right corner, we have Rocco, which will be going last. I have to say, I am a bit worried for the Rocco player in 4th seat.
Yeah, he does. The player that is playing Rocco, Juan Pego won 2 of our tournaments.
Oh.
And he plays a lot with the people on the table.
Okay.
So
I mean, you have to do that when you're in 4th seat.
Exactly, and for 4th seat, he will be forced to do that. So let's see how we will do that.
So what is your prediction here? I know I asked before, but
I think it can be a really interesting game. That if, for example, Najila can start with pressuring the lives of the players, it will have a really big influence on the game, particularly for the Blue Farm player. The Kenrith deck, since it's a reanimator deck, more focused on Razakat, it can also.
So that's interesting.
The start of the game, he will not be the pressure on the table.
So I would guess that we see a lot of speed from the blue farm and the dealer players, kind of setting the pace of the game immediately, and then we'll see the Rocco and the Kenrith come in from there. Again, it all depends on opening hands, but I'm excited to see how we're going. And I just got a thumbs up from the judge, which means that we will get on with game 1. Let's get some good games in. And just as I say that, I see we have another mulligan here, so we have a few more minutes. Maybe, Enrique, you can tell the viewers a bit about what are the players playing for today?
Well, we will have a lot of Eurico decks, as it is being said on chat, a lot of blue farms, and followed by Urza. However, we will have some decks that are a little bit forgotten over time, such as Zur, Arkham, and Mizzix.
Exactly, old favorites we haven't seen in long, but they're still out there and kicking.
Yeah, so we will have some really interesting pods. Zur will be playing a consultation Zur. Arkham will be a more focused on an adaptive Arkham, and Mizzix will be the classic Storm Mizzix. We will also have some decks that are forgotten, also not seen recently, such as the Food Chain Sliver, that is also a powerhouse, but it seemed to be a little bit forgotten as the Food Chain combo.
Yeah. Okay, and it looks like our players are almost ready to start. So, Enrique, what are the players trying to win today?
The players will try to win at Tropical Island.
A Tropical Island, we're playing for that today. That is a nice card.
A revised Tropical Island.
Yeah, and what about the rest of the top 4?
The rest of the top 4 will choose between Fierce Guardianship, Deflecting Swat, and an Urza Saga.
Also great cards. Excited to see who takes home the big prize in Tropical Island.
Yeah, and
so we are already going here. We have a turn 1 brainstorm, it seems like. Interesting. So as a long-time Legacy player, I am always curious to see a turn 1 brainstorm. It can work out, but you also might just set yourself up to not drawing any lands.
Yeah. However, brainstorm can be used as well. I do not have a really great hand, but I also have a fetch land, and I can shuffle the bad cards in my deck, doing something similar to the old partial.
Okay, so I see we were a bit behind here because it was in response to a turn 1 Esper Sentinel here. So that makes a bit more sense in my mind now. Okay, so we are moving on, I think. Here. Okay, seems like Esper Sentinel has resolved, and we are passing the turn to Najeela here.
So it starts with the blue farm playing card advantage.
As we know, they will draw a lot of cards. So. And a Misty Rainforest cracked here from the Najeela player. So I think it's going to be very important for the Najeela player to have a fast start here to sort of like set the tone of the game. What is your thoughts here?
I think the Najeela player will need to have a really fast start, so he can start putting pressure on the blue farm. And
we see a Birds of Paradise, so we are on track for a turn 2 Najeela.
Yeah.
Everybody's on notice. The warriors are coming. So okay, Rocco has their first draw of the turn. We'll see a Tiger from the Rocco player, Max Diamond. Oh, already some ramp, and not paying for the Esper Sentinel.
Discarding.
It's Horizon Canopy, I believe, and that is a Sylvan Library. So, okay, also really good start from the Rocco player in 4th seed.
Yeah. I think this will be a really balanced match.
I'm excited to see here what the Kenrith player does.
With a start this.
Did they brainstorm lock themselves, or where are we? So we are now in the 2nd orbit. Okay. So Kenrith here thinking about their play, and we see a Tropical Island. immediately tapping both of their lands. I'm unsure which... Oh, a Gilded Drake. I mean, I like the aggressiveness here, trying to take the card advantage away from the blue farm player.
Yeah. It's however it can really go on the other on another direction, as basically the blue farm played the Esper on turn 1. He got one card. I don't know if the players will respect how much they will respect the Esper Sentinel. Nagila is basically a creature based deck, having a lot of cards that it can play around it. And Rocco is also a creature-based deck as well, so let's see how...
It is an aggressive turn 1, and we see a Imperial Seal and paying for the Esper Sentinel here from the blue farm player.
He is respecting the impact that the card has on the table.
And cEDH, pretty much more than any other format, is a format about resources. So denying your opponents those draw steps are so key. And it's nice to see the blue farm player here really respecting that. I can also completely understand the Rocco player playing into it. You are in 4th seed, you're playing non-blue against these 3 powerhouse decks. You need to do something to keep up. So I also think that maybe the blue farm player is not that sad to get a Gilded Drake, because it blocks Nagila perfectly, so you can kind of protect your life total in that way.
Without many creatures with flying playing, basically it's one more draw with Dimna as well. So
also
it's not as bad as it could be.
So obviously we cannot see the hands right here, but what in this position, from what we know, what would you think that the player here is imp sealing for?
Well, he didn't play a really fast start with it didn't play any rocks, so I think it could go in that direction, or he might have, for him to keep a hand that without a fast start. I think he could be grabbing also some interaction if he does have already a combo in hand.
Yeah. So I love drawing cards. I think for me in this position, I would go for the heuristic study. Yeah. I just lost my Esper Sentinel. I want to recoup some of the card draw here, and we see a land and a Chrome Mox here from the Nagila player, which I'll assume is now we're just gonna see Nagila getting cast. Or what is okay. So the Nagila player here just considering what land to get. Can you see what is under the Chrome Mox? I cannot see that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm unsure what cards it is, but it kinda it look, couldn't it be the elf from the dark? Elves of Deep Shadow. I think it's there. So the Mox is a green Mox, and we here see Utopia Sprawl. So more ramp, and we'll see Nagila. The pressure's on already. So I don't think we will see many attacks more from the blue farm player, at least not until Tymna hits the table.
Yeah.
And if I'm Kenrith here, I am starting to look at my life total.
Yeah, our Kenrith with the Esper Sentinel will need to compensate.
Yeah, and we see immediately here the Rocco player just taking 8 damage. But again, as we said before, in 4th seed, and you're playing non-blue, you need to keep up.
Yeah.
So I like the aggressiveness here. We see a City of Brass, I think. All these new artworks,
I think it's a City of Brass as well. Yeah. From the newest set that has been printed, I think, from Double Masters.
So I just got sent the opening hands from each players. So let's see here. Our blue farm player has Adnos in hand already. That's interesting. And what do we have here? Our Nagila player has Tusky, also a great draw engine in hand. Rocco has Survival and Silence, so that's a great way to stop the Adnos should it come to that. And Kenrith has a Tainted Pact and a Demonic Tutor, so great hands all around.
Yeah, this can with these starting hands, this can go in any direction basically.
So what is that? The Cursed Mirror here. That's the. So I'm thinking we're taking a copy here of, I would assume, Gilded Drake in order to steal Najila.
I think so. However, what advantage will it bring to him?
I mean, they already have a Sylvan Library, so I don't think you want the Esper Sentinel. And Najila is, of course, immediately a threat, but it's also key for the Najila player to win with the combo. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so players are deliberating here. And yeah, I'm assuming. Okay. So there's a bit of discussion going on here. I think I saw the Rocco player point at the Gilded Drake, which again, as we said, will be the most obvious creature to copy here. Even though it is
he did a copy of...
Yeah, so we got a copy of Gilded Drake, and then we are taking the Najila as expected.
Yeah.
Okay, so despite a good start from Najila here, already got a bit of a setback.
Trying to slow down.
Yeah, okay, so we are back on Kenrith for this third turn of the game. Interesting to see here. So we see a Flooded Shrine here. And as we see here, as I said, we have a Grim Monolith, a Veil Summer, and Demonic Tutor, and Tainted Pact. So we have a protected combo here.
However, he did play the Brainstorm on turn 1, followed by a fetch land. So he might not have either one or two cards from there. He did play the Grim Monolith though.
Grim Monolith now, and also a Mystic Remora. So Kenrith is gonna draw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And with that hand, I am kind of seeing this going to Kenrith right now. But then again, we didn't see a lot of protection in the hands from the others. So if the blue farm player can just somehow manage to cast the Adnos here, I don't see them stopping it.
However, the Najila player also has an offer he can use in hand that he might use to stop one of the players.
Yeah.
So
and Rocco has Silence.
Oh.
So
okay,
that could be devastating for the Adnos player. And chat, please let us know if you can hear us. We're just talking a bit louder, not to give information to the players. So let us know if we are too
speaking too low.
Yeah.
And we do. Najila player also has a Phantasmal Image in hand, so
they will get
his Najila again.
Okay, so we just see Timna here from the blue farm player taking it slow. I like that because at least you're not feeding the Kenrith here, and you get a bit of card draw. And we see again pressuring the life total of the Kenrith. Makes sense. It's a Reanimator deck with Razaketh, heavy on the life loss.
That deck is the deck from the Kenrith deck. It's really interesting, as basically it could turn survival of the fittest in a one-card combo, but he's not playing survival.
Interesting. That's okay. So we are now.
To see what were his choices for not putting that card, even though he does play Hermitrid, so that's a lot of.
Hermidroid is a personal favorite of mine. I'm happy to see this. So now we see the phantasmal image that you said about.
Yeah.
I am certain it will copy a Gilded Drake to get their Nagila back. So Nagila has been going around the table for a bit, and we see a lot of Drakes exchanging hands.
So everyone
looks
passes
like
priority.
Exactly, and I assume we will see Nagila going back home. This is looking to be a very exciting game. Everybody have a good start, good hands. With this board state, who are you seeing as the favorite right now?
I think if the games if he steals back the Nagila, I think the game will be tending more to the Nagila player because he will have a lot of mana and a lot of pressure on board. The Gilded Drake basically can only attack to the Kenrith. Team cannot attack to any other player, so it will have the blue farm player will have one more draw. The draws for the Kenrith player, the rest of the players are respected the Esper Sentinel a lot, and I do hope they do the same for the Remora as well.
And we see Tusky here, so now the Nagila player is also gonna draw a lot of cards.
I think the game needs balancing.
Despite both having an Esper Sentinel and a Mystic Remora, I think Kenrith is under a lot of pressure.
Kenrith drew one card with the Esper Sentinel, so and 0 with the Remora. The only player that could feed from this point of view, either one of them, it will be the blue farm player that needs a lot to draw a lot of cards right now, and is in a really not the greatest position for the deck.
Makes sense. So let's see how many cards. Okay, so looks like our Rocco player is taking one extra card, paying 4 life, already down to 27.
Yeah.
I mean, if this drags out, that could also matter because, as we said, there's a lot of pressure already from Nagila on the table. Everybody has Drakes flying around, punching for 3. Oh, immersion zone. Okay, that's interesting. Now Rocco can sort of sit back and just respond to everything. Okay.
Try to win on another player.
And we see Ragavan, the menace of Legacy. Not among us anymore. Happy for that.
Now a menace in modern.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't think it is.
It's a little bit slow for Ragavan. Even it does only exile with by hitting, so I don't really be hitting in Kenrith. What advantage does he take from Kenrith? What cards do they share in the deck that he can use for? So tapping the Grim Monolith to play the Remora.
Wow, that is very aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So this is the first time?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm very curious to see.
He's needing for the colored mana.
Obviously need 4 colored mana, but wow, that is that's really aggressive. I mean, that means that there is something the player here wants to do, and we know that there is a Tainted Pact and a Demonic Tutor, and possibly a Veil of Summer as well. So this could be a big turn. And we see the Demonic Tutor already here.
Everyone passing priority.
So what do you think? Are we just going straight for the Oracle here?
Probably to the Oracle as well. basically, even if Tassa's get countered, it's a reanimator deck, so it can play a lot
Exactly.
with that. So
Yeah. So now everybody's on notice. Everybody knows something's up. So, but I'm still curious because you don't have enough mana to pull it all off this turn, but you're just sacrificing your Grim Monolith here,
Yeah.
which would be very good when you want to go off.
However, the combo does not need it only needs one colorless mana, so it does not need all that colorless for it.
Okay, so we're now on the blue farm player, and as we know, there's an Adnos hiding in the hand. But Adnos into both Esper Sentinel and a Mystic Remora is rough.
Yeah.
So, okay, Volcanic Island here, 4 mana available. Toba, it is Rocco in our 4th seat. And we see an attack here on Kenrith as expected, and drawing a card with Timna. So I'm feeling we are in the defining orbit here.
Yeah.
A lot of the game is going to be decided what happens in the next couple of turns, I think. Because Najila can also draw a ton of cards here.
The next turn of Najila will be really interesting.
Yeah.
You will have Toskin and Najila active to just attack and draw cards, making a lot of pressure on basically on everyone.
Yeah. I mean, it looks interesting in every seed here, because as we know, as I said before, there's a silence.
When it's playing Rocco.
And yeah, we are seeing a Arcane Signet again being very responsible, paying for the Esper Sentinel. I love seeing players being responsible and not feeding, because as we said before, this is a game of resources.
Yeah, it basically gave just one draw to the Remora and that's it.
And I just got informed here that on our backup table, Godo won, and that's on a table with both Meraxes and Kolkio, but Godo took it home. I'm sure Ryan from Playing with Power is clapping his hands right now. Team Godo.
Godo versus Malcolm Tana Pirates, Bruce Traziers, and Bufar.
We are seeing some tapping of mana here. Oh, so we're just taking an extra manual Najila. I like that here. Drawing some extra cards.
Drawing a lot of cards by playing the 5.
So, did you see which players were getting? I'm assuming everything is attacking our Kenrith player.
Yeah, he did attack the Kenrith player.
And we see some politics here.
Basically drew one card from Toshki or 2 cards? 2 cards.
I think is
he drew 2 cards from Toski and 2.
Shouldn't it be
3 cards?
Yeah, 3 cards,
yeah,
right?
He will be. He's drawing now the 3 cards. Okay.
Okay. So that's a great
he's
turn.
The trigger, and now an extra attack step where he can draw 5 more cards. Wow.
This is a great turn here.
Yeah.
But the player is a bit restricted on mana here, so... But now the table has to do something about this Najeela. This Najeela and Toski combination cannot go for another orbit, because the Najeela player will draw so many cards.
He will draw this turn if this attack connects a total of 8 cards plus the turn cards. So 9 cards in one turn is a lot.
Okay, so okay, as we said. Okay.
To the Toski,
I'm curious. We didn't see the Swords to Plowshares before the first damage.
I think he was saving it for any emergency that he will need, and this is an emergency he needs.
It is. So we have a miscast here, I believe.
Miscast on the Swords.
Oh, so protecting the Toski now. I mean, this could really favor the Kindred player, because now the Najeela player and the Blue Fawn player are sort of like trading resources, tapping out.
Yeah.
And as we have said multiple times already, combo is in hand with Veil of Summer backup.
And they are giving him cards with the Remora and the Esper. Basically, he can pay 1 mana for the Esper, but he will always give him 1 more card.
Exactly.
The Blue Farm player already gave 2 cards to him this turn, so
so
this can develop in the Kenrith direction. Even with the Najeela player drawing those 8 cards from the Toski.
Yeah, so it won't be 8 if... Okay, obviously it will be now, but... I mean, this...
He draws the 8 cards, but he's tapped out, so...
Yeah, so we're talking Force of Will, Force of Negation, Pact of Negation, Fierce Guardianship are the ones that we can draw here. And
for any reason, I'm trying to see if he's playing the...
Yeah, there's no Force of Negation, no.
No Force of Negation, only Force of Will and...
Pact of Negation.
Pact of Negation.
Fierce Guardianship and Deflecting Swat, of course, but Swat is not gonna do a lot if nobody can help.
Yeah, exactly. And he does not play the trap, the...
Mindbreak Trap, no?
Mindbreak Trap.
Okay, so we see a post-combat land drop here. Quan, that's the rainbow land that taps for any color if you control a creature, right?
You need to sacrifice that land if you do not control a creature.
Exactly, that's it. Quan Foundry or something?
Thran Foundry.
Yeah.
Thran Foundry?
No, Thran, it was there. Quarry.
Each turn.
Beautiful old foil.
Yeah.
Okay.
That 1 mana can be vital for...
I think Kenrith is secretly very excited for what's going on right now.
That 1 mana can be vital for the game, for the players to have... For him to have another chance, and for basically everyone. Discarding an Esper Sentinel at the end of the turn. So yeah, it does not need that more another drawing.
So we see Rocco here. Okay.
Drawing from the Sylvan Library. That is doing a lot of work.
Yeah. Again. So Rocco going the tank here, still sitting on that. So remind me again, how much mana does Rocco need? So you need to cast Rocco for how much? X3?
X equals 2 to go to
2.
Dockside and to go from there. If he does have food chain in hand, he will need basically that to go off with the amount of artifacts and enchantments that his opponents are playing. If he does not have the food chain, I think it's for X equals 3 to go to grab the creature that basically
puts
doesn't like the tutor.
Yeah.
And
Okay, we see a sad gemstone cavern here. Never fun to draw. Very fun to have in your opener and not fun to draw.
And more sad only if you have it in your starting hand as the starting player.
Okay. Looks like the Ragavan is trying to attack the Kenrith. Yeah, and connecting.
Connecting.
And what do we get from the top?
Ooh, an intuition. This can be interesting.
It can. So let's count some mana here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana total. What can we do with that? I'm not that familiar with the Rocco archetype. What can we do for 6 mana? Oh, we're just casting Rocco. X is 2. Oh, we could see
the dark side coming from it. 2 does have Archivist of Woodman. That I think it will not be the option here. Elfish Visionary as well.
So let's do a dark side count.
Or
1, 2,
it can
3,
grab Grand
4,
Abolisher.
5. Yeah, but of course the players don't have the info we know. But I mean, dark side here just seems like the obvious.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. I'm counting.
3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. A stifle on the Roku trigger. Ooh, a stifle on the Roku trigger.
Very spicy. Oh, I'm not
think
sure.
It does work.
No, it doesn't work. That's very spicy. Nobody sees Stifle coming.
A really good card. It is seeing a lot of play recently with the amount of trigger abilities that.
Exactly. It can be. I have to be honest. I'm not sure I love Stifle in most decks because it's so reactive, but it can save you from a lot of things.
However, if you think from a perspective from going on turn 2 on being the second player and the first player, just putting a fetch land as most tournaments go, just putting that fetch land like it's here for me to think about what I want to get, and for that spicy tournament. Stifle turn 1, it's incredible and it does have a lot of more impact that most people think about. Basically, it turns your turn, your second, you being the second player to you being the first player, and one player doing a forced mulligan to 6. So. It's amazing the impact that it does have.
It looks like here the judge enforced that the Autumn's Veil was cast, and I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I don't think Autumn's Veil is gonna stop Stifle.
Yeah, it does not. I do not think it will have any impact now, except for giving cards to the Kenrith player.
Yeah. So once again, Kenrith is very happy how things turned out. Okay, so there's a lot of discussion going on here, and okay, so apparently the Autumn's Veil was. Okay, I am totally unsure what's happening right now.
So yeah,
okay, so at least the treasure was spent. That much I know. It doesn't look like the
Autumn's Veil was spent.
No,
was played. So
Okay, so there's one green floating, I assume.
Yeah.
We're also like Kenrith is already down to 18, so I'm not sure the player can actually take another orbit. Need to go for it because you will die soon.
In the next turn, he will be the target from Najila as he does not have blockers.
And also definitely gonna be attacked by Gilded Drake.
Gilded Drake, so 3 plus.
He is dead on board because, as we saw, the Najila player can just do a manual Najila, as we call it, and just untap and attack again.
Yeah, it does. In the first attack, he will be dead on board with with exactly 18 damage. If he does not block, he can block the Najila, having 3 less damage, but then he can activate it.
Exactly. So I think we're gonna see some action very soon. Okay. Okay, now the treasure's back.
The treasure's back basically as the Kenrith player just impulsively did the stifle in response to Rocco without any trigger. The action was it was not valid, so they turned back to the
so
point.
We are now here, letting the fish go. So that was what I was saying before. If you just last turn, because you left up 2 open mana, if you saved your what's it called, Grim Monolith here, you could pay the 2 and have 1 colorless left over for a Tainted Pact. So you can do that in your upkeep. Just leave 2 cards in your library, draw 1 of them, or
yeah, I think
that could have been a line.
That could be a more secure way, but they do not have the information that we have on basically on Quenpego having the silence on.
So we see in Simon Spirit Guide Exile here. So I think
2 more damage from the Blood Crypt as well. So he needs to go for it now.
Yeah.
Okay, red mana.
Okay.
Ooh, Veil of Summer.
Everybody's on notice now. What is going on? Oy. I love this. Do they believe him, or is it a fake out? Nah, you cannot. You have to counter something here.
Yeah, they need to interact now.
Okay, let's see if Najila drew anything.
It does have an offer, the offer in hand.
Yeah, but no mana, right?
It
Oh yeah,
does
there's
have
1
mana
Okay.
from the trend. So if it does not interact here, the only response possible it will be the silence from the Rocco player. So
Yeah, but the issue is with silence here. You can respond with the. Oh no, silence. Yeah, that is all spells. I think
the new
Ranger
one,
Captain.
Oh yeah, the Ranger
That allows you to play creatures.
Yeah.
But okay, so it can actually be very crucial that the treasure was left back because
Even, however, he does have the silence, but if he can play that, he plays the Tassel, and in response, he can play the Tinted Pact.
Exactly.
And with the Veil of Summer resolving.
But I would assume that we are casting silence here in response to Veil of Summer.
Yeah. It's the only way out for.
Okay, so we see some. No. I think the players are now discussing, and this is where the politics come in. You don't want to, like, if you can get your opponents to act, then of course it's better, but also you don't want to lose. So it's deliberately trying to walk a tightrope on who's going to act.
This is the really tricky part in Commander, sandbagging and basically saying no, I do not have, saying that you do not have answers, and people believing in you, such as basically Pompego, the Rocco player, does not do exactly that, but he does do something really similar when playing, and it's clearly doing it. Yeah, no.
Okay, so there's a lot of discussion going around here, and as we know, players must also have an idea of we are in probably the most important turn of the game right now, and you don't want to give too much information, but at the same time you kind of want to like let your the co-players, let's call them that, in this situation, because right now it's 3 against 1 against Kenrith, so you don't want to give away too much information, but also you want to let your co-players know that you can maybe help or I have something without giving away too much. Okay, so looks like the priority was passed all the way to Rocco, and and we see the silence here.
Does not have the one to pay for the Esper Sentinel, so one more card to Kenrith player.
But as we see, the what's it called? The Kenrith player is really tight on mana. Unless there is a dark side somewhere, there's not a lot of wriggle room for them to respond here.
He'll let the game to go to its main step. If he did on his upkeep, he will have another draw in case.
But I think we are already in the main because the Remora is gone.
He let the Remora go. He played the land. So
I mean,
he's safer. However, develop some resolves. The silence resolves.
Okay, that is not great news for the Kenrith player. Kenrith is probably dead on board now, which means that the Nagila player is now looking really well. Drawing a lot of cards, giving a lot of damage.
Discarding Urza.
Oof. Yeah. I mean, I understand that, but now you're just putting even more of a target on yourself.
Basically, the Tangle is saying you need to go now. You need to die at this turn. And
Underground Sea here from the blue farm.
On the Nagila ward.
But as we know, there is a certain card for 5 mana that could be cast here. So.
And he's at 38.
Ooh. Okay.
He has a lot of life.
I mean, I would go for it here. We just saw this.
Saw a silence going off. Saw the priority passing from the other 2 players. Seeing the Kenrith without response to the silence.
And so Nagila even opened themselves up for an attack. That's an extra draw we can get here.
And that's what he does. So he's at. He does have a lot of life. So
okay, we are drawing the cards immediately.
33 life. 33 life. It's a lot.
But I don't know if our blue farm player noticed, but there was a point where Nagila started to tap the mana, sort of indicating there was a response here. So, but with that in mind, I don't know if they will get a better position to try the Nos here.
You can think it was bluff as he passed the priority as well, so it's a really hard decision, but I do not know if he does have interaction in hand to play the Atmos with some safety. He does have 5 mana, 5 for the Atmos, and he does keep another 3 mana open, so he can go for the Atmos, have protection from some card with some counter from 1 mana, and still go off with the other 2, but he passes the turn.
Okay, passing the turn. I mean,
it's the most safe.
It is
safe option, but I do not think
I
he
don't
will
think
have
it's
another.
No, I mean, now the Nagila player will draw infinite cards. I mean,
5 from the first attack.
maybe we are trying so. Before damage, I assume the Nagila player will attempt to tap their mana, and you could maybe see an ad nauseam response there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, is that the Nagila attack? It's an advance without revealing the cards.
Yeah, where you're getting life instead of paying life.
So it's. I think it will be. This can be over now.
Yeah, I would also be very afraid of the Nagila player after this, and I mean, we could also just see a Derevi now, and the game is over.
Yeah.
As I often joke, creatures are basically uncountable in cEDH because like only Force of Will basically can counter.
Force of Will and Mana Drain that in the decks that still play Mana
Yeah,
Drain.
and that's not a lot.
And, after that you have some removal for them, and that's it.
Yeah.
Not the
Hireling also.
Hireling almost does the same as the Derevi, not going infinite, but
No, but can probably create a large enough an army to kill still.
yeah, it does have. It will have one. It can have 13 free attacks from it as the Kenrith player has 12 life, so basically it needs to attack the first attack with two tokens, and you will have mana for the next 12 attacks, basically attacking him with only one token.
Exactly, and also the blue farm player opened himself up for attacks as well, so there are...
I think the game might be over now.
I mean, there is still mana open for the Adnos that can maybe dig for an answer. So you can, but the Source to Plowshare is already used. So I think you have to bounce the Hireling inside combat.
And you need to bounce the Hireling, and it needs. We know that the Nagila player has some response in hand.
Yeah.
So this can. It's basically what you were saying at the start of the round. That this round of turns will be the decisive one, and I think it will be the decisive one.
So I can imagine we obviously cannot hear what the players are saying. I'm thinking here the Kenrith player is really trying to argue that keep me alive, I can help you guys.
Nagila player will keep him alive for 12 attacks.
Until he's not alive anymore.
Yeah. For 13 attack steps, he will be alive, as the other players as well. Yeah.
So, chat, just so you know, after each round, each game, we will have the winner of said game. Oh, we see, sorry about that, we see an Rock Decay here, taking out the Nagila, what I assume is inside combat. So at least they bought themselves another turn here.
Yeah, being uncounterable. However, from the cards he drew last turn, he might have...
Veil of Summer?
No, March of the Swirling Mist.
Yeah, but that's... I mean, sure, it saves you 1 mana, or like 3 mana.
Saves you 1 mana.
But this means that the Nagila won't win this turn.
Yeah. He will still draw a lot of cards and create a lot of mana.
Exactly. I mean, that is... Now we're back, because now the Kenrith player will survive also.
Yeah.
And as we know, I've said it 100 times already, I feel like, there is most likely a combo in hand.
Yeah,
does have. He basically, when he showed the Veil of Summer, he showed that he does.
I'm up to no good. So interesting game, very interesting game here. So players just clarifying the stack. We have the Abrupt Decay targeting the Najeela, and in response to that we have the March of Swirling Mist trying to phase out Najeela in order to save it for next turn. So just to continue what I was saying before, after this game we'll have the winner of the pot in here with us in the booth. We'll do an interview and
7 minutes.
Big rift.
Yeah. Oh, but this will open up more for.
I mean,
for the
Kenrith is once again just clapping their hand. Everything's going there.
Oh, but so is Rocco. He will have the Rocco. Oh, but with 2 equal players.
And now the offer.
Yeah.
Again, Kenrith is just loving what's going on here.
Basically. Have 2 mana available. The Dockside will generate 2 if it will be played. So basically, the Kenrith will protect the Atmos. I think the Cyclonic.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's even free here because the Swan token will disappear. Just when we thought he was out, he's coming right back in.
He's worried about the Rocco, but I
don't think there's enough mana.
Will enter and give 2 mana since
there's all the other things are gone.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I think the Cyclonic will happen.
Okay.
You will have 1 mana available.
Yeah, okay, so Swansong got the offer, it seems like.
Yeah.
And now the big rift resolves.
The big rift resolves, the March of Swirling Mist fizzles, and he needs to play the birds to keep the Ten Quarry alive at the second main phase.
That is true. That is something I would miss. I'll completely admit that. So we have to make sure that the judge is aware of that. Okay.
The offer that was played, so I think he needs to keep mana open.
Oh, of course. You can do the Chrome Marks and then you can replay
for 1 green. Now you can play the birds and have 1 mana of any color open.
Exactly. But you have to assume that unless the Najeela player is really disciplined, I would assume that they would try to protect themselves from the Swansong before. So it looks like there's pretty much only 1 mana here you have to account for the Kenrith player.
Yeah. So 1 mana, there are 2 players with 1 mana open. Rocco will try to
now Rocco makes 3, or sorry, Darkside makes 3 mana. And we also
makes 3 mana,
and if there is a food chain in hand, there's also a Phantasmal Image, so you can go Rocco for 2.
Phantasmal Image is from the other players.
Oh, that's true. All the Gilded Drakes. Okay, let's see. Not seeing a lot of excitement from the Rocco player there, but I mean, I've said multiple times that different players would win, and none of it has been true so far. So let's see what happens.
It's been a really interesting game with
very
interaction.
Good game to start off the tournament. And just for info, there's 20 minutes left in the round. So we see the Mox Diamond re-employed here, of course, and looks like it was a Boseiju that got discarded here. And what are we seeing here? We just survival. I mean, that's another way to get dark side.
Yeah. Does grab him dark side. Netting 3 mana. Playing the food chain. Netting him more 3 mana. Playing Rocco for 0, netting him 4 mana.
Yeah. But then he's stuck,
needs,
right?
Yeah, he does need to have if he does have the dock side, the food chain and the screen in hand, he could have gone for it manually without doing.
Yeah. Okay, interesting here. So.
No, he is discarding for the end of the turn.
Oh, okay. So it's just a setup turn. So once again we are back to Kenrith. Only 1 mana from each of the Nagila and Blue Farm players.
Rocco is more not non-reactive deck. It's more proactive deck. So,
exactly.
I don't think it's a deck that plays a lot of answers, even though it did play the silence deck.
That saved the game, but okay, so Badlands, and we now have 6 mana for Kenrith player here.
With the Green Monolith in hand.
Exactly, so potentially we go up to 7. And there we have it. Okay, so... Okay. What is going on here?
From Rocco will play Devolt's Trickery.
I mean, what is on Rocco? That's the second time you're coming from the top rope. Wow. Like, imagine being stopped twice by the non-blue player.
Yeah, by non-blue deck. And Tainted Pact in response.
Yeah. And what are we... Maybe there's already a consultation in hand, so this is just a tutor for... Or maybe just hoping one of the last 2 cards are a counterspell. Or yeah. Also, this could just be a bridge.
Bridge was the first card exiled, so...
Oh. Okay, so we're now
but
also...
he can mill his deck now, allowing Tacit to go to the graveyard and reanimate Tacit.
Oh, that could also be very cool. So yeah, maybe it's a reanimation spell we're looking for here. Mindbreak Trap. So I'm assuming we're looking for some sort of free counterspell here.
Yeah.
Pact of Force of Will.
Exiling a lot of cards.
I mean, that's how most game ends.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Silence gone.
It does have
Force of Will. Okay, so
does
now
have a consultation in hand. Oh, it passing from it.
Wow.
So
Pact of Negation. Okay, so for passing force, there's probably no other blue cards in hand. But okay.
So
Tainted Pact has resolved. And we are pacting the triggery. And now it's up to our blue players if they want to interact. I see. Looks like
interaction.
No. Oh.
Veil of Summer.
No. Autumn's Veil. We knew about that.
We knew about it.
this game, man. This is so good.
But yes,
Wow.
but
But what? So why wasn't it fast?
why wasn't?
Or maybe this is not a city. Like maybe this is one of these things that only can tap if you have control a creature or something. No, it is a city of brass.
City of Brass, yeah. So
So I don't.
why didn't he play the Autumn's Veil?
Okay, but at least we now have the. Okay,
Why-
look. Yeah, I'm a bit confused here as well. But looks like again Rocco has something.
Discarding for
Endurance.
endurance. Yeah, he can grab it. This-
Rocco, I love this. Wow, this is so cool. What a game. What a game. The players, we can hear them. Everybody's still laughing. This is so cool. The Rocco player with
Playing without the deck with that is expected to have no interaction.
what a great game to start the day off with. What a great game. I mean, I cannot root for anybody else than Rocco now, but I mean, this is so cool.
Having endurance.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so I assume we are back here. Consultation seems like it has resolved, and we are on the trigger for Oracle.
This is amazing.
That is really, really amazing. Such a good game. So there seems to be a bit of discussion. I'm unsure what's happening here. Other than I can imagine the Kenrith player really feeling dating hard done by, because this is
Oh, but next turn we will have the Adnos.
finally.
We will have the Adnos from the blue farm player.
Yeah. Wow.
That can steal the game. He did said he didn't.
Okay,
reveal
so given
the
like I'm just guessing here.
endurance for the player for the table, but he said that he does have the endurance, and he will grab the endurance. So there you go.
Yeah. Okay, so the endurance is also dead.
Endurance. He revealed for the table, he didn't reveal for the camera. Sorry. The endurance.
Okay. A roll for crypt here. Dead center. Okay.
No.
Let's see if it's Adnos time here.
Everyone is stepped out.
Let's just draw some cards, because why not?
Drawing cards is fun, so.
Exactly. I still can't believe that Rocco had three times.
3 times versus the Kenrith player. He revealed to the table to the other players, but it was the camera didn't capture it as it is from the top.
Yes. Oh, and we even see a grand abolition here before the Adnos, or
Just
what
to
I
be-
suspect is
yeah.
going to be Adnos.
Just to be safer.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
there you go. Or not.
Just draw.
There you go.
Why cast Adnos when you just have the combo in hand?
Yeah.
What
There you
a
go.
ridiculous game.
Our first game ending with Thassa's Oracle and Tainted Pact, not from Kenrith, but from the Blue Farm player.
What a game. What a game.
Incredible.
I mean, I honestly do feel bad for Rocco not winning this with so much effort. Like, who expects 3 answers out of a non-blue deck?
Yeah, interacting a lot, and well, there you go. You have another deck playing the same combo that you stopped, doing the same, but no one else had interaction, and GG.
Yeah, okay.
Incredible.
I'm just, if this is how this day is gonna be, it's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah.
So everybody, we're just taking a short commercial break, and then we will be back with the winner of this game, so we can hear what it was being there in the mid of it. So we'll be back soon.
Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
Right? And we are back here. I'm with Skater, our Blue Farm player. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
How was the game from your hand? How did you experience it?
The experience from the beginning. I'm first playing with the maintaining the table, not to win in the first place. I'm trying to ramp a little bit first for ad nauseam. Ad nauseam, it's my first target to win the match. But when I see a lot of creatures, the Benfica steal my S%, I begin to imagine that I can draw a lot of cards. I have to reimagine another way to win, and then a lot of creatures on the battlefield, and I begin to pray because I don't have any counter in my hand. My opponents can interact a little with the table, and then the Benfica had the Thassa and Tainted. We spotted. So the Nagila player have some interaction, and the Hopo a little too. After that, my Cyclonic Rift, it was a little suicide.
I mean,
the moment
it worked out great for you.
I have some hope that the Rocco player had some interaction to counter the Thassa and Tainted. Luckily, he had.
I mean, that's a big hope for a non-blue deck, but it worked 3 times the Rocco player interacted.
Yes.
We were very impressed.
Yes, I'm prayed for endurance from him, Red Elemental Blast, Power Blast, whatever, and interaction to control the Thassa. And then I top deck the Grand Abolisher.
Oh, nice.
I top deck. Okay. Grand
easy.
Abolisher, easy win.
Okay, so how many tournaments have you played in before this?
I play 2 in the cEDHPT, 2 on the Pirate's Chest and into the Badlands.
Okay.
The other ones I can't play, but I really like play cEDH. It's my favorite format.
It is fun. You always play Blue Farm or switch around?
Before Blue Farm, I played Fish Oracle. Before ban the Flash ban. After that, always Blue Farm.
So always the best deck.
Yes, I learned that if you want to be best in anything, fix on that thing and trying to be the best with that deck.
It worked out great. So because you won, you will get to pick one of these boosters, and we can open it here on stream. So which one do you want?
The Miller one.
The middle one?
Yes.
So you'll get this one, and you can open it here.
Geolotus will be fun.
That would be a great one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Show to the camera.
Yeah, let's. Do we need to bit up?
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I can't see anything.
No. I'll tell you what you're getting if you're getting any interesting stuff. We are not at the rare yet. Commander Sphere? No. Court of Cunning, so not the best card for cEDH, but at least it sees some play in the...
Okay, in the...
Yeah. Okay. Oh. And a foil Preordain.
Preordain?
Not bad.
It plays in cEDH.
Yeah. True.
Yes.
Okay. So, again, congratulations on your win. It was an amazing game from our seat. I hope it was amazing for you as well. Yes. And congratulations again, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll go on a short break, and we'll be back with round 2 soon. and welcome back. We are almost ready with round 2. Enrique, can you tell us what match are we looking at?
We will have in the first table we will have cEDH, Malcolm Timna, a Godo, and a Craig. So I do expect this to be a really fast game.
I mean, Godo and Carrick can definitely go fast, and with only 2 blue players to control it, I mean, seeding is very important here.
Yeah. However, either Godo and Kirk are the last 2 players in the table, so player number 3 and player number 4. So this could mean for either for the cEDH or for the Malcolm Timna to have some start that will allow them to stop either of those decks. However, Godo does play a few stacks cards, so that can lead to a really interesting game.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if the 2 blue players are respecting the fact that they're sitting with 2 super fast decks, because that means that you have to mulligan accordingly. You need answers because they will just pump out their commanders immediately. And as we talked about, countering creatures is so hard, so you need some way to interact here. Bounce spells are luckily very good at both against both Carrick and Godo, but I'm curious to see if the players are really respecting that in their mulligan decisions. So with this setup, as we see here, so I've been told that cEDH is our first player and Malcolm Timna is our second.
And we had the okay from our judge, so the match can start.
Exactly. So I just want to make sure here.
It's cEDH.
So unlike last round, players are sitting a bit different. This time we have seed 1 in the upper left corner where cEDH is at. Then we have our second player in the upper right corner where we have Malcolm Timna. The third player is the lower right corner where Godo is, and the last player is the lower left corner where Carrick is.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see this.
cEDH, one of the classic decks that we do not see a lot now. No. So let's see how this goes.
Maybe we can, while we're waiting players here to shuffle up, we can just tell you a bit about our backup match, because let's be honest, there might be a chance that we have to use our backup match this time with both Carrick and Godo. So who did we have in our backup?
In our backup, in the Cardmarket table, we have Rashmi playing first. So another classic deck that does not see a lot of play recently. Most recently, we do have Tracius Bruce Evolution deck, and we have an Urza and Rafine. So it will be clearly a really slower game than this one. Or I mean, obviously expected to be from the decks.
You never know in cEDH, anything can go fast. But it's gonna be exciting to see here. So it looks like at least most of our players have finished their mulligans. Looking like cEDH is still thinking about it. Nope. So Malcolm Timna decides to mulligan here, and everybody mulligans except cEDH, it looks like. So obviously, I'm thinking both Carrick and Godo are just mulling for speed. And I really hope that our Malcolm player here is looking for some interaction, because as we said, those decks can go hard.
Those decks can be really, really fast.
So we will post the deck list in chat as soon as possible, Morten. They will be posted momentarily.
We will share the deck list. The deck list will be shared. The top 16 will be shared during this week. By now, these lists are not available for the players to see. So everyone
has the same information, but yet we will have them available as soon as possible.
So we can post them in chat or what?
I do think they will be posted here in chat
Okay,
for this match specifically.
Sounds good. Okay, so we are back on mulligan decisions, and we already see here cEDH just making sure they know what Keurig does, and what it does is go fast. So in this position, I know we talked a bit about what the blue players here are looking for. That's interaction or possibly bounce spells, removal spells for the creatures. What are you looking for if you're Keurig or Godo?
I don't. If I was playing in those positions, being not being either the first or the second player, makes my game completely different. As I think by playing Godo, I will go for some kind of backup plan that I would have, but the first two decks, either cEDH and Malcolm Timna, are slower than either one of those. So I think it's a really hard decision to make, either for Craig or for Godo as well. So Craig I do not play, didn't ever play it, and
I'll be honest, I've never played Keurig or Godo myself either. I've played against it a bit, and I'm always scared because, as I said, they are very dependent on their creatures. I mean, ideally, what Malcolm Timna could do is try and mulligan to a turn 1 Granite Magistrate, because that card is so good against these very commander-centric decks that he's facing. But it's also a difficult thing to mulligan for a turn 1 Granite, because not only do you need the Granite, you need the acceleration. But we are off to a start here.
In the Gemstone Caverns.
No, so the Command Tower and Imperial Zeal.
Yeah, and the Gemstone Caverns for the Godo.
Oh.
These can end fast.
And exiling a Felwar Stone.
Yeah.
Okay, we are off to the races here. So what are you thinking we're getting here?
He's playing, I think with such an Imperial Seal so early, he could go for either Ramp.
So Mana Crypt?
Yeah, Mana Crypt being on top, so I'm pretty sure it will be that, unless he plays the Mana Crypt right away.
Right, so
the problems of shuffling a commander deck.
yeah, and we see here the cEDH player also has a turn 1 Mystic Remora, but opted for the Imperial Seal. But there's also a Force of Negation, but Force of Negation is not great against Godo or Keurig.
For them to play their commanders, they need to go for non-creature mana. So I will go. I think Godo, the key card in Godo for a really strong start will be something like Jaska's Will. That's for the Force of Negation, that the Force of Negation can target and can stop for the Keurig.
You could also, because the only other blue card in the hand is the Mirror, so it's very responsible not playing it out, so you keep a blue card for the Force. I like that. As we talked about, the blue players really need to be cognizant here about this pace of this game. Okay, so we see a Tundra here from the Malcolm Timna player. This I think that's the Mystic Remora from the Secret Lair or something.
I think so. Yeah, it is.
Okay,
so
at least now. Okay, Sorang from Godo. I mean, we off to the races.
A City of Traitors. So 4 mana hits. This will hit hard on the table.
Yeah. Now this is actually really rough for Keurig, I assume.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still the black rituals, but getting cut off from all this fast mana is rough.
Yeah. Either way, if the Imperial Seal was for the mana creep,
It is now rough.
It's now rough. It's
Yeah. Okay, and we are now, the deck lists have been posted in chat, and you can see them there. And just Swamp Pass from Carrick. I cannot imagine that was. There's probably some artifact mana.
really hard.
Ooh, okay,
so
we're just probably just going for
for the
Okay.
Eminence instead of the mana creep.
one way of making sure Godo doesn't win is win before Godo.
Bane kept
Another secret lair card, I think.
no, it's the Double Masters Extended Art Imperial Seal, I think.
Oh, okay. So double Imperial Seal here already from our blue players. I have to imagine that this is getting some way of answering whatever comes out of this Hermit Druid. Do you know if Hermit Druid, does the list play the zombie on Earth creature?
The zombie
What's it called? Fate Stitcher?
Fate Stitcher, and yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
So we could all potentially be seeing a turn 3 Hermit Druid win here. But into a Mystic Remora and a Imperial Seal, that seems very ambitious. Okay, so Malcolm Timna player found the card here, and I would assume we'll just see passing them after this. I mean, again, a Godo player untapping with 4 mana already ready for turn 2 is definitely scary.
Yeah, and he basically stopped all artifacts that the other players would play on turn 1, and now he can just put Godo into play and grab Helm, even though...
Yeah, no need to cast any ritual because you can see here there's a win here being presented already from the cEDH player, and we have to assume that the Malcolm player here tutored for some answer. If not, then it's very, very brave, because you cannot really rely on Godo and Carrick to help you here.
So we have...
Okay, so
Okay, so Imperial
that's
Recruiter. I think...
what can we get here? Can we get the thing that makes equipment?
A Brass Choir?
Yeah, that's the name.
Cryptic
Or-
Trilobite, I think.
Yeah.
That side does not make
No.
sense now, so I think it will be...
Oh,
or
the-
Treshner's Ogre, yeah.
Of course, okay. It's yeah. Again, nicely playing around the force of negation here.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of life, so...
Yeah, untouched so far. I mean,
Even with the Remora having a lot of draws, I don't think it
so
will have the...
okay, we just
impact.
see Swamp Pass here from Carrick, not a great start. So if you're the cEDH player now, you have an active Hermit on board.
Yeah.
Are you activating it? Because you know Malcolm Timna Imperial Sealed and
that-
will draw the card if you go for Dread Return.
His activation just...
And just as I'm speaking, we are activating. No fear.
So yeah, this can be interesting. Let's see.
Okay, so I assume we'll see a Narcomoeba trigger now, and then we will see the Fate Stitcher getting unearthed.
Basically, he's trying to go for the turn 3 win with the classic way of going for it.
I mean,
But
I think it's a very
risky.
brave and very risky. That's the word. Because you know, like everybody saw what was about to happen, and somebody tutored. But then again, you can also see if we pass the turn to Godo, I will also just lose. So it's a lose-lose situation here.
So try to win.
Okay, so I think we have the Narcomoeba trigger on stack
He's
right now.
casting the Fate Stitcher.
It's trying to activate the Fate Stitcher, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is cool because that also can actually untap a land to potentially open up for some interaction in hand, because we know there's a Force of Negation, but that doesn't work on your turn.
And the Unearth, it's not cast, so it couldn't be countered.
Exactly.
It's
And I assume we'll see a flashback of Dread Return now. And yep, there we go. And this is here. Let's see, did the Malcolm player get a counterspell here?
It's just. Oh, I think.
I mean,
Yeah. And
I mean, if there's no interaction here, the game is over.
exactly. He draws with a Remora and Red Return.
I am very, very surprised that the Malcolm player did not find a counterspell
Yeah.
here. Rain of Filth? That, I mean,
That is,
so we can go to 3 mana now, but what can black do?
it does. He might have in hand the spell that retargets Imps Mischief.
Oh, but then you don't need to cast
Yeah, the Rain of Filth. It
Yeah.
will be worse for you, but
so drawing cards. Yeah,
Give
yeah.
cards for
the Remora.
Remora.
That's of course makes sense. But it looks like we have Oracle entering the battlefield. So unless there's a black stifle, I am not sure what will happen here. Whoa! And
GG.
Okay. Yeah. So wow, fast win here, and we'll immediately jump into our second table, our Cardmarket table. Where can you remind us what commanders do we have here?
We have Bruce Trazius, Rashmi, and Urza, and Rafin, I think.
Yeah. So Rasmi, Trascruz, Urza, and Rafin.
Exactly.
And looking at the table, it looks like, as expected, we are in a mid-range game here. This is not ending right away.
I think it's more. I think this game is starting to go for more control and late game more than. So falling for basically anyone.
Yeah.
Anyone.
So I believe I checked this Rashmi deck out earlier, and there was some spicy inclusions, especially Leveler. The you have in Rashmi, I think, right?
Yeah.
The hard way to exile your library.
Yeah.
But I guess like Rashmi is a classic hardcore control deck, so eventually you'll just have a lot of mana and you can just go Leveler into Oracle. But I haven't seen that before.
And the card with a great impact now being played, the Seedborn Muse.
Yeah, Seedborn
with
Muse,
the
Thrasios.
on table. That will be interesting. So you can take a lot of value from it.
Yeah.
Now,
In my experience here, you cannot allow Seedborn Muse to go a full orbit. You need to remove it.
does have 8 mana available. So
Oh, Hullbreaker Horror just hardcasting it. We are in for some action.
That can be interesting. That will be interesting. So basically, you just need some 0 mana artifact and GG.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, if chat is correct, maybe you know Cable, the Urza player here. Is that Marcio?
Yeah.
So known pro player from Portugal. And what happened here? Oh, Swords to Plowshares. Timely.
Timely, but
Okay, so it was an end step Hullbreaker Horror, hoping to untap with it. Now Marcio is.
as we can see, it does have a 0 mana artifact in hand, so that will just end the game.
Yeah. So. Okay, so that's a lot of mana. Oh, we're just casting a giant chalice here. So that is for what? 2, 4, 6. So that's a 3, yeah.
He spent 7 mana.
But I don't. Why is?
We'll have one more mana available.
Yeah. Also, what are the white creatures on Rafin's side? Could it?
I think. Thalia.
That's why 7. Yeah.
Thalia.
Okay, so we see the Seedborn Muse.
I'm not sure.
Kind of looks like Thalia, the artwork.
Yeah, but the deck does not play Thalia. I think I'm seeing
Yeah, I know there's more than one Rafin player. Maybe we're looking at the wrong deck list.
I mean, Harper, that is Thalia, so yeah. The list available on Moxfield shows
Use the Dracula cards.
Yeah.
I was also fooled by. I was looking for a Phyrexian Tower in the deck list, and it's called Dracula's Tomb. I was like, okay, so. Okay, so yeah, we just got confirmation. It is Thalia. But, I mean, at this board state, I would argue that Bruce Thrasios is very much favored here due to the combination of Seedborn and Thrasios. You get so many cards.
He's grabbing with, it does have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana available each turn, so 2 cards each turn, 6 cards per round. It's a lot.
Yeah. So we see a treasure here.
Immediate trigger, putting 3 creatures attacking each other opponent.
Oh.
So Women's Crossing Patrol, a 1/1 with Myriad.
All right, gotcha. Yeah, so a lot of connive triggers here.
Yeah. It's one of those cards that only plays in a specific deck, so
Yeah.
everyone is trying to see what does that card do.
Exactly. And well, this could also rather quickly make Rafin a big creature.
Yeah.
But I have to go back to the combination here of Seedborn and Thrasios.
Yeah.
It is so strong. The other players need to stop that. And they need to stop it now.
They do, but with the amount of cards that Rafin is seeing, the Rafin itself, it's a great threat to the table as well. Is basically looting 5 cards per turn. So
Yeah,
Card
and I can
advantage
see
versus-
this Rafine deck. The deck list will be posted in a moment in the chat, but I can see 36 creatures in the Rafine list. That is a lot.
with some spicy cards such as Archfiend.
Yeah, but I think so. Just to make it easy for you guys, it's basically either a Abdel, the new World Gorger combo, or a Heliod Ballista. Those are the win cons. And then obviously Oracle. I mean, we are in Esper, so
With a Razakar line, so
yeah. So okay, land for turn here. Cabal Pit. I assume that's active. Threshold has to be.
yeah, yeah. With him discarding that many cards, with 5+1/+1 counters on Green Crossing Patrol.
Yeah. And of course we see the classic end step Thrasios. Oh no, you need to reveal that if it's Thrasios. So yeah, we just sent a judge over to confirm that it was actually a Thrasios and the card was revealed. So yeah, we see the judge coming here. And but the issue is now that the
player is saying that it was
yeah.
not the first time he didn't
But
reveal.
he didn't reveal, but he shuffled his hand afterwards. So now we can know what cards it is, if that was what happened.
Yeah.
I don't want to make any assumptions because we don't have any audio.
Told the table that it was not the first time he did it. He didn't knew
That you have to reveal?
that he had to reveal.
Okay, so we have a judge on the situation, so we'll just wait.
So 5 or 6 triggers. So it's a judge call.
Yeah. So, okay, yeah, so the judge call is going on, and while we wait for the resolution of that, do you see any way here that the players can come back, especially now Urza lost one of their pieces in Hullbreaker Horror, and I don't know, Rashmi is a hardcore control deck, but it looks really difficult against a combination of Seedborn and Thrasios and the Rafine just sculpting through the deck every time.
Yeah, for what I've seen, Rashmi is already on the table, so basically it's one card counts as two.
Yeah. Now they just want to counter spells, sit back.
However, for the Urza, even without the whole breaker, it does have other win cons.
So we'll just get a confirmation on what's going on with the judge call. So we'll be back in just a second. So we were just told that the way this was solved was that the Bruce Thrasios players revealed their hand because he could not prove which card was drawn because he shuffled his hand afterwards. So that was the resolution here, and it looks like we are now in Rashmi's turn. And we see a final fortune added to the hand here. And again. And oh, that's a good magic card. And there is already
It can
a.
end quickly.
It can.
In fact, now with the
Final fortune, he can wait for the moment when everybody taps out. There's a mystical tutor.
basically everyone except for the Rashmi is tapped out.
Yeah.
Even with Urza has 3 colorless mana or 1 colored mana. The Rashmi is just the Rashmi player is just letting everything happen. So this can go.
I mean, there is the fact that Thalia is on the way.
Yeah.
It makes it a bit more difficult, but I think
He has a lot
Yeah.
of mana. He has 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana available. So he needs to find a way to deal with Thalia, and then he can go off.
I mean, as we said, you have so much mana that could you maybe go for an mystical tutor for intuition, then just find a brain freeze, a bounce spell, and LED,
Yeah.
play breach.
Yeah. He can. He's not playing survival just because he can.
Yeah, I mean, also let's
Why
see
not?
if. I mean, yeah, you can also, given the fact that you have the mystical tutor, as I said, you can discard Esper Sentinel, go for Oracle, then mystical tutor for consultation.
Pleasure Shredder triggered. He discarded some card that I can't identify what is.
Yeah, I cannot see that either. Okay, we have a Fierce here on the survival.
And Rashmi trigger on the stack. It's
Is that
the bounce land. I think it's a bounce land. It's the
Simic Growth Chamber?
exactly.
And now we see a Deflecting Swat.
I think it is, but no, it can't be because it does not play that card. It can be the Yadimaya Coast.
Yeah.
From,
Yeah. Okay, so we see Deflecting Swat changing the target to itself, I would assume here.
yeah.
So this is really looking good for the Bruce Thrasios players, as we mentioned when we came in. Okay, so we are untapping the Tiger here. And now we're activating the survival.
Survival. And so yeah.
Okay, so what are we getting here? We're just going straight for the Oracle here.
I think so.
No,
Okay, no.
Dark Side, more mana.
More mana, so to be safe, just to be safe.
Yeah.
You don't have enough mana with 10 mana, so. 3 more mana, 4 more mana, it's okay.
Yeah. I have to admit, I'm kind of lost on whose turn is it?
It's the. I think it's the Bruce Thrasios' turn.
Okay.
He drew the.
Yeah, okay.
the
As
card
Chad is suggesting, we could go get Emil as well.
Yeah, this is the Bruce Thrasios' turn as he played the survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
So it needs to be his turn. You can grab Emil as well, yeah.
And we see the dark side here, creating 4 treasures. right?
Can also
So 4 treasures, Ancient Tomb, and what looks like a blue Mox, Chrome Mox, and a Arcane Signet. That should be enough mana, right?
yeah.
And there is at least the Ranger Captain to discard.
Yeah, if he wants to go for a meal right now, or we can be safer and even go for the extra turn.
But I mean, you can do that. Like, you can put Emil on the stack. If that gets countered, then you can take the extra turn, play the breach, and just go again.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, very crucial moment here. Let's see if the Rashmi player can live up to the control moniker here.
I'm not sure if he does have the.
Okay, so we see 3 mana here.
He does have enough colored mana for Emil and Final Fortune. He will have.
But he has 4 treasures, 1 blue.
But he needs to use 1 green as well. So the colored mana is at.
Is that a trick bind?
It's exactly the same. Yeah, it's a trick bind.
Okay, you cannot do anything about that.
Yeah.
No stresses for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that at least bought them another turn.
Yeah, he does not have enough red mana to play the. What does he have on graveyard? Even if he played the Underworld Breach first, and then, but no, he does not have enough things to generate mana, colored mana for the Final Fortune right now. But he does have the Seedborn Muse, so
Yeah.
basically 1 bad turn from 1 player, and he just wins next.
What's the life total for? Does it 21?
21, I think, 22.
So also far away from. Okay, Marcio now here.
Why did he untap? Oh, this. Huh?
Yeah, I think the camera is flipped, so everything goes the other direction that we're used to.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Our camera is flipped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so just island here, and so everyone has to be on high alert here because Bruce will try again.
Next turn
And
will be.
what is the white card underneath Ranger Captain?
Underneath Ranger Captain, I do think I think it's not a creature.
Okay, so it's not a creature. So there's no.
Yeah, it's not a creature. I think so. So it can be ephemerate. But because if it was ephemerate, we could have played this turn.
I don't think there was any white mana left.
It does have the.
Yeah, now.
Oh yeah, true.
But on their turn, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it is a creature or not.
So Marcio here tapping some mana. Oh, that's good. That's very good. Especially because, okay, so let's see if the Thrashers player will respond with a Mystical Tutor after a counterspell. I think you have to, right?
Yeah. Was forced to. However,
and
the other players will be trying to rebuild their game, and most of the artifacts are on Urza's battlefield, so he can just cast Dockside to rebuild his board again, just by.
But, I mean, I would assume that we are getting Mystical Tutor for a counterspell, and then I would cast Final Fortune. Just take an extra turn. Everybody's tapped out.
The card below the Ranger Captain is a Swords Crochet.
Johan, we will make a meta breakdown later in the day, but the most played decks are Blue Farm and Yuriko.
Followed by Urza, Najila, and Bruce Trazius.
Sure. Okay, so we are casting the Mystical Tutor here, right?
Yeah, he's casting the Mystical Tutor. He's Cyclonic Rift, so he will still have 2 blue mana available after the Cyclonic resolves.
Fierce Guardianship, also just cast 1 for 1 colorless mana.
Yeah.
So, unless the table has more interaction, the game will most likely end here if Bruce Trazius used their Final Fortune.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Okay, so now I expect Cradle to, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and Fierce. Okay, let's see. It's countered.
So
Okay,
Final Fortune can be the key to getting.
and there we see. Wait. Oh.
Ooh, discarding for the survival.
Oh yeah, there's still 2 blue, 2 red from the Volcanic and the Arcane Signet, so we can still do Final Fortune.
Yeah, it does have the elf as well, so basically it has up to 3 red mana available.
Okay, so I assume they are trying to respond here to the survival trigger. Do we see another Stifle?
Memory's Journey.
Memory's Journey. What are we targeting here?
Okay, so we have the Rashmi trigger first.
Yeah. So yeah, it could be just trying to get lucky off the Rasmi trigger to find another Stifle, I guess.
So he shuffles the Rashmi graveyard, up to 3 cards from.
Something from Rafine.
Getting rid of the Malevolent Hermit on the Rafine's graveyard. So
yeah. Okay, so it looks like the survival trigger has resolved. I'll let Enrique respond to that, Lucas. I don't speak Portuguese, unfortunately.
He is asking if we can share the table. The table that are you asking for the event table with the standings? The standings will be shared in the Eminence comment tower. We will share the link for the standings.
And here we see the Final Fortune as expected. Okay, so. Okay. Table should be on high alert here. I didn't see what Rashmi revealed, did you?
I did not saw what it was. Rashmi does not have mana available, I think. If Rashmi had mana available, he could respond to the combo with the.
I mean, Marcio still have mana open.
As have 2 mana available, 1 island and
A treasure.
Construct.
Oh, that's
the construct from.
Yeah, but there's also a Thalia in play, so that only means 1 mana.
Yeah.
Or potentially 2 spells if they were both free, but. Okay. So.
That Thalia is unbalancing things to in favor of
How?
As,
it's a trigger from Ledger Shredder here. So discarding Mystic Remora and Flusterstorm. Oh, we need. Marcio needs to pay another mana here.
Yeah.
So we'll just clarify whether or not there could be some mana floating after the Cyclonic Rift. We just don't.
No,
Okay, there it comes.
Also.
Okay, so Final Fortune countered.
Countered.
So at least now Rafine and Rashmi get to untap before Bruce can go again.
Yeah.
But as we say again, the combination of Thrasius and Seedborn is so difficult to beat. They get so many cards.
Yeah, he's grabbing a lot of card advantage. Basically, if it was not with Atalia on the battlefield and him grabbing that many cards and grabbing that with all that mana available, it's complete. He's taking advantage of another person's deck.
Yeah.
So, wow.
But very clutch from Marcio here, trying first with the Cyclonic, and then I'm kind of surprised he didn't. Of course he didn't Flusterstorm to protect it because the Bruce player was
had enough mana to pay for it. He was at only when the Flusterstorm went at 4 that it could pay with the remaining mana that he had.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a Rule of Law could be helpful, but we still need a counter spell because Emil can just come down, blink, dark side, then I guess that's it.
Plays Emil, generates infinite mana. He can draw his whole deck in an opponent's turn, just bounce the Rule of Law before his turn, or try to bounce it several times.
We see a lot of cards discarded here
from the Rafines.
Yeah. I mean, also, if the Bruce player is playing either Besager or Tavara, you don't even need to pass the turn.
Exactly.
And actually,
and I think they are playing both. Yeah, Otawara and Besager, both of them are in Thrasius.
Okay.
Bruce.
So Rule of Law is not gonna be good enough.
Rule of Law and a counter spell.
Yeah. And for reference, there are 27 minutes left in the round. I see an Esper Sentinel in the hand here from the Rafine player. Oh, and we are cracking a Scalding Tarn here.
Yeah, grabbing an island, or something that is also an island.
Most likely, yes. Be very surprised if some mountains showed up here.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a basic island. Esper Sentinel. And we are getting to the end step, so a lot of Thrasios activations here.
With one more mana available for next turn. And
Eladamri, and we can actually do it again.
yeah. So and leave and not taking 2 damage from as he does have and one more mana available. So next turn he will have another activation, one more than he does.
But as far as I can see, so I'm assuming this Eladamri's call is going after.
The standings were shared by the CD by our
Admin here.
Admin here.
Okay, so command tower from Rashmi and an attack with Ledger Shredder. So we'll see if we can try and fix the life totals so we can see them for the next round. They're very small. And Eladamri's call. I think this is probably gonna be a what's it called? Grand Abolisher.
Grand Abolisher or
no, Spellseeker. Okay, and we're just informed that the Bruce Tarl player is on 17. Rashmi, Urza's 28. And
Rashmi at 38. And the Rafin at 36 life.
Yeah. All right.
The Boseiju was revealed from Atrazi's activation, I think.
Yeah, goes directly into play, but still there's no... Yeah, but there... Okay, so we are just casting the Spellseeker here?
And,
or what?
He was just rolling for the crypt, no damage.
No damage, okay.
No, Spellseeker triggers. And he could grab Ephemerate, he could grab...
I'm very curious. Yeah, Ephemerate seems...
Well, there it is.
Curious that they didn't start off with Ranger Captain just to make sure that everything works. There's an abundant... What?
Grab LED, I think. So he can play the... can have both combos on the go.
Maybe there's not enough artifacts and enchantments left for the Emil combo. That's why we're good.
3, 4 with the...
Yeah, that's enough, right?
So yeah, it's exactly...
Should be, okay, so...
And the Arcane Secret, so 5. So,
yeah. Okay, I am...
If it fails, it does have the tutor for the LED.
Okay, and now we see a Cabal Pit taking out the dock side here. Or at least targeting the dock side, I think. Okay.
His last card in hand, it's an intuition, I think. So you can basically use the intuition for the LED and the brain freeze and one more piece that he needs.
Yeah. Oh, I am sure we will see in a moment.
Yeah.
Breach, yeah.
So
I'm still very, very curious that we haven't cast the Ranger Captain.
Yeah. For him to cast the Ranger Captain, he will have every mana that gave him any color of mana. So he does not have any exclusively white source, and he only has, in fact, one available.
Yeah, but I think so. Isn't there was a mana confluence and an arcane signet, right? Those are making white, and then you just need 2 red mana to cast breach and darkside again.
He did cast the Emil this turn as well, so he needed 4 white, and he only had that's most 3 available. The Emil was this turn. Yes.
Okay, some deliberation here on the breach.
Even if they counter the breach, you can use intuition to grab Savins and go from there. He has a lot of mana and a lot of ways to go for it.
Yeah, and every turn, as you said before, it's just 6 card or 7 cards. Oh, bouncing. What are we targeting here?
I'm not sure. Is he targeting Emil?
Probably, yeah. Okay.
Even with that,
if you blink the spell seeker, if there's a stifle in the deck,
yeah,
but that's a stretch.
So basically, it delayed him a bit, but he can play it again, and.
Pact
of negation.
Spicy Pact, no mana to pay for it, right?
Is he playing? No, he does not play.
Dark Ritual.
Neither Dark Ritual
or Cabal.
Or Cabal Ritual. He does not play. I think.
Okay.
He realized that.
I mean, he could be playing Stifle to stifle his own trigger.
Okay. So he didn't realize that this play will be a spike play, as he does not play any ritual. And he does not play Stifle. It was a misplay, okay.
Oh, it's so, okay.
He thought that he still had the Cabal Pit, so a misplay that will cost him the game.
So what was the pact targeting? The pact was the recast of Breach?
Breach.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought this game would have ended a long time ago. I have to admit that. So, but I mean, it is ending for the Raffine player.
Discarding Ranger, so
endurance? That's not endurance.
The snake, not the snake, the one that grabs things from the graveyard.
Oh, Eternal Witness?
I think so. Yeah,
okay.
Eternal Witness. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So basically, just
go again. 3rd time's the charm.
Is it 3rd?
Yeah. So it was bounced and then countered, and now casting ahead.
Exactly.
It's not only in fairy tales, 3 is a magic number. Okay. So I think the players are deliberating here whether or not they can interact or how they should interact. So yeah, breach back in hand, use the remaining floating mana for Cradle, tap Volcanic, and here we go. Third time, does it work?
And
What is the extra 2 mana for?
you need to pay one more for the...
Oh, Thalia.
Does he have enough mana?
I don't think there's enough mana to cast Dockside here, unless there is a LED in the graveyard. I think they might have stopped the attempt here, and Breach will just die. Yep.
Yep.
Wow. Thalia.
Okay.
Okay, so 3 times was not the charm.
No.
Okay, back to Marcio here.
That's the...
Is that the imposter mech?
Yeah.
And what can we get here? Get a Spellseeker.
Spellseeker. Either if you want to go for a more late game plan, go for the...
Also get Eternal Witness, get...
Hash me. There are a lot of things that are really good on the table right now, so...
Yeah, I think getting Eternal Witness here and buying back Psych Rift or Flusterstorm.
Yeah, however, he will...
I mean, this Thalia is really punishing the table.
Yeah.
Okay, considering getting a Rashmi, I
For him, with only 2 cards in hand, would be really good.
yeah, so okay, we're tapping the Chalice instead of the other things. Okay. So yeah.
Copying the Eternal Witness, grabbing the Cyclonic
Yeah.
with its hand. Having 8 mana available now, so
Yeah, and 8 is exactly what a big rift costs when Thalia is in play.
yeah.
But, as we know, before that happens, our Bruce player can draw at least 3 cards.
Yeah. If not more, in fact, I
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Cephalid Colosseum, 4 more. Mana Vault into hand, another. Okay, so this is the moment I would expect to see a Psych Rift here.
Yeah. However, you can draw another more card. One more, as he has.
Yeah, but one more, then there's no mana. Then it has to be a free counterspell, and I think at least Deflecting Swat has been used, which can take Cyclonic Rift anyway. But this is tough for anybody that is not the Bruce player here.
Yeah.
And it's also, if I'm not sure how it was resolved with the pact. If Rafine player dies to their pact trigger, then the Thalia disappears,
Yeah.
making spell casting a lot easier.
Yeah. And well, if the Cyclonic Rift resolves, it does have the Eternal Witness again in hand.
Yeah,
Again.
but
and just
there's also, you can just play Meal and Bound or Flicker Ewit, so
yeah.
it is. I mean, if Marcio can somehow bounce and then Rashmi can Time Twister, then
Then that will have an impact.
but
Other way, That's a lot of mana that
Yeah.
he has.
Okay, so yeah, Rafin dies to their pack trigger. Unfortunate misplay there.
Yeah.
And
For
we'll
the
just
trigger
see
results, he will
Gilded Drake into hand.
and
LED into hand.
So,
Yeah. Orchard into play. Jesus. I mean, it took a bit longer than I expected, but this is usually how it goes when there's a combination of Seedborn and Thrasius at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. It's almost irrelevant for him to play.
Yeah. Okay, so we're trying a big rift here, and I expect another draw, or no?
It does not. It does not mean that he has almost 20 cards in hand. I think so. And lots of mana. So
I mean, Casa, I don't think he's aware, because was also not aware that you had to reveal the card. So
yeah.
okay, so I think we'll just see Rashmi back here. No,
Rebuilding its game.
Hermit and okay, Arcane Signet. Okay,
So now at the
Marcio
top of the turn,
has 1 mana. Rashmi has 3 or 2 mana plus a Hermit activation.
cracking the Marid Mesa, grabbing a Savannah,
Yeah.
and this can go.
Okay, Source of Glaciers. Yeah, just take that out before it can be annoying.
Yeah, forcing him to respond.
Yeah, but that's the same result.
Yeah, and
Oh!
or not. Three more to cast an intuition, and
Yep, and I mean, you have
does
to
not
crack the
need
hair, yeah, right? Yeah.
It does not need the intuition, but
No,
he,
that was clearly a bait.
yeah, but he was forced to.
Yeah. Okay. All the men in the world and all the cards in the world.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find a way.
So there we go.
More mana,
And more.
LED. I expect to see a mana vault now.
Yeah, and
From the crypt.
And the Chrome Mox.
Yeah, the Chrome Mox as well. Like, the Thalia going away is so brutal here, because so Rafa unfortunately cast a Pact of Negation they were unable to pay for, and thus dying in their upkeep. And there's 7 minutes left of the round, but I assume that our Bruce Tall player can finish the game.
Thinking in the next 7 minutes. So, but I do not think this game will pass for the next turn.
No, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, actually, should the Rafin player have kept the Arcane Signet in hand to make sure Dockside doesn't work?
Yeah, he did, and it was enough for him to do not have the 5 mana.
No, but it looks like we're going for a breach line here,
Yeah,
which, I mean, it's nice to have in hand, but I think I would try go for the Emil thing first, if I could, because you probably have to discard your hand here.
yeah.
And if Marcio again can pull something out of his sleeve, you are in a rough position.
and that's what he does. He goes for the dockside first,
Yeah.
grabbing 5 treasures. He does not have the brain freeze in hand from the cards that we've seen.
No. But there is an intuition in the graveyard to just find it. But looks like we're going for the dockside Emil. And there's the white mana, I assume.
Yeah, 2 white mana. They are saying if he does something wrong, he might have a response, but I do not think that he will do anything.
Okay, Emil's on the stack, and there is even mana left over to activate twice. So if something happens,
and even if it gets countered, he does have mana for him to play it again.
Yeah.
Tu queres fazer brain freeze nós os dois e ganhar com o meu forte? Eu acho que porque quando eu fui fazer a survival, não tinha. Eu falei, não tem taça.
So he does not know the deck very well. And,
mas eu aqui posso demonstrar a vocês que eu tenho.
So there's some deliberation on how the player will win the game here.
Yeah, and it might influence on how the.
I am assuming that there is a finale of Devastation in the deck list. Oh yeah, so at least...
Yeah, but the players agree that the win is for the Trazius Bruce.
Yeah, but do we know how?
I'm trying to understand. He said that it would be by milling everyone with the brain freeze and then play the Wheel of Fortune.
But then he loses himself.
Not if he does not mill himself with the brain freeze.
No, but he's drawing all the cards from... so he has to find the... but does he have enough?
It generates it generates infinite mana.
Yeah.
And then he plays the Intuition from the graveyard.
Yeah.
Grabbing the Brain Freeze and casting the Brain Freeze.
But you need cards in graveyard to cast Brain Freeze into Breach. So for him to generate enough cards, I mean, the players conceded, so I was just trying to make sure how it won, but congratulations. It took a lot longer than I expected, but as we so often see, the combination of Seedborn Muse
and... It does have also Lightning Bolt in deck, so basically he could play the Lightning Bolt repeatedly. So.
Okay, so 2 awesome games. We'll have a short break and then we'll be back with the interviews with the winners of each pot. We'll be right back.
Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
Welcome back, and we are here with the winner from our second pod of the split-second table. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You are playing cEDH.
Yes, I am.
Why did you choose to play cEDH, and what is your what are you thinking about the experience on this tournament?
Well, to start things first, I think this tournament is actually pretty great. Actually, we're really pleased by the organization, and thank you very much to accommodate such conditions for us. For the first question about cEDH, well, I play Sultai, and Sultai has a really tough time to try to win like really fast, win consistently. And if I try to go, for example, for a draw engine based strategy like Tasigur or something like that, I'm pretty much I'm restraining myself on my true capabilities. And playing Hermit Druid allows me to have a line to try to go fast, try to go not all in, because I have some backups. Like I play like Memory's Journey, I play Malevolent Druid to try to get some protection in the middle phase. Also, the main reason why I play cEDH is because it's a one-card combo alongside with Doomsday. Doomsday with cEDH, it's 7 mana. It's pretty much the same as Spirit to the Abyss, so it's a one-card combo. We all know it's really good. It makes the job done. And for my deck, I want really to make pressure on my opponents. Like, if I go first or second or even third, I'll try to cast like turn 2 Hermit Druid. Going last is not so great because they can see like at the distance, so it's not as optimal, But in this case, was the first player, and my third and fourth player were turbo combo decks. So I know they couldn't interact with permanent base strategies like Hermit Druid. So that was a big factor. While my second opponent, a player from Sweden, it was my only, the only player who could actually, in time try to stop me interacting with me. So I was, I have a choice between turn 1 Mystic Remora or Hermit Druid.
Okay.
Because I was the first player, I tried to cast Imperial Seal to find Hermit Druid, which, pay off. But if I was the last player, probably, trying to go, a stacks-based route like Mystic Remora or just cast a Dork and pass, to try to develop my board was the most efficient way. In this case, I was just, Imperial Seal, turn to Hermit Druid. Okay, let's see what they have in hand. I also, pack a big punch, I have Force of Negation in my hand. I drew the Force of Will, which is pretty nice. But my second draw was just another Dirk. It doesn't work. If for some reason they stop my Hermit Druid, they kill it. I could still play the mid game. Try to cast some doors. Try to cast Mystic Remora. Get back in the game. Try to make the things flow and. It just pay off, and I'm pretty happy. I'm 2 wins in a row, so pretty great. Yeah, like Doomsday cEDH wins my. I win with that in my first round. Second was with Hermit Druid. So things so far, they work. Pretty great. So I'm pretty happy with the performance, and it's just another deck. But people. It's just like Inala. Inala never comes in, into play. We all know that. It's the same as cEDH. We'll never, ever enter the play unless things really go bad. As Doomsday.
cEDH used to see play with strategies based on cEDH itself, with Yorb and Basalt combo, basically milling your deck
with those 2 cards, but now it does not see almost any play. And congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
And well, for the 2 wins, we have for you to open with us 1 Commander Legends, 1 booster with for you to open.
Oh, thank you very much.
So
yeah, like if you will let me to shout out someone, I like to play the team for Play to Win because they make a special episode, you know, for Halloween and stuff. And Dylan, one of the players, they cast turn 1 Doomsday with Dark Ritual, and my first thought was, my gosh, you can win, you know, like the first card you can stack is Jewel Lotus, like 2 lands in Jewel Lotus is easy. You can mill Dread Return, Narco, and Tessa, so we can win turn 2, win Doomsday, and my mind was just, wow, like that command has potential, you know.
Yeah, the deck has enormous potential. It's like one of those classic commanders that we are having a few here now, and
let me see the rare.
Oh,
Jessica's Will.
Jessica's Will. Jessica's Will.
Alana, Slug, and just a pet of ancestry.
So a really good pull from your booster here.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on your win, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hope to see you here for the semis and the final or the final.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
are back now with the winner of our Cardmarket table. So congratulations, Levi.
Thank you very much.
First of all, I know you are representing Mercadia.
Thank you. Yes.
One of our partners as well. Congratulations on your win. What are you thinking about the tournament, and why did you choose the deck that you are choosing to play?
Okay, first of all, I have to thank you and congratulate you guys because this event is awesome. And for that accounts, I choose to play here, even that I'm qualified to another final tournament in Legacy.
Okay.
So this is for you guys to see how much I like to play this event. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, with the opening of the store, I didn't have much time to create a deck. So I asked my friend Guilherme to borrow me the, and he borrowed me the deck and teach me some lines of win. It's basically a combo deck. And then I have tried. I only bought from my collection 100 that's remaining for the deck. Became full original.
Okay.
So yes, I choose the Crown Trazius deck.
Trazius Bruce.
Bruce, the bonus one. Yeah. You see, I didn't even know the name of the commander, and I already received a hidden card error because I didn't know how the activate ability works.
Yeah, but congratulations, you played it really, really well with going by a control line, with the Seedborn Muse, grabbing basically 6 cards per round.
Yeah, yes.
It was amazing to see you play that line. What are your thoughts on the decks that you have played against? What do you think it's the strongest deck that you find until now?
I think for my match, the Urza deck is very powerful because he is a single mana based and can put some artifacts in the battlefield and combo instantly. For example, Marcio has Intuition for Jeweled Lots, Mana Crypt, So I think his deck was the best of the table.
Okay.
But I think my another opponents have done some misplays by judging the Marcio starts very threatening, and then he starts to remove them. And there's a time when Rafael, which is from Rafini, has to choose to make a plowshare in the Rubric Horror or my Seedborn Music, which already has the Trazius.
Yeah.
And then he chooses to plowshare the Rubric Horror. And I say, what, man? Come on. And then that's why the Seedborn Music gave me so much fuel to finish the matchup. And before that, I think I confront the Danilo. He has like Tevesh Zach, and yes, it's a full control deck, and he plays smoothly and control the match until the end, and we got tired.
Oh, okay, yeah, it makes sense as you are playing also a really a deck that plays a lot of a really good control game. So, congratulations on your win, and we have for you to open with us Commander Legends 1 booster. The last one opened here at Jessica's Will. So let's see if you open as well as the.
Okay, I will try to find a lot because the first box I bought for myself from Commander Legends, the first pick, and it's on YouTube. I don't lie, it's from YouTube. The first pick was the Jeweled Lots.
Okay.
Let's see. A foil one, please. You guys need the tension or something, or just the rare?
Just the rare, if you prefer, or if you have some good.
Well, it's not the wheel we want, but it's what we deserve. The Acromas wheel is also good.
Wheel,
another card, a Pilgrim Eye foil. A Pilgrim Eye, but the Acromas wheel, for sure.
Congratulations on your win, and we hope to see you here in more games either in the semifinals and the final. So good luck for your tournament.
Congratulations for you guys.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
and now we will go for a short break before round 3, and we'll look to see you around.
And welcome back. So I hope you had some good interviews to the winners.
Yeah.
And amazing matches. So 2 great rounds already.
Incredible matches.
I hope you guys have enjoyed the game so far. The players are giving 1 hour lunch break now, so we will be back in 1 hour with round 3. Enrique will leave the booth and I will get Mario in for a couple of rounds, and I'm looking forward to that. While we are on break, we will show some of the finals from our previous tournaments, so don't go anywhere and we will be back in 1 hour.
Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
Today, we bring you the finals of our tournament, Battle for the Wheel of Fortune, featuring Thiago, Kaká, Danilo and Bal competing fiercely for the first place. Danilo is playing Kazur Ukima food chain list, which consists on quickly assembling a food chain loop and killing the table with its commander Ukima. Kaká is playing a Timna Crown blue farm list, a deck that seeks to be the fastest deck, winning with Consultation Tassa or Honorable Breach and Lead combo. Bal is playing Evolution Kenrith list. This deck usually seeks to outvalue other decks at the table by multiple card draw lines and tends to win with Consultation Tassa combos as well. Thiago is playing Yizan Wanderer Bard. This is an adaptive deck with multiple stacks pieces to slow down its opponents and winning by beatdown or by Thought-Knot Seer loops. After his mulligan, Bal kept a hand with a Marsh Flats, a Deathrite Shaman for early ramp, a Dark Confident for card advantage, a Vampiric Tutor and an Imperial Seal to gather his combo pieces or some interaction if needed, an Abrupt Decay for interaction, and an Hellish Norn for value. Thiago kept his first hand with 3 snow-covered forests, a Boreal Druid to ramp, and an Elvish Reclaimer to tutor for an utility land, a Trinisphere to slow down its opponents, and a Force of Vigor for interaction. Danilo also kept his first hand with a Command Tower, an Emergency Zone and a Bayou, Mana Vault and Elvish Mystique for ramp, a Tainted Pact to start his combo, and a Rhystic Study for card advantage. Kaká also had 2 mulligan ones and kept a hand with a Bloodstained Mire, a Marsh Flats and an Arid Mesa, a Chrome Mox and a Dark Ritual for ramp, an Ad Nauseam, and an Honorable Breach. Bal plays a Marsh Flats, fetching for an Underground Sea, taking 1 damage, and plays a Deathrite Shaman and passes the turn. Thiago plays a Snow-Covered Forest and also ramps by playing a Boreal Druid. Danilo plays a Command Tower followed by a Llanowar Elves, and ends his turn. Kaká plays a Polluted Delta fetching for an Underground Sea and also passes. On his turn, Bal skips his land drop and decides to play Dark Confident for some much needed card advantage and passes the turn. Thiago untaps, plays another Snow-Covered Forest and plays his commander Yizan and passes the turn to Danilo. On his turn, he plays a Mana Confluence followed by a Ponder to find some interaction. He can't find anything on his top 3 cards, so he decides to shuffle his deck and draw a card. Kaká on his turn plays a Bloodstained Mire fetching for a Badlands, taking 1 damage, and plays a Chrome Mox, exiling a Gilded Drake, finishing his turn. On Bal's upkeep, he reveals a Gemstone Caverns to the Dark Confident trigger and takes no damage. He then proceeds to his draw and plays a Taiga on his first main phase. He moves to combat, attacking Kaká for 2 damage with his Dark Confident, and passes the turn in case some interaction is needed. Thiago starts his turn by playing yet another Snow-Covered Forest, followed by an Elvish Reclaimer, in hopes to find an utility land next turn. Danilo plays a Bayou, and tries to play Rhystic Study. Kaká responds and tries to go off by playing a Dark Ritual to cast his Ad Nauseam, although Bal casts his Flusterstorm targeting Kaká's Ad Nauseam, and since Kaká has no way to stop Bal's Flusterstorm, the Ad Nauseam is countered and the Rhystic Study enters the battlefield. After that, Danilo takes 1 damage from the Mana Confluence and plays a Mana Vault, passing the turn to Kaká. On his turn, he plays a Marsh Flats, fetching for a Plateau and decides to ramp by playing Arcane Signet, not paying for the Rhystic trigger. Bal starts his turn with a Dark Confident trigger, revealing a Birds of Paradise and taking 1 damage. He plays a Gemstone Caverns and decides to attack Danilo for 2 damage. After that, he plays a Birds of Paradise, paying the Rhystic Study trigger. In Bal's end step, Tiago activates his ability, but Kaká in response casts Opposition Agent, triggering Ristic Study, to which Bal responds to the trigger by casting a Vampiric Tutor, paying for the Ristic Study's trigger. The tutor resolves, and then Danilo draws a card, the Opposition Agent enters the battlefield, allowing Kaká to resolve his ability, exiling an Allosaurus Shepherd. Moving to Tiago's turn, he starts by moves to combat, attacking Kaká and trying to force him to block with his Opposition Agent, but Kaká decides to take the damage instead. Tiago decides to slow down the game and plays a Trinosphere, passing the turn. Danilo plays an Emergency Zone. He then plays a Tainted Bag, to which no one responds, and he proceeds to find the Food Chain. He then plays the Culling Ritual, destroying almost all the battlefield and adding 5 black mana and 4 green mana to his mana pool. He proceeds to play a Praetor's Grasp, targeting Kaká, searching for his Tainted Pact and casting it right away, putting a delay in his hand. Danilo decides to try and win the game, and casts Food Chain followed by an Elvish Mystique, but the table warns him right away that he only has 1 mana left and cannot cast the Elvish Mystique because of the Trinisphere tax. On Kaká's turn, he plays his commander Tymna, thinking about getting some value out of it, and moves to combat attacking Danilo. He remembers Kaká of the Ristic Study trigger that he didn't pay, so he draws a card, and after that Kaká passes a turn. On Bal's turn, he untaps and takes a minute to decide on what to do, but ends up passing the turn in case some interaction is needed. Tiago starts his turn by moving to combat and attacking Kaká once more for 2 damage with Izan, and on his second main phase he surprises the table by casting a Force of Vigor, targeting Danilo's Ristic Study and Food Chain, paying for the Ristic trigger. With the threat dealt with, Tiago ends his turn. Just like Bal, Danilo also decides to pass the turn and save mana just in case. Moving to Kaká's turn, he plays an Arid Mesa, fetching for a Volcanic Island and casts his second commander Crown, to which Danilo responds right away with a delay, countering it. Kaká lets Crown go to the exile with 3 suspend counters on it and moves to combat, sending Tymna at Tiago and the Opposition Agent at Bal. Before damage, Bal casts an Abrupt Decay on Tymna, stopping Kaká from buying more cards. With Tymna dead, Bal takes the damage and Kaká ends his turn. Bal on his turn is a bit unsure on what to play, but ends up paying 3 to cast a Lotus Petal, and passes the turn to Tiago. Tiago starts his turn by playing a Duskwatch Recruiter, moves to combat sending Izan at Danilo for 2 damage, and ends his turn. Since the game state is a bit controlled, Danilo simply plays an Elvish Mystique on his turn and passes to Kaká. On his turn, he plays Tymna for the second time, moving to combat right away, sending his Opposition Agent at Bal, triggering Tymna's ability to buy a card, and ends his turn. Bal moves to his turn and plays a Phantasmal Image copying Tymna, seeking for some card advantage, and passes to Tiago. On his turn, he simply moves to combat, sending Izan once more at Danilo and ends his turn. At Danilo's upkeep, Tiago's Duskwatch Recruiter triggers and transforms into Krallen Horde Howler. Danilo then takes a moment to decide on what to do and plays an Elves of Deep Shadow, passing the turn. Kaká begins his turn by moving straight to combat, sending Tymna at Danilo and the Opposition Agent at Bal. Although Bal is reluctant on losing his Phantasmal Image, he decides to block the Opposition Agent, with it killing both Opposition Agent and Phantasmal Image. Danilo, on the other hand, decides to take the damage, triggering Tymna's ability. On his second main phase, Kaká plays a Mana Crypt and a Sol Ring and ends his turn. At Bal's upkeep, Tiago's Krallen Horde triggers and transforms back into Duskwatch Recruiter. Bal then plays a Dockside Extortionist, creating 3 treasures, and passes to Tiago. On his hand step, Tiago activates Duskwatch Recruiter's ability, revealing a Circle of Dreams Druid, and puts it into his hand. Since the Opposition Agent is dead, Tiago decides to play safe and pass the turn. Danilo also decides to pass the turn and save some mana in case some interaction is needed. At the beginning of Kaká's upkeep, he has 2 triggers on the stack. He first rolls a die and escapes from the creep damage, and the last suspend trigger is removed from Crown, so he casts it from the exile, but the other players remind him that he still needs to pay from the Trinisphere tax, so he proceeds to pay 3 mana for Crown. With Crown already on the battlefield, he proceeds to combat, sending Tymna at Danilo and Crown at Tiago. They both take the damage, triggering Tymna's ability, to draw, and on his second main phase he plays a SplitSecond, fetching for a Brain Freeze. At the beginning of Bal's upkeep, Tiago's Krallen Horde triggers once again and transforms back into the Squatch Recruiter. After some consideration, Bal proceeds to play Survival of the Fittest and discards right away an Eternal Witness to fetch for Dranith's Magistrate, which he plays before passing the turn, triggering Kaka's Crown to draw a card. Before moving to his turn, Tiago activates Izan to fetch a Scavenging Ooze, which he activates right away, exiling Kaka's opposition agent, gaining 1 life this way, and after some advices from the table, Kaka's Tainted Pact as well. On his turn, Tiago moves straight to combat, sending Scavenging Ooze to Kaka, dealing 2 damage. On his end step, Danilo plays an Ad Nauseam, to which Kaka quickly responds with an Unsubstantiate. After his Ad Nauseam getting countered, Danilo decided not to play anything on his turn and passes to Kaka. At the beginning of Kaka's upkeep, Tiago's The Squatch Recruiter triggers, once again transforming into Krallen Horde. Kaka then plays a Watery Grave, moves to combat, sending Crown at Danilo and triggering Timna's ability to draw a card. On his second main phase, he plays a Wishclaw Talisman and tries to go off by casting an Underworld Bridge, without noticing Bal's Dranith's Magistrate, he's still alive. Kaka then decides to activate Wishclaw Talisman, giving it to Tiago and passing the turn sacrificing the Underworld Bridge. Bal starts his turn by doing some threat assessment on the table and decides to play safe by casting a Mana Vault and passing the turn. On his end step, Tiago activates Izan's ability, to which Danilo responds with his Ad Nauseam, taking 11 damage. With that, Tiago fetches for a Landward Tribe and activates Scavenging Ooze to exile Bal's Eternal Witness and Phantasmal Image, gaining 2 life this way. Tiago begins his turn by playing a Snow-Covered Forest, followed by a Circle of Dreams Druid. He then moves to combat, sending Krallen Horde to Danilo and the Scavenging Ooze at Bal. They both take the damage, and on his second main phase, he plays a Manglehorn, triggering Crown. Manglehorn then resolves, destroying Kaka's Soul Ring, and Tiago ends his turn. At the beginning of Danilo's turn, Krallen Horde triggers, transforming into the Squatch Recruiter. On his main phase, Danilo plays a Carpet of Flowers and moves to his second main phase, adding 2 black mana to his mana pool. He then plays an opposition agent, to which Tiago responds, activating Izan, fetching for a Thought-Knot Seer. Tiago then looks at Kaka's hand and exiles Tassa's Oracle, and with that the opposition enters the battlefield and Danilo ends his turn. At the beginning of Kaka's turn, he rolls a die and takes 3 damage from the Mana Creep trigger. He moves straight to combat, sending everything at Danilo. Danilo is obligated to block with everything, or else he dies. After damage resolves, Spellseeker, Elves of Deep Shadow and Elvish Mystique both die, and Kaka draws a card from the Timna's trigger. He then discards out to 7 and ends his turn. On his turn, Bal decided, after some threat assessment, that he needs to do something about Tiago. So he plays an Hellish Norn, dealing with most of the problem, and moves to his end step. Before Tiago's turn, Kaka plays a Snapback, targeting Izan, sending it to his hand. Still, Tiago reveals that he had an Ashai ready for next turn. On Tiago's upkeep, Kaka preferred to play safe and cast an Angel's Grace, guaranteeing that Tiago wouldn't win. Yet, Tiago moves to combat and sends his Thought-Knot Seer at Danilo, killing him this way and ending the final. Due to the COVID pandemic, the finals had a time limit, so after Tiago killed Danilo, the game had to end, and because the game ended in a tie, the staff had to use tiebreaks to decide the winner. After the staff gathered, the positions were the following. The 4th place goes to Danilo, playing Kazur Ukima. The 3rd place goes to Kaka, playing Timna Kraum. The 2nd place goes to Bal, piloting Kenrith, and the 1st place goes to Tiago, piloting Izan. Gambash begins this match playing a Sacred Foundry, following it with a Mox Diamond pitching a Plains and playing his Commander Cole before passing. Fabio moves to his turn. He plays a Training Center and passes. Kaka draws. He plays a Mana Confluence, following it with a Crow Mox, pitching an Enlightened Tutor. He tries to play a Dranith's Magistrate, but Fabio is quick on this response, having a Force of Will on the ready. He takes 1 and exiles a Veyran for the Force, successfully countering the Dranith. Kaka ends his turn. Henrique on his turn plays a Sandstone Needle and passes. Gambas, on his second turn, starts by playing a Spectator Sitting. After some consideration, he plays a Storm Rider rig, ending this turn. Fabio, on his main phase, plays a River Glide Pathway. He follows it right away with his commander Krark. No one responds and Fabio ships the turn to Kaká. He draws, plays a Misty Rainforest, loses 1 life to fetch for an Underground Sea, and casts a Rhystic Study, but Gambas in response plays a Pyroblast to counter it. Since he stepped out, Kaká passes. Henrique untaps. On his main phase he plays a Badlands, follows it with his commander Anje. It resolves and Henrique passes. Gambas draws. He plays a basic mountain, following it with a Birgi and equips the Storm Rider rig on it due to his trigger before passing. Fabio moves to his turn. He plays a Mana Confluence, and it's his turn to try and cast a Rhystic Study for some much needed card advantage. It resolves, and he ends his turn. Kaká draws. He plays a Godless Shrine untapped, followed by his commander Tymna to get some value out of it. Henrique on his turn decides to draw and pass, leaving mana open. Gambas draws. He plays a Mana Confluence and moves straight to combat, sending Birgi at Fabio for 4 damage. Fabio takes it, and Gambas passes, imitating Henrique, leaving money open just in case. Fabio begins his turn by playing an Imperial Recruiter. It resolves, and Fabio fetches for Dockside to his hand and passes. In his end step, Henrique activates Anges 4 times, he plays a Shadow of the Grave to return all cards discarded this way, and with it, Henrique activates Ange 8 more times. Kaká moves to his turn, casts a Cabal Ritual, following it with his commander Crown, not paying for the Rhystic both times and giving 2 draws to Fabio in the process. Kaká moves to combat afterwards, sending Tymna at Fabio for 2 damage, and Crown at Henrique for 4 damage. They both take it, and on Kaká's second main phase, he draws 2 cards from Tymna's trigger and passes. On Kaká's end step, Henrique activates Anje, but in response Kaká plays a Snapback, exiling a Spell Pierce, not paying for the Rhystic, stopping Henrique from a possible early win. Henrique goes to his turn. On his main phase he plays a Snow-Covered Swamp, follows it with a Chrome Mox, exiling a Demonic Tutor and passes, discarding down to 7. Gambas draws, and rushes straight to combat, sending Birgi once again at Fabio for 4 damage, and call at Henrique for 2 damage. After damage, Gambas passes. Fabio moves to his turn. He plays a Polluted Delta, taking 1 damage to fetch for a Volcanic Island. He plays a Mox Diamond, pitching a Flooded Strand, and takes a moment. He plays his second commander Sakashima, triggering Crown, and entering the battlefield as a copy of Krark. He moves to combat, sending both Krark and Imperial Recruiter at Kaká for 3 damage, passing the turn afterwards. Kaká draws, and moves straight to combat, sending once again Tymna at Fabio for 2 damage and Krark at Henrique for 4 damage. They both take the damage, and on his second main phase he draws for Tymna's ability. He plays a Flooded Strand, taking 1 damage to fetch for a Volcanic Island, plays a Gamble, paying for the Rhystic, and discards a Demonic Consultation. Not finished yet, Kaká casts a Toxic Deluge, paying 4 life, this time not paying for the Rhystic. Fabio draws and takes the opportunity to play a Flusterstorm, triggering Krark and his clone. Coins were flipped and 3 copies of the Flusterstorm go onto the stack, on top of the original Flusterstorm. So, without a doubt, countering the Toxic Deluge. With that, Kaká attempts to end his turn, and still at the end step, Henrique casts a Vampiric Tutor. Fabio plays a Mog Savage, targeting the Chrome Mox, triggering Crown and his commanders. Fabio creates 2 more copies of Mog Savage. The first one destroying Henrique's Chrome Mox, the second one destroying Gambas Storm Rider rig, and fizzling this way the original Mog Savage. Henrique moves to his turn. On his main phase, he plays a Jeweled Lodge, not paying for the Rhystic. He proceeds to play his commander Anje without paying for the Rhystic yet again and triggering Crown. It resolves and he passes afterwards. Gambas goes to his turn. He plays a Blasting Station, paying for the Rhystic. He follows it with a Shield Sphere triggering Crown and paying for the Rhystic. It resolves. Gambas then decides to sacrifice it to the Blasting Station, targeting Sakashima, and passes without noticing that Sakashima was a clone of Krark. Fabio on his turn plays a Wooded Foothills. He moves to combat, sending Krark and the Imperial Recruiter again at Kaká for 3 damage. On his second main phase, he plays an Harmonic Prodigy and passes. Kaká moves to his turn. He plays an Ancient Tomb. He moves to combat, sending Crown at Fabio for 4 damage and Tymna at Henrique for 2 damage. On his second main phase, Tymna triggers and Kaká draws 2 cards. He plays a Grim Monolith, not paying for the Rhystic. He follows it with an Intuition, paying for the Rhystic. He fetches for a Silence, an Underworld Breach and a Lead. Henrique chose to give him the Lead and the rest to his graveyard. He plays it without paying for the Rhystic and follows it with a Sevin's Reclamation. Fabio sacrifices his Wooded Foothills to fetch for a mountain. He remembers Kaká about the Rhystic and Kaká lets him draw. Henrique responds with a Deflecting Swat, not paying for the Rhystic, to which Kaká responds immediately with a Miscast, again not paying for the Rhystic. Fabio then responds with a Dual Caster Mage, to create a copy of the Deflecting Swat. It resolves, so Fabio changed the target of the Sevin's Reclamation to a flooded strand, cleaning the stack this way and Kaká passes. On his end step, Henrique still activates Ange and moves to his turn. He draws. He begins his turn activating Ange one time and plays a Scalding Tarn, cracking it, losing 1 life to fetch for a Blood Crypt untapped before passing. Gambas goes to his turn. He plays an Abrade paying for the heuristic and triggering Birgi, targeting the Harmonic Prodigy. Fabio responds immediately with a Brightstone Ritual, triggering Krark, its clones, and the Harmonic Prodigy. Fabio creates 2 copies of the Brightstone Ritual, adding 4 red mana to his mana pool, and the Harmonic Prodigy gets +1/+1, stopping Gambas from killing it. Gambas then plays Goblin Engineer, triggering Crown, Birgi, and paying for the heuristic. It resolves, so Gambas fetches for a Shuku to his graveyard. After some consideration, Gambas decides to activate Blasting Station, sacrificing Birgi to kill the Harmonic Prodigy. And in response, Fabio once again uses the Brightstone Ritual loop, triggering this time Krark, its clone, the Harmonic Prodigy, and Crown. Once again, coins were flipped, and Fabio creates 1 copy of the ritual, and the Harmonic Prodigy gets +1/+1 again, surviving the Blasting Station damage. Gambas decides to pass the turn, but Fabio decides to play safe and repeats the Brightstone Ritual loop 2 more times, making sure Gambas wouldn't kill it later. Fabio draws, plays a Command Tower, follows it with a Mana Crypt and casts a Solve the Equation, triggering Krark, its clone, the Harmonic Prodigy, and Crown. Fabio creates 4 copies, and decides to resolve them one at a time. The first one he fetched for a Pact of Negation, the second one for a Heat Shimmer, the third one for a Gamble, the fourth one for a Fierce Guardianship, and the original spell for a Twin Flame. Winner winner chicken dinner. After all this tutoring of unlikely odds, Fabio decides to try and go for the win. He starts by playing Brightstone Ritual, triggering Krark, its clone, and the Harmonic Prodigy. Henrique in response casts a Tainted Pact, not paying for the heuristic, to which Fabio responds playing a Pact of Negation, again triggering Krark, its clone, and the Harmonic Prodigy, the Traumatic 3 at this point. The first roll he creates a copy of the Pact, countering it the Tainted Pact. The second one he puts the original back in his hand, the third copy bounces back, and the fourth one creates a copy targeting the ritual. Fabio proceeds to resolve the triggers targeting the ritual, adding 4 red mana to his mana pool. He plays a Twin Flame targeting the Harmonic Prodigy, triggering all the dice rolling maniacs, to which Kaká responds with a Pact of Negation, not paying for the heuristic. But Fabio responds with a Fierce Guardianship, again triggering dice rolls. Henrique responds by attempting to dig for something, activating Ange 6 times to maybe find an answer, but no luck. Fabio then starts to resolve the Fierce Guardianship triggers, having the original one bounce to his hand. The second one he counters the Pact of Negation, and the other 2 triggers also bounced back the spell to his hand. With that out of the way, he starts to resolve the Twin Flame triggers. The first one bounces back the original Twin Flame, and the other 3 creates a copy of the Harmonic Prodigy. He plays a Gamble, creating 8 triggers, and 3 of them create copies. The first Gamble he fetched for a card, and discards the Heat Shimmer. The second Gamble he discards a Mind's Desire, and the last one he discards a Pact of Negation. After that, he plays a Strike It Breach to make some extra mana, and explains the table that he can produce an enormous amount of mana to cast a Twin Flame, targeting the Dual Caster Mage, in order to create infinite clones of it to kill everyone. All of his opponents agreed, and since no one had any response, Fabio wins the final match of our tournament. GG. After this long game, way too much dice triggers, and a good showcase why you should always pay your taxes, we finally have a winner for our tournament. Congratulations, Fabio. Raiden begins his turn playing a Mana Confluence. He takes 1 damage to play a Mystic Remora, and ends his turn. João starts his turn playing a City of Traitor. He follows it, exiling a Seeming Spirit Guide to play a Jessica's Will, not paying for the fish. João draws, and the Jessica's Will resolves, adding 7 mana to his mana pool. He plays an Imperial Recruiter to fetch for a Treasonous Ogre, and uses the remaining 4 mana to play it. He activates the Ogre, paying 18 life to add 6 red mana to his mana pool, and plays his Commander Godo, Bandit Warlord. It resolves, and when it enters the battlefield, João fetches for the Helm of the Host to the battlefield. He activates the Treasonous Ogre, paying 15 more life to add 5 red mana to his mana pool, and equips the Helm on Godo. He explains that he has an infinite loop creating infinite attack phases and infinite tokens of Godo as soon as he moves to the combat phase. No one opposes, and the final match is over with a turn 1 win for the Godo deck. GG. With Godo equipped with the Helm of the Host, João can now go to the combat phase, triggering the Helm of the Host to create a non-legendary copy of Godo, with Haste to attack. Due to Godo's second ability, he can create infinite combat phases, creating a new Godo in each of those combat phases, and kill its opponents. Congratulations, João, for the first place on the Battle for the Plateau tournament.
In our Game of Tutors final, we had a Medfarm, an Agila, an Urza, and a Rocco. The game started with Urza playing against Caverns, exiling Isochron Scepter. On his first turn, Animux played Esper Sentinel and passed the turn. Pinastels went for a turn 1 Vampiric Tutor, searching for a card and putting it on top. Wall started his turn by playing a Mana Crypt, followed it up with a Snow-Covered Island, and casted a turn 1 Urza. On his second turn, Animux played a Mana Crypt, tapped the Crypt for 2, went for an Arcane Signet, and with the 3 mana available, he casted a Mayhem Devil. Then proceeded to attack the only other player with black on the table, Pinastels, that was playing Nagila. During his turn, Pinastels played a late Dranith Magistrate as Urza was already on the table. K-Ball took 3 damage from the Mana Crypt. He drew the card for the turn and casted a Winter Orb. He followed up the Winter Orb by playing a Mystic Remora by tapping the Construct. After and before the end of the turn, he played a Mercant Scroll, searching for First Guardianship. During his third turn, Animux played Valky, revealing each opponent's hands, from which he found out that Juan Pego had a full combo, from which he had no choice on taking him his dual caster mage. In his fourth turn, Pina played an Esper Sentinel in a way to hope to draw cards to deal with K-Ball and Animux. At the end of the turn, K-Ball played a Wheel of Invention, tapping Winter Orb, the Construct, Jeweled Amulet, Mana Crypt, and Gamston Caverns. He then chose to search for an artifact with mana cost 3 or less. He found out Proteus Staff and went for his turn. During his main phase, he activated Proteus Staff, targeting the Construct. Animux responded by playing a Dark Ritual, hoping for Pinastels to draw some kind of response, or for him to mill something relevant with Dragon's Race Channeler. Either way, no response was found, so the Proteus activation resolved, and K-Ball found his Ulbrich Horror. He then casted a Tormod Script to return his Mana Crypt to his hand, and tapped Winter Orb to pay for the Esper Sentinel. He then proceeded to demonstrate a loop, where he played the Mana Crypt again, returning the Tormod Script, generating infinite mana. In the final cast of the Mana Crypt, he returned the Dranith Magistrate to its owner's hand, and having infinite mana, he played all his deck with Urza.
Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
And we are back. Our players are back from their lunch break. They're sitting and shuffling up, and we are almost ready with the next round. I have Mario with me in the booth now. Welcome, Mario.
Thank you, Janice. You too, welcome here.
So how have the room been? You've been walking out and around and about.
I mean, it's been a great environment here in Lisbon, Portugal at the cEDH tournament. Lots of great decks, lots of great players. I mean, I'm excited. I just want to see some cards being played.
I don't know how much of the matches you saw on the camera, but they've been great. So I hope the next one here can live up to it. So I also know you've been walking around making some calculations on the meta and seeing what we have here today. Can you show us a bit of your info?
Of course, Janice. So basically, let me talk to you a little bit about the nationalities of this tournament, right?
Yeah.
So, as you know, we have been receiving players from all over the world internationally, and right now we currently have lots and lots of Portuguese players, of course.
Of course.
We always have them here in Portugal. But aside from that, we also have people coming from Malta, right? So
yeah, I think I saw 5 or 6 people from Malta.
Yeah. Currently, I think it's 4 of them.
4? Okay.
4, okay. But yeah, very excited to see the Malta guys here, just trying to combo, trying to get some good games in.
Yeah.
Very excited for these guys. And from Spain, we have a large cohort coming from Spain.
Of course.
14 players.
14 players.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. 14 Spanish players coming and playing at the highest level in Commander. 2 from the USA.
Impressive.
So,
that's a long trek.
Yeah, very long trip, but they made it. They're here, and we are very happy to receive them here.
Always.
Always very nice to see some American players. Slovenians. We have 2 people from Slovenia coming as well, from Northern Europe. So very, very great welcome to them as well. Denmark, we have 2.
I mean, I'm not playing, but I know Kolky is.
Yes, we have Kolky, very well known as a great cEDH player, known internationally. And of course, Janice, our caster.
I am here as well, not playing, but
you could be playing,
right?
I
could be playing.
You could be playing.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, next time for sure. Also, someone from Germany. I have yet to meet him. We have someone from Germany and 2 Swedish players.
Oh, our neighbors here.
Yeah.
Okay, so as we can see, we updated the standings right before we went on lunch break. We have 2 players in front with 10 points. They are currently facing up on our backup feature match table, the Cardmarket table. So depending on how the feature match 1 will go, we might go back to see them. So you've also made a bit information about the meta. What's the most popular commanders today?
Yes, sir. So basically right now we're seeing the top 5 most played commanders are in this order. Timnacrom, Blue Farm, we know it, we love it, it's strong.
Yeah, arguably the best deck in the format.
Arguably, and maybe the best deck in the format.
Yeah.
And Yuriko is very strong right now, too. 6 Yuriko players in this tournament, showing the deck's consistency, its strength, its ability to stay resilient in several different kinds of gameplays, several different kinds of pots. And
it's also, if I might add, it's also a great deck to start on if you're new in cEDH, because it's easy to sort of get into and know how to play it. So that could also be a factor in why there's some.
Certainly, yeah, Yuriko, very, very easy to play, great deck to begin with. And aside from that, we also have Najeela, everyone's favorite 5-color commander. You can play Adnos, you can play Beats, you can play Stacks even, you can play anything with that deck, showing here why it's one of the most powerful 5-color decks in the format, right?
Definitely, it is a powerhouse.
For sure. Aside from that, we have Bruce Thrasios, right?
And I have to say, I'm a bit curious about that, because I would have expected that after Blue Farm and Najeela, it would be Tymna Thrasios, but not. We are seeing Thrasios Bruce instead.
We're seeing Thrasios Bruce, and I think like Janice, because of the addition of reds, that color combination, you can have Dogside, you can have Underworld Breach. So it makes things a little bit more explosive, a little bit more easier for a player to assemble a win con, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why we see Bruce Thrasios coming in a little bit in front of the Thrasios Tymna decks, right?
It makes a lot of sense. So I can see our feature map there are cutting each other's decks. So let's zoom in and see what we have for you guys here. So in our first seed, we have Carrick. It's not the same Carrick player as we had earlier this day, it's another one. In the second seed we have another Blue Farm deck, again, highly represented. And in the third seed we have a personal favorite of mine. I never got to play it, but I think the deck is very cool. It's Orvar. And in the last and fourth seed we have Winota. Probably the best stack deck in the format.
Yeah, probably most definitely the best stack deck.
I'm sure the other players are very happy that Winota is going last.
Yeah, they probably are. They probably are. Dennis.
Yeah. So this is a very varied pot we have here. How is the overall meta in terms of strategies look?
Yeah, that's a great question, Janice. So coming first, we have Kirk. So Kirk is a mono black combo deck. He's really fast. He can go off turn 1, turn 2 consistently. So the players in this pod are going up against the turn 1, maybe Kirk. You know, he's going to drop Kirk turn 1. He's going to play either some kind of Entomb spell or some kind of payoff, like Peer into the Abyss is one of the main cards in Kirk. And we're going to see him try to go off really, really soon. And I think it's the Blue Farm's priority, and also Orvar as well, to just try and keep some kind of interaction for Kirk, because he can really go off really quickly.
This is here where it gets interesting for me, because I agree with you that due to the blue players coming right after Kirk, that actually gives Winota some time to establish themselves and get a presence on the board, and that might actually be hard for the blue players to catch up again. After they have to stop Kirk, then they have to focus on Winota afterwards. How do you see that?
Yeah, Janice, I mean, Winota, although she's going last, she's in a very nice sweet spot, right? Because people are going to be stopping Kirk, the blue players are going to be stopping Kirk, and Winota can just take her time, put it down a stack piece, put down a Rule of Law, Deafening Silence, start constructing their board with small, non-human creatures, and he's going to be able to be really strong in this matchup if he manages to just hold on long enough for someone to interact with Kirk.
Yeah, and we see we already started here while we were speaking. So Kirk started on a Urza Saga and no follow-up. Kind of curious to my, and looks like we have a Wooded Foothills cracked from the Blue Farm player here. And Imseal, yeah, also very strong. I imagine we're gonna see an Imseal here for the Mana Crypt.
That's
classic turn 1 Imseal.
That's a good bet, Janice.
Yeah, so good to see the players are waiting to make any moves, so just to not give away any information.
Yeah, when you're playing with friends, it's normal to shortcut, right?
Yeah.
People shortcut because it's kind of like the etiquette of cEDH. But right now, I mean, we're playing for real, so...
We are playing for real. I mean, there is a tropical island on the line, So I would not give any information away either.
Yeah, the grand prize.
So, okay, so we see an Ancient Tomb into what's it called, Sapphire Medallion. Also a great start from Mono Blue, which is not notoriously known for ramping. So a Sapphire Medallion can really help along here. And we have a Chrome Mox from Winota. Oof. Exiling Skyclave. And turn one Ethersworn Canonist. Okay, this is not great for Kirk.
Kirk does not want this at all.
No,
Yes, he does
I'm
not
also
want this
sure
at all.
that it's not great for the blue farm player as well.
Yeah.
But that's where we see the strength of partners. Really, like in this situation, they'll just dump out their partners, start gaining some advantage. Okay, Swarm from Kirk, and the Saga has ticked up to 2. And I mean, obviously you have removal in black, abundance of removal, but other than that, artifacts are pretty tough to interact with in black.
Yeah, I think you have like 2, 3 maybe artifact removal spells in mono black, so Kirk is kind of just staring at the other Swarm,
Yeah.
and he's being like, I don't know if I can go off with this.
And just as we expected, it was probably the Mana Crypt that was the target for the M-Seal, and now we see Tymna. So everything going kind of according to plan, or at least what we expect from the blue farm player.
Definitely.
So, with this start with the Ethersworn Canonist, how do you see the dynamic change in this? Because now Keurig is really behind, I want to say.
Oh, but Heuristic Study comes down.
Also,
Great
always a
piece.
great start. But again, with Ethersworn Canonist, you only play 1 spell per turn.
Yeah.
So I would imagine it's not the best Heuristic, but it's just another layer of stacks, if you want to call it that.
For sure. But the other Swan is definitely one piece that someone's going to need to remove that in
Yeah.
order to combo, right? It's not going to be there forever, you know?
Exactly, and this is also something that really tells how much skill players have. Because if you remove a stacks piece too early, you might just lose to somebody else. So it's all about timing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a Phyrexian Walker, I believe it was, and I think they're deliberating whether or not to pay for Rhystic right now. And they're not paying. Okay, so first card drawn from Orvar. And Petzl, okay. I mean, if we have a land here, it's a turn 2 Winota with a stacks piece in play already.
It's perfect.
Oh, okay, so I have to be honest, I am not sure what that creature is.
That is an Ornithopter, right? And that taps for any
it's
mana of any color.
it's the Birds of Paradise Ornithopter. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so we get a search here from the Saga and a colorless mana floating. So what are we getting here? A Mox of some kind, or do you want a Soul Ring?
Yeah, it's going for the Soul Ring.
Still far away from Keurig then. It's triple.
He can actually cast it right now.
That is true. And then that's it.
Yeah, and he'll pass after that.
Yeah. Okay. Nice to see players cutting the decks. Good manners.
That's good.
Oh, Lake of the Dead. So, 1, 2. Okay, so we are casting Keurig here, and I'm unsure whether they paid for the Rhystic. I think they did, right?
I am not sure as well, James. Let's see what
Well, I'm basing it on the fact that at least Orvar hasn't drawn a card yet. Yeah, looks like that was paid. Okay, so roll for Crypt here from our blue farm player. That hurt. So, given the state of the game, who's your favorite right now?
I mean, right now, Janice, I'll have to go with Timna Crom, right? The blue farm.
Yeah.
He has 2 lands. He has Timna. He has a mana vault, mana crypt. I'm sorry. So he's in a position where he can just try to outgrind the other players, draw some cards, deal some damage, and keep mana up for possibly removing the other Sworn or interacting with some piece that the other players might play. So I will have to give it to blue farm right now.
Interesting, because I would personally be scared of Winota coming down soon, because this looks like a perfect game for Winota. They already got a really good stacks piece into play, and Winota can already generate a lot of value already next turn.
That is correct. So with the Winota, I think that he still needs 2 mana to play Winota. No, what plus 1 mana? Okay. So yeah, that makes him also a really good contender this table.
Okay, so we are. Looks like we're passing the turn here to Orvar, which is playing Mirage Mirror. Okay. It's an artifact, so technically they can play another spell.
They can.
But just passing the turn. So I think now the table might be on high alert because everybody knows what it means when Winota hits the table. So let's see if there is an additional mana here somewhere. Okay. 3 mana so far, that's not Winota. Oh, that's Sanctum Prelate, right?
I believe so.
Oh, that's interesting. So what would you name here? What number?
I mean, Janice, I would always go maybe for 2.
Yeah?
I mean, Cyclonic Rift is a card in this format, right? So
It
it's
is.
Underworld Breach, lots of counters.
Tainted Pact, Demonic Tutor.
Yeah, you have a lot of good stuff in 2. So he's kinda, I think he's signaling that to the table maybe.
Yeah. I mean, stacks has never been my thing, so I'm clueless on what to say here. I would have guessed 1, but I see you were right saying 2.
Yeah, because he's afraid of the Cyclonic Rift, right? 'Cause
Makes sense.
That's a sweeper that will maybe take him off the game if it's cast.
All right. So, Winota really stacksing this game out, but again, as you said, it's all about the blue farm being able to employ their commanders and just amassing value, and when they're ready, they can do something about it.
Exactly.
Okay, so if Keurig here has another swamp, they potentially have a ton of mana. But the unfortunate thing is that you are only allowed to do one thing.
You are.
Okay, so Grim Tutor?
Grim Tutor coming out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess you could as well just pay mana since you're not allowed to do more than one thing. And we're paying for Ristic. Or at least have the mana. Okay, so
So there's a Kirk trigger when the black spell is cast. Kirk receives a +1/+1 counter, so that's what the dice on the Kirk is for.
I'm aware, but I'm curious where the life loss comes in.
I think he's using Kirk's ability.
But also tap 3 mana.
Yeah,
4
maybe
mana.
it's floating. I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, I'm just curious here. Or maybe he just took the life loss from Grim Tutor up front.
Yeah,
that's probably
that will be my
it.
guess as well.
Okay, so what are you getting here?
mean, it's difficult, right? Because he's either going for a payoff or a removal for Ethersworn.
Yeah.
If he has the payoff in hand, he's going to go for the removal. If he doesn't have the payoff, he'll probably try to maybe get a payoff first, and then try to go for the removal on his next tutor. Yeah.
So chat seems to think they're going for Toxic Deluge, which could also be a really, really good thing on this table. Basically reset everything with Carrick still in play.
Yeah, a Toxic would be a very nice card to have right now for Kirk, son of Yawgmoth.
Yeah.
I don't know if he plays it. I'm thinking not, but we'll see.
Okay, so looks like we passed the turn and we're gonna see Crown. Blue farm just blue farming away.
Always a safe bet, right?
Yeah. I mean, this could really play into Carrick plan. If they got Toxic Deluge here, they now got full value with both of the creatures from blue farm and possibly the entirety of Winota's post-trigger stuff.
Yeah. And now we're seeing them turn sideways against Kirk.
Yeah. Probably realizing that they could all be in danger. Okay. But it is also dangerous for the Carrick to put a Toxic Deluge on the stack, I think, because you have to do it for 4, so you get both Winota and Crown. And if it gets counter, you've lost so much life.
Yeah, you lost like 4 life, and for what? For nothing, really.
Exactly. But then again, I don't think you have any other choice here. Okay. So we have Orba mana.
Let's not forget the Orvar has been drawing cards with a Ristic line. He must have something in his hand that might help the situation.
And here we see Orvar entering the battlefield. Man, they must just... Well, I guess the blue players probably have a counterspell. I would guess. Oh, he cannot play that. Yeah, okay, so table remembers. So there seems to be some discussion about the Sanctum Prelate, but so not. Okay. Let's see if we can get a Winota on the table here. I think we are. It's time for Winota and 3 triggers, or no? What's it called? Canonist is a human for some reason, right?
Yes.
And so is Prelate.
Yes.
Okay, so only 1 trigger.
Only 1 if he attacks with 5x.
Yeah.
Poker, I guess.
All right. So there's some talk around the table right now. What do you think they're discussing?
I mean, I think they're probably saying, guys, do we have a removal? Do we have a counter for Winota? If she comes down, it's going to be pretty hard on us. So what are we going to do? How can we interact with the Winota? And I'm guessing that the Kirk player probably has the removal in his hand. and he's the Winota player is probably trying to figure out if he can safely cast Winota or not.
Okay, so Winota's on the stack. And not paying for Ristic, I see. And it looks like it's gonna resolve. Yep. And the 0-3 is going into the red zone. You love to see it.
It's a great play by Winota.
It is. Okay, so who are you attacking here?
I mean,
are you still going after the Kirk just to punish the life?
Yeah, I would go for Kirk, to be honest, because Kirk is such a fast deck. I mean, if something happens in the board, he is unimpeded, it's going to be pretty hard for someone to stop Kirk if he goes all out. So I would still always go for the Kirk until he's dead.
Makes sense. Okay, so we have one trigger here. Let's see what it brings. What's the best hit you can get here?
I mean, Ranger Captain, probably.
Yeah.
I would say.
Grand Abolisher.
That's also a big hit.
Okay, so not that much damage, but still some. So taking 4. And now we see. Okay, is it time for Toxic?
I would say so, Janice. I would say so.
Yeah, I would agree, but I'm also I'm guessing it's getting countered because everybody has their commanders out and they want to protect them. So that's a high market, right?
Yeah, it's a high market.
Yeah. I mean, you have to go for it, right? You can't really take another full orbit of damage.
No, you can't. You can't. You need to go for it either now.
Oh, I mean, that's even an artifact. We can get some life here.
Yes.
And diligently paying for Ristic, I see as well. Love to see it. Okay. I mean, now I'm very scared for the Winota. Like,
yeah. Now Winota is just the arch enemy right now.
Yeah. But also, correct me if I'm wrong here. Orvar, if they instead bounce the Canonist, they're all set up right. They just need one spell to target a land and they can keep going.
That is correct. That is correct. So that's what he's going to try to do right now.
That is one of the like just target something, untap it, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting another island.
Yeah. I mean, Orvar is one of those commanders, Janice, where you can just combo off instant speed. You know, you have your whole suite, your whole payoff suite, your whole interaction suite is modeled in a way that you can combo off, produce infinite mana in someone else's turn. So the players have to be aware of that as well.
Yeah. So I assume it's one of the 1 mana things. Does this one have buyback?
This does not, I think. I think the one that has it, it's called Whims of Volrath.
Oh. Okay, so gonna see some attacks. Oh. Blue farm players seems to wanting to. Okay, no, their Crown joins in the attack here. I was just worried for a second. get the 2 cards. Okay. So yeah, I just got a confirmation that the card that Orvar cast did target the Ristix Oddies, and others 2 Ristix, and one of them is now a snow something. So okay, Scrubland here from Tremnick, the blue farm player, in the post-combat main here. So we're in a very interesting but tight spot here because several players are threatening the game right now, but everybody is sort of like also playing awkwardly due to the stacks pieces.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Winota is obviously in a great position right now. She has Winota on board. She has lots of creatures that trigger Winota as well when they attack. So if Winota doesn't get removed, Janice, I think we're going to see a lot of good value coming from that side of the board.
I agree.
You can't, discount Orvar at all because it's a blue deck. He has counters, he has interaction up. He's going to do some stuff. We're just going to have to see what that is.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And there's also already the Sapphire Medallion in play, making the mana much more efficient.
That's a big piece, yeah.
So is that Brain Freeze or Snap?
I think it's Brain Freeze.
All right. But it doesn't do much right now as you're not allowed to cast it due to Sanction Prelate.
And you have the others one as well, right?
Yes. This is a very tricky spot. So let's say that blue farm player doesn't have any mana here. If you're Orvar, what do you do then?
I mean, with the amount of mana the blue farm has, I would be scared of a Cyclonic Rift, right?
Yeah.
7 mana, Cyclonic Rift mana. So I would try to keep some interaction up if I'm Orvar, because if I get bounced, that's also gonna leave me in a spot where I'm not really gonna be in a good spot at all, you know.
Also, we have to remember that there is a Grand Abolisher now on Minota's side. So as soon as Orvar is done, they cannot touch Winota.
That is scary. So if I'm Orvar right now, Janice, what I'm thinking is I'm probably going to need to remove that Winota some way or another in my turn cycle. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, Winota might just go off and just prepare a board state that's completely unbreakable, you know?
I'm with you here. I agree. I'm so scared of the Winota right now if I'm in this pot. And chat is rightly calling us out. Of course, they cannot cast Cyclonic Rift because it's a 2-drop.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe we see a personal favorite of mine. Is it called Rushing River? The one where you can sack a land to bounce 2 things?
Yeah, Rushing River, you can bounce 2 things.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll sack a land, but that must be how it works, yeah.
Okay, Arkham's Astrolabe. Also another good target for Orvar. And an artifact. Okay. Do we get to see the untap here or do any... Okay. Winota gets to go nuts now.
Wow.
2 triggers. I mean, I am scared now if I am the Carrick player.
This does not bode well for the rest of the table, Janice.
Not at all. I agree. Okay, Scalding Tarn as land for turn. I mean, you can even activate the Inkmoth Nexus to get a third trigger.
Oh yeah. Not a good spot for our heroes, right?
No, I mean, but this is what Winota does. And maybe it was actually good for them to be in the 4th seed, kind of getting to play a bit. Oh no, I'm 4th, don't worry about me. Now you're all dead.
Also reminding everyone that there's also Otawara that can be played.
Yes, there is Otawara. Okay, we see the activation as mentioned here, and now we need to see the Otawara if it needs to come.
It needs to come right now, Janice, otherwise...
Okay, so... What? Oh, Loyal Apprentice, right?
Yes.
And due to Winota being on field, there's a 1-1 with haste coming.
There will be a 1-1 with haste, exactly.
I mean, somebody could be dead now.
Yeah. Chat saying 4 triggers.
And that is correct. Double draws from the 2 Ristics here. And I mean, they're all locked out of from the Grand Abolisher, so I mean, somebody won't survive this turn, I think.
And Winota has so many creatures that just give double attack phases, double strike. I mean, the probabilities of someone being dead are high right now, and that someone is probably going to be Kirk.
Right? Everything's just attacking. Wow. With for the blue farm.
Wow.
Wow. I am kind of surprised not attacking Carrick here.
Me too, Janice.
Okay, so let's see what Winota has in store for us. And there's 6. Okay, first trigger. What are we getting? Seems to be a tough choice here.
Yeah.
Thalia, another stacking piece. I mean, they're just turning on the screws here.
Yeah, it's just another nail in the coffin, Janice. It's like Thalia makes it so that anytime anyone wants to do anything non-creature like, they're going to need to pay 1 more. I mean,
and this is exactly why Winota is such a strong deck. You just give it an inch, and it takes your whole arm.
Yeah. It's a powerhouse for sure right now in the format.
So there seems to be a discussion on where Thalia should be attacking. I would be surprised if it's not attacking Carrick at this point.
I mean, the Winota player could be thinking like, okay, so I have Kirk stacked out.
Yeah.
I have multiple pieces to stop Kirk. The blue farm, I have a lot of powerful cards as well, so I'm going to try to maybe put some pressure on the blue farm.
I can see that reasoning, definitely. I would just be so scared of Toxic Deluge because that seems like the only thing you can lose to.
Yeah, that would just break the board.
Is that Mock Catcher?
Yeah, I think it's Mock Catcher, exactly. Wow.
Okay, 2 more triggers, right?
Also reminding everyone that these creatures, when they come in, they're indestructible. So even if someone wants to kill them, destroy them, they can't. They're indestructible. Okay, that's an extra attack
Sail is
step
conscripts. Yeah, because this can untap the mock that can then go get Kiki Jiki or something, and then you have infinite creatures here, right? So table is dead, and because they're locked out from Grand Abolisher.
Yeah.
Let's see if they notice it. Wow. Wow. Okay, so it wasn't somebody that died. Everybody died. Oh, how much is the activation for Mock Catcher?
I think it's 4, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay, so they can.
Maybe chat can help us out there.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just taking the other flux. Okay. That is Combat Celebrant, right?
That is combat.
Can you do the thing? No, because you have to do it on attacks, right?
Yeah, I think so. You need to exert it on a specific phase of combat, otherwise it won't just exert.
Okay. So, okay, it seems like Carrick does get a lot. And the blue farm player is at 60. I mean, there's still the option of Toxic here. And somehow Orvar managed not to get hit at all.
Yeah.
This just one bounce spell and Orvar is good. Okay, interesting, very interesting.
So right now for Kirk, this is kind of like the turning point. He's either gonna win here or lose, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think, as you say, that this is gonna be the last orbit from here. If Winota gets another turn, it is over. But we can't really count out any of the decks, because we know how explosive all 3 of them are. They can just win from nothing, basically. Or at least what we see. Okay. What are we gonna see here? Carrick has to... Oof.
That's not what you want to see, Janice, right here.
No, it's a 2-drop. You cannot cast it.
Yeah.
If you even could cast it, you could not do anything with the spell you found. I mean, Carrick is sitting rough here. I think the the Carrick player must really be regretting not getting some sort of removal spell here.
I think so too, Janice.
It's also really taxing just to, like, because of the Orvar having 2 Ristic studies and there's a Thalia, you basically cannot play any spells.
Yeah, you're locked. You're locked from the table.
And due to the Sanctum Prelate on 2, you can't get a reset for the Cyclonic Rift as we talked about.
Yeah.
it is tough. It is tough. Unless you're a Renata, then you're smiling from ear to ear, I guess.
So he kind of has, Winota has a lock in the table that's like, if you try to remove Sanctum with like a 1-drop removal spell, you're not going to be able to cast anything else because of Ethersworn.
Exactly.
If you try to remove Ethersworn, you're still going to be locked with Sanctum. So, and Talia as well. So he's kind of in the position where the odds of him just getting to his turn attacking for Lido are very big. Right
Exactly.
now.
So in my mind, there's only the option for maybe Orvar to do something, because 2 Rhystic, so I'm sure he has a ton of cards in hand, but it needs to be the right cards. So you have to like bounce one thing during one turn, another thing another turn, and then take your turn, and then hopefully win, because you cannot give Winota another turn.
Yeah. And those are a lot of removal pieces, chances. Right?
It is, and mono blue is not great at doing other things than bouncing. But yeah, Connor in the chat is right. Tremnik could have a blue March of Swirling Mist, and if they can follow that up with a win, they might be able to sneak it in, but with 2 Rhystics against the blue deck with open mana, it is rough.
Super rough.
I don't think a March is going to do it. It has to be a Toxic or some sort of Wrath. So I'm wondering what the discussion is here. Oh. So by the look of it, it looks like Mirage Mirror is turning into another Rhystic here. Or what?
Seems like it.
Triple Rhystic before the blue farm turns player. He does not want to lose the blue farm. Tremnik, show us what you got. It has to be good.
It has to be the March.
Yeah, but then you have to beat triple Rhystic after March.
Yeah.
I mean, if Orva takes this, I have to admit it's been handled beautifully. Flying under the radar somehow here, possibly arguing their way into coercing the Venota player to attack Carrick and Blue Farm, because they are known decks that abuse their life totals. And then we'll see.
Probably going to see some end of turn action from the Orvar player.
Seems likely. Connor, I tend to agree with that. I don't think we can have another, especially just because there is an onboard win with Mock Catcher for Kiki, copy Sealess Conscripts, and make infinite creatures, and it's all protected by Grand Abolisher. Okay, so land drop here. What land was that? Is that a City of Brass? City of Brass here from Blue Farm. That looks like the classic, oh, don't worry about me, I have nothing, hand movements. Which, as you know, is not always true.
Sometimes it's just a little old politics trying to get the win right.
Exactly. Alright, so what do we have here? Is that the cEDH's Faithful?
Yes, it's a bounce creature.
Yes, but what do you bounce here?
An excellent question. So we have 4 stacked pieces, including the Grand Vulture if you count that as a stacked piece.
I mean, I have to think this is Tremnick's last turn. So, the only thing they can do here is try and bounce the Canonist and see if they can follow up with more spells. Because if they bounce any other thing, the turn is over, and then you die.
Yeah. And that will kind of open up the table for Orvar and Kirk.
Exactly. So this is very risky. I am sure that Orvar is really hoping, because they will draw 3 cards every time. Okay, let's see. Sacking Tymna.
Wow.
Okay, so... Okay, so bouncing Prelate. I mean... Okay, exciting. I mean, Orvar has to do stuff now, because, as we said... But maybe there was some discussion between the other non-Vinota players on maybe we can do stuff together. If I remove this, you remove that, but...
Yeah, I'm sure there was
so
Janus at some point.
This could possibly, because I count 6 mana plus the reduction from Sapphire Medallion. Now Prelate is gone, so if there is a Cyclonic Rift,
now's the time.
Now's the time. But imagine, like, this is so good for Orvar, even though they have to tap out this turn.
I think if he does do that Janus, the Cyclonic Rift, that'll open up Kirk for maybe a win. So it's going to be a very interesting game from now on.
Definitely. But if that's the case, I also kind of like how Tremnick played it, because they left off a lot of mana being able to do stuff before getting the turn back. Okay, so... Mirage Mirror or what? No Mirage Mirror. Okana again with a great comment here. So if Tremnick follows up after the Cygrith with a Final Fortune, that is my new favorite play I've seen today.
That would be awesome.
That would be very awesome, and that includes we had a very, very spicy Rocco player that 3 times stopped the win.
Wow!
In a deck full of blue deck, in a pot full of blue decks. Okay. So lots of discussion going back and forth here. Players are aware that this is a crucial turn for the rest of the game. Obviously, Carrick and Tremnick here arguing their life that they need to stop the Vinota player. Okay, seen Entomb.
Entomb from Kirk, right?
Yeah, maybe just to draw some cards for Orvar. Maybe there's not a Cyclonic in hand.
mean, I'll be honest, Janice, every time I see an Entomb from that Kirk player, it's usually a win con. I don't think he's going to go for something to help the table out, to be honest.
No, but it could just be, like, obviously still getting their win con, but just to give Orvar some draws to maybe interact.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only thing I can... What is that?
It's Villis.
It's Villis.
Okay, that's a card, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Connor's saying in chat, Kirk's not having a turn if they don't stop with other angles.
Nobody's having another turn.
Yeah,
If
totally
they
agree with you, Connor, there.
Okay, so very curious to see where this leads, because they need to do something about that Minota player. Okay, so there seems to be a lot of discussion going on, and I'm sure there's stuff to discuss, but there is also not the ability to pass the turn, because then you just lose. Assuming there is a Kiki-Jiki in the deck somewhere.
A lot of back and forth from the players.
So maybe this could just be Orvar trying to get the other players to give him cards.
That's a snapback, I think.
Snapback? Okay.
Is it?
Sorry. Okay, so yeah. So yeah, of course we forgot about Thalia, so Orvar was 1 mana short. So now there should be 6 mana. Okay. I mean, if the... Okay, so here we have it.
Here we have it.
Yeah, okay.
This is huge, everyone.
This is huge, because also Tremnik has to tap out, so there's no Final Fortune shenanigans here. Could we see Orvar running away with this now?
I mean, I'm actually more excited to see the Kirk player do his thing than the Orvar, but Orvar is in a really good spot right now. Ristic study, everybody's going to need to play their cards, right?
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, I can't see Orvar losing this, to be honest, but we'll see.
No, but Carrick, as it's been mentioned, there is a Villis in the graveyard. There is exactly enough life for it to being fun.
Yeah. So maybe this is a good time just to explain how the Kirk deck wins. He can combo off with just creature abilities. So he just needs 1 spell.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to combo off using Chainer, Master Dementia.
Yeah.
And Necrotic Ooze and Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
Okay, so can you explain how that works?
So basically what he's going to do is he's going to put Grey Merchant in the graveyard, and he's going to have Chainer, Master Dementia on the battlefield. He will perform a loop where he will he will reanimate the Grey Merchant, Gary, and that will drain the opponent's lives, right? Yeah. Afterwards, he needs to sack Outlet. He'll sack Gary and reanimate again with Chainer. He'll be able to reanimate just using Kirk's ability, because since Chainer is a 3 black mana ability, he'll be able to use Kirk's ability to do Phyrexian mana to play for Chainer's ability. So he's going to loop creatures from his graveyard and just drain the table until he gets the win.
All right. So, okay, we see the chrome marks here, most likely giving Orvar 2 more cards. O'Connor, there is a high market making it possible to give him 1 more life.
But O'Connor's point is solid. He does need some setup for that combo.
Yeah. And I think it's hard to believe that the Orvar hasn't any sorts of counterspell in hand. He's gonna draw so many cards. So Thalia here, and that at least locks out Orvar from interacting here, because they're tapped out.
But they still have the Sapphire Medallion, right?
Yeah, but does that negate the tax from Thalia when you're tapped?
I don't think it does it, Chet?
I mean... And everybody's favorite human is back.
Yeah, the other swan coming into the battlefield.
Yep. And look at that stack of cards in Orvar's hand here. So 14 minutes left in this round, and something I thought would be over a long time ago is somehow still going strong.
Yeah, that Iconic Rift really changed things. I mean, we know there was a shoe-in, and now Orvar is taking the lead, so very interesting matchup between these players. And yeah, we'll get to see who wins, but so far it's been such a good ride.
Definitely, and such a diverse pot also. Mono black, mono blue, Boros stacks, and obviously the poster boy of the format in Blue Farm. We really get to see it all. Okay, so we see Phyrexian Walker and CLS Conscripts discarded to hand size from the Vinoda player here. And let's see if Carrick can pull something off. I'm currently counting 6 mana, so 4 from the Lake of the Dead, 1 from the Swamp, and 1 from the High Market.
Yeah.
There's a Soul Ring in hand, so that's +1.
+1, exactly.
And another Swamp, plus another one, so 8 total mana could be used here. Plus, if Carrick comes down, who's to say how much mana there can be?
And I mean, Winota was forced to play the Talia and the other Sword again, because that's the only way he has to stop someone else from winning.
Exactly. And are we gonna see? Yeah, we are gonna see. So now 5 black mana. Just hard casting one of the big demons.
I mean, that's always an option, right? But that's not gonna win him the game right now.
I know, but I have a hard time seeing which single spell out of Carrick wins here.
It had to be a peer into the abyss, right? That's the only.
Yeah, but if you peer, then you pass.
Exactly. So there's that.
I think what I'm guessing the players is discussing here is you cannot remove the Canonist if you don't win, because that will completely give the game to Orvar. So the Carrick player might have been a bit too hasty in activating the Lake of the Dead here?
Yeah, he has to have a good play right now.
Yeah.
As you said, Pierre won't get him out of this. Villis probably will give him some advantage.
I mean, yeah. Villis, it gives -1, right? And you lose 2 life. So, if we say that Villis gets reanimated with a non-reanimate spell, so there's no life loss, that means that it's probably going to be, let's say, Animate Dead, leaves 3 black mana floating and a swamp. That's 4 activations. That means you can kill Orvar at least. Okay, we're just
going for the other swamp.
Okay.
It's interesting, but I don't know if that's going to be.
Also, not sure that's going to be enough. I mean, as
he's passing.
Okay, so just paid for Dahlia and both of the Ristics. I mean, sure.
If I'm Orvar right now, I'm just thinking, how can I remove both the stack pieces and win on my turn?
Exactly.
I'm just thinking about what am I going to do, how am I going to do it.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Orvar actually doesn't need that much mana when the setup, when you already have the Sapphire Medallion, you already have Orvar in play, you have Mirage Mirror in play. So if they spend some time just bouncing the Canonist, then bouncing Thalia, probably gonna end up having 2 or 3 mana left. Can that be enough?
That's a great question, Janice. I'm not sure if it will be. I'm not very experienced with that deck.
Not me either, I have to admit.
But I do think that he has some shenanigans he can do to produce more islands, get more mana out quickly. So we're gonna need to see.
Also, Tremnek is, or the blue farm player here, is in a tough position. I mean, Dalaman, Thoracle win might be difficult when you're only allowed to cast 1 spell. But I agree. Other than that, I mean, if you go bounce spell, Thoracle, or Consult,
that's the line.
So that's. But I mean, if there's a deck that can do that, it is Blue Farm.
I mean, when you have Dockside, anything's possible, right, Janice?
Exactly, and we do know there is a bounce spell in hand in the cEDH's Fateful, so if you go cEDH's Fateful, Dockside, then the world is yours.
Yeah.
If we disregard the fact that for every spell you cast, Orvar is gonna draw 2 cards.
I think the Timna player realized this is a pivotal moment in the match.
Yeah.
He's taking his time going into the tank.
Yes, I know we said it before, but I do think now this is... You cannot give the Winota player another turn here, and that's given even if Orvar doesn't win on their turn.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is one of those unfortunate situations where one player feeling forced to go for it because they most likely won't get another turn will probably mean that they are handing the game to the next player in the turn order. But you are between a rock and a hard place because, as I said, you cannot pass the turn. Then you will just die.
It's a tough spot. It's a tough spot for the Blue Farm player right now.
Okay, so as predicted, we see the cEDH here, and it has to target, I would assume, I mean, if we see a target on Orvar, it can maybe work out. I'm not sure.
It's tough to say, but I would guess the other one is the prime target for that CDC.
Jose, I would argue that skill is very important in cEDH, and we continuously see good players winning a lot, even across different decks. So even though the deck is important, the skill is by far, in my opinion, the most important asset for a good cEDH player. Okay, so back to the game here. We see a misstep on the CDC.
So now that question that we had, Janice, earlier, does the Sapphire Medallion pay for the Talia? That comes into question, right?
And given we know there is a judge on site there, I assume that the Sapphire Medallion does negate the Thalia tax. And that's the spell for each of those players for that turn.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, obviously you can play artifacts, but in this instance, artifacts won't win you the game.
Yeah, not sure it's relevant right now, the artifacts, right?
I mean, unless Trebnik has really gone deep and included Ether Spellbound, I don't see it.
That is a card, yes.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like we're discarding to hand size here. Okay. I am leaning more and more again towards Benoda coming back from this Cyclonic Rift.
You think so?
Yeah, because Orvar has to bounce again, same situation as Tremnik has to bounce the Canonist, and we all know that if that is what Orvar is doing, Tremnik has to step in, because that means Orvar is going for the win, which then in that case sets up Benoda.
So we kind of have a lock right now, is that what you're saying? We have a lock in which Benoda might be the one that benefits the most from it.
Definitely.
I mean,
I think the best they could do in case they have it is if they can counter Benoda, then we have a game.
Orvar's pilot, Nuno Almeida, is a player that he has a lot of experience in tournaments.
Okay.
So I will be counting on him just trying to make a play here, or just passing with interaction, because
sure,
he really knows what he's doing.
And there's only 3 more minutes left of this round. And Mario, can you tell what happens when we run out of time in your tournaments?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, production, but as soon as the time ends, there will be a draw for all players involved.
As far as I have understood, the active player gets to finish their turn, and when that turn is over, it's a draw.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So, what are we seeing here? I cannot recognize that spell. And neither can the players I can see. Everybody's reading hard. Okay. I'm assuming it's some sort of bounce spell. Or not.
Is it Hidden Strings?
I know that is a magic card, I just don't know what the artwork looks like. It is Geist Wave, it looks like. So it is a bounce spell.
Okay.
And I mean, as we said, it kind of has to target. Or a Hidden Strings could also be, I'm being told here. Yeah, it looks like Hidden Strings. And
this is interesting, Janice, because if he's going for the Hidden Strings, he won't try to win this turn, right?
No. Exactly, and it looks like he's creating more heuristics. I'm very curious as to what is happening here. You see a Chromax, and now I have to admit I don't see anybody winning this game.
I mean, it's gonna draw.
Yeah.
I think Janus is gonna draw.
Yeah, and we see the Winota here, and I mean, and yeah, it's a draw. Wow.
I was not expecting
No,
that.
I was, at several points of this game, I thought that different players had it.
Yeah, Winota had it. At some point, Orvar had a really big advantage as well.
Exactly.
So we got to see a lot of good Magic being played here.
And you just got to see the power of the stacks pieces.
Yeah.
Oh my. How good is Edel's Canonist?
So good. I mean, Winota is such a strong deck.
So, I mean, we didn't get a winner, but we got a very, very exciting and tight game. Like, it was always just about to unravel, but the players managed to keep it under control.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as soon as we see a fast deck like Kirk, hitting the pods, always trying to present a threat, he didn't do very, very well in this game, but I think we got to see a lot of good plays from both Winota. Orvar as well. The Cyclonic Rift was really huge at that point of the game. Otherwise, Winota would have won the game, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here. So, but that's what it is. They all get 1 point. So in this system, players get 1 point each for a draw, and the winner, if there's a winner, get 5 points. So, I mean, it is better than taking a loss here, but it is uphill here if they wanna. So. What I want to do next is I want to highlight one of the artists we have here today. We have an altar artist. We have a video of them altering some cards. Very, very beautiful. So we'll show a short video of them altering the card. Please stay and we'll be back right after that.
Welcome back. We are now going for our round 4 of the tournament. We will have in our feature table Tropical Malcolm, so Malcolm Tana, Tuna Gilas, followed by Yuriko. And the Yuriko player is it's the only player that did not lost any game until now. So let's see how this game goes. What do you expect from this game, Mario?
Well, Henrique, I mean, we're going to see Malcolm Tana starting first, right? Malcolm Tana is a very proactive deck. He's going to try to rush a few dorks and go for a Glinthorn, right? Try to combo off with Malcolm. And then we have the Najiwas, which is arguably the best 5-core deck in the format. You can build it a lot of ways, right? We're going to have a lot to expect from these players. And also Yuriko. We know Yuriko's strong. We know she's consistent. And I'm going to have a really good time just seeing how this Yuriko player is going to try and break the table, right?
Exactly. This can be a really interesting game, and the Tuna Gilas will pressure the lives of everyone, so that can lead for an advantage for Yuriko as well, as it's probably one of the few decks in the format that you can consider the damage as a main win condition, as well for the Najilas as well. So let's see how this game goes. For our table, for our Cardmarket table, we will have a Rafine Doomsday deck, a Blue Farm, another Yuriko, and a Krurk. So let's see. Let's go in. So for our first game, for our fourth game of the fourth round of the stream.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Henrique, that we're seeing so much of Kirk right now. I mean, Kirk's been in the feature table in the last game. He kind of caught a weak hand. He couldn't do much. But we're seeing now Metal, the Spanish player Metal, playing Kirk, son of Yawgmoth, and he's on a winning streak, winning, I think it was 2 games so far. And I mean, I'm very interested to see what the Kirk player is going to do, but let's turn our attention to the feature table where the players are breaking their decks and they're starting off the match.
They're taking their first hands. So let's see what we can expect from here. Until now, no one mulliganed. Najila, well, one mulligan from the Najila from Dogark, I think. Yeah, Dogark.
Or Artur, right?
Artur or Dogark are the 2 Najila players. You met Bro as the Yuriko player, and Jgayu as the Tropical Malcolm player. So one mulligan from Malcolm Tana. So I do expect this to be a fast game, as not a lot of I think none of these decks play any stacks cards that might control the game a bit. They expect to be aggressive, basically hitting on the life hitting on the life as the win condition, not more than usually it happens.
And it's interesting because we're probably going to see some ADNOS coming off from Nagilas, right? They have the ability to ADNOS, right?
They have the ability to ADNOS, but I don't think so. I don't think they will do that in this table, as the lives will be incredibly pressured either by the other Nagila or by Yuriko. Even Malcolm Tana can deal some damage, as it's basically a creature-based deck. So the amount of it's a really focused game on combat damage, and players tend to not play as much with a combat step as it will happen on this table, we hope.
Yeah. Is it safe to say, Enrique, that Yuriko might be in a good spot in this matchup, in this spot in particular?
I do not think so. It can be really good or really bad, as Yuriko needs to have unblocked creatures. He wants to deal, but it takes a lot of advantage of people not running lots of creatures. And Nagila is a creature-based deck. It's a creature-based deck, and so is Malcolm Tana. So I think it can go any way.
Awesome.
Okay, so I'm Henrique, not Kaká, Lucas, but the total rounds will be 5 rounds plus semi-finals and then the final. Let's see what this game will bring us. Players are still ending the mulligans. It's okay. So let's see. So Malcolm Tana starting, playing a Flooded Strand, and casting Elvish Visionary, passing the turn to the Nagila to Artur Peniche.
A good play by Malcolm Tana, because he wants those dorks, right?
Yeah, he needs those dorks to go as fast as he can. And Command Tower followed by a Mox Diamond. This can be really interesting. This can lead to an Agility turn 1. Elves of Deep Shadow, not turn 1, but certainly we will see it turn 2. Let's see how it will go for Dogark. Command Tower followed by Sol Ring, and we will also have the potential for another Nagila turn 2. Really fast starts, don't you think?
Yeah, I agree, Enrique. I think that most of these players are going to try and get their commanders out, as you said. Nagila is going to come out turn 2. Malcolm is going to come out turn 2, probably. And it's going to be a really interesting match between these low-cost commanders, right?
Yeah. Cycling paying 2 life, followed by land and I'm trying to identify what creature is that. Is it Moon Circuit? Network Disruptor from the Yuriko. So, and the Rhystic Study. This can have a lot of impact right now, don't you think?
The Rhystic is a huge piece, especially for the Malcolm Tana. He wants to draw into those cards. He wants to get that card advantage, and now we see the Nagila coming out as well.
Respecting the Rhystic, paying the 1, and passing the turn. So, will we see a second Nagila turn 1, turn 2 Nagila, two turn 2 Nagilas?
That might be a safe bet.
However, for play a Plateau, I think, or a Badlands. It's a Badlands, I think. And turn 2 Nagila, a second one.
There she is.
go, paying the 1 as well. So now it can be interesting as the Eureka player will hit the Malcolm Tana casting, putting into play. Ooh, more
Temporal mastery from the Nagio ability.
From the Eureka ability.
Yeah, I'm sorry, exactly.
And dealing 7 extra damage. This is a really aggressive start for everyone.
For sure.
And discarding a treasure cruise. So let's see how it goes for turn 3. A Sad Gamston Caverns for the Malcantana. Losing 3 life for the Tarnished Citadel. Casting Magda.
Magda, wow. That's not a common piece in Malcampana, right, Enrique?
I'm not sure. I do not play a lot of Malcantana, but he does run Magda. What do you think he wants to tutor with it?
So he can tutor for artifacts and dragons. So, I mean, Birthing Pod is an option. In terms of dragons, I don't know if he runs any, but he does have Niv Mizzet. This deck does run Niv Mizzet, Enrique. So that's going to be a good piece to fetch with Magda, right?
Yeah. And just go off with curiosity. And now we see the first Nagila hitting. Whom did he attack? It did attack the other Nagila player, I think. Or no, the Eureka player. Okay, so
It's fine.
you get 5 treasures and put Niv Mizzet into play. So we have a second Nagila Dogart thinking whom to attack, and goes to the Eureka player, balancing the lives of everyone. So this can be a really interesting. This is clearly a game that can be decided on the combat steps.
For sure.
The Eureka and tapping everything. So let's see how this turn will go.
Are we going to see a lot of that, Enrique? So Najee was going after the Eureka, maybe trying to get her low.
But if they do that and focus on Eureka, the other Nagila might build a bigger board and take out the other Nagila players. So it's a really hard decision making for any player in this table.
For sure. Now we see the March flats coming down on the Eureka side.
So no damage from the ability, from the trigger. So let's see how this second main phase goes. And is thinking on what to do with it.
I mean, the Malcolm Tana player is sitting at a comfortable spot, I think, because he has the Ristic. He can drop Malcolm in his turn and maybe save some room for interaction. So I gotta say that Malcolm Tana looks comfortable right now.
It sure does. With Malcolm and generating the treasures by attacking through the air, as no other players have flying creatures with flying, he will generate the treasures for the Magda. And now the Demonic Tutor coming from Eureka and cracking the fetch land. So I think he's shortcutting doing the two in simultaneously. Yeah, underground seed coming off from the marsh flats, and from the demonic tutor will put a card in his hand.
Who knows what that is? Maybe a mana crypt?
I don't think he will grab a mana crypt. He does not need a lot of colorless mana right now. In fact, well, he does have the extra turn in hand, but that he revealed from Yuriko. But I don't think it will. He will try to run for it.
Looking for a brainstorm to try and hide the temporal mastery, try to get that extra turn off.
I think that will be an option for him, putting the extra turn on the end of one of the Nagila player before him from Dog Arc, and then go with it on his turn. I think that might be one option for him, netting two attacks with Yuriko. So it passes the turn. Okay, so now he's really comfortable with the.
Oh, he's not gonna play it. I think he's thinking.
The Gaia's Cradle. We saw in his hand. Yes, he will play the Gaia's Cradle. Tap for 3 mana and 2 mana from the Cradle, 1 from the Tropical Island, casting Malcolm.
Malcolm comes down.
So now
on
there
his
are
Gaia's side of the field, right?
Yeah, and with a lot of treasure generating ways. So now starting with one, with attacking with Magda, as it's a dwarf that is being tapped, it generates 1 treasure. So a lot. This can now be really. The game is beginning to get to a state that is really interesting, that can flow for any way. The Nagila is pressuring a lot with the attacks and the tokens that are being generated. They both have. Everyone has basically the amount of mana that they need, except for the Yuriko if he wants to play those big spells. Or yeah, he could have grabbed Curse Totem as well, delaying a little bit of the other players. So I don't. So let's see. He just cracked the Scalding Turn, and now playing the mana Confluence. And
he's going for attacks.
Putting 2 more soldiers.
It's starting to get problematic, right? So the Nagila is going to keep attacking, keep building up his wards. It's starting to become a problem to the Yuriko, who's going down to 23 life.
Yeah, and it distributes the damage for 3 for the other Nagila player and 3 for the Yuriko player. So this can be a really interesting game that will develop from now on. So now 3 more tokens. Let's see how the damage will be distributed. 2 more tokens, so a total of 6 damage. 3 from the Nagila, 3 from the tokens.
I gotta say, Enrique, this is shipping out as you called it at the beginning of the game. The Nagilas are attacking, they're putting pressure on the boards. We're seeing a lot of damage going on to the players' faces. I mean, it's turning out into a slugfest.
Yeah, and completely it's So I think it will be 3 damage in front, 3 damage to Yuriko. Basically the same as it happened with the in the other attack, in the attack from the other Nagila player. Let's see how this goes. Players are still discussing on what to do. It's all changing for the token, for the Nagila tokens at the table. 3 tokens.
Those are some nice tokens though. Good looking.
Let's see how this will go.
I think what's most interesting, Enrique, is that the Nagilas are keeping their mana up, right? They're keeping their mana tapped. What do you think they're doing? Are they preparing a payoff spell, some interaction? What are we thinking?
I think they will. They are keeping some mana up for interaction, even if, for example, for Arthur he could have paid the 5 mana and go for an extra attack step before in his turn, and he opted to have the mana up. So I do expect him to have some interaction for the Malcantana that is building his board, being a little bit unnoticed. And the distribution of the damage is 3 in front and 3 to the Yuriko, so let's see how this goes. Played the Cradle, that is giving a total of 4 mana now. At the Cradle in Nagila deck, it's a really important piece for him to develop, to generate tons of mana just by attacking, creating tokens, and tapping the Cradle for next turn. If this board keeps growing as it is, now it will be 8 mana just by tapping the Cradle. The Yuriko player is thinking on what to do just before before the combat step. Scroll rack. This can be interesting. This can. Does he pay the 1? No, it's the first draw that the Ristic will give. The players are respecting a lot of the Ristic studies. As Janice said before, it's a game of resources, so denying draws, it's the best you can do.
I love to see a Ristic gameplay. I mean, that shows the respect the players have for each of their decks, each of their play styles. I love seeing it.
Yeah, so passing the turn. This keeping Yuriko as a possible blocker for the Nagilas, I think.
So if I'm Malcolm Tana, this is a good spot for me to try and combo off here. But I am afraid of the open mana, right? I am afraid of the Nagilas with the open mana, their counters.
He will generate now 3 more treasures, I think. One from the Malcolm and one from the trigger from the Magda, netting a total of 2 treasures, and see.
Wow. Run away together.
Run away away together, returning 2 creatures from different players. So this will target Yuriko and
Interesting.
trying to see if it is Malcolm or Magda. I think he's still deciding. It's a really great card for a really great removal card in Commander. That particularly as the card does not say you need to return one of your own creatures and one of an opponent. It just says from 2 different players.
So, Enrique, if you're Malcolm Tana, are you going to try and defend Malcolm? I mean, obviously he didn't, but would you try and defend it? Does that make sense? Or do you just let it go to your hand?
I think you let it go to your hand. You can generate tons of mana just by attacking with the Magda. Even if you don't use if you don't use those treasures, 4 mana you can use them for a tutor. So basically, you have one possible engine for another gameplay. The Yuriko player opting for putting it in the command zone, as it has the commander ninjutsu, so he can just attack with an unblocked creature and go from there.
Yeah, and it's as you said, is Gayu playing against the Malcolm, preferring to just let his opponents handle it next turn.
It's not. It was barely a time skip. Skip a turn. Basically, just playing the Malcolm as he did last turn and generating 1 mana with the Magda, 1 treasure with Magda. So this can be. I think there are everyone. It's except for the Yuriko right now. And even the Yuriko player, I do not know. I'm not sure if I am correct by saying that everyone can be problematic. I think even Yuriko can be problematic with that scroll rack over there. We saw he revealed that the extra turn spell.
Yeah, Temporal Mastery.
Temporal Mastery that he can put on top and cast it in this next turn as the draw for the turn.
And we see the Najila
attacking.
Arthur going sideways.
Distributing the damage. 5 damage and 4 damage. I think he might be. I think Malcolm Tana is. They are ignoring a bit of him right now, and I do not think that would happen with that bounce spell. However, we do have another attack step right away that might deal a few damage to him, and so we will have 8 more creatures being put. So let's see how this goes.
I mean, Arthur, the Najila player, is just building up his board. Creating tokens, attacking. I mean, he's in a pretty good spot right now. He's also he has some mana up for interaction. So yeah, let's see what he does.
See how he will distribute the damage. In this turn, in the previous attack step, he attacked with 6 to Najila in front and 4 to the Yuriko player. I think he has enough damage to kill the Yuriko player, but he Mitron with one player, but I do still know. Okay,
Should he remove Yuriko though? Is that a good point?
I'm not sure about it.
It might be.
And he deals 3 more damage to the Yuriko, I think. And 7 in front. And 8 to the side. That will block one, so 7 to the side, 7 in front, and 3 to the Yuriko, I think. That will be the math.
And it's interesting, Yuri, because if the Nagilas were inverted, if maybe Dorgak started first, I mean, we could be seeing this kind of board from Dogart, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that will be the development from his next turn. Basically, they are following up. I do this, then Artur Peniche does the plays Nagila, attacks, creates 3 token, created, put a total of 4 damage on the table. 4 damage on the table. Dogark follows this turn by attacking with Nagila, putting 4 damage on the table. Oh, but now Whirly to third. This might be over if he grabs the Revi and the Revi isn't countered. So I think, and
he can go infinite with the Revi, can't he?
He can go as he does have the command tower.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Revi to the top. Let's see how this will develop. Creatures in cEDH are almost uncounterable. There are a few counters that you see playing in the format, so
we're gonna have to see some kind of response from the table, I think, right now. I mean, it's we could be seeing a game-winning attempt.
If it resolves without any response from the other players, the game is over. So let's see how this will go.
What do you think, chat? Will this end right now, or will someone have something to prevent the win from Dogark?
Yes, the comment tower. Yeah, bounces are more seen than counter creature spells, exactly. So that's one option to deal with it. But he can go for it next turn if it is a bounce, so they need to deal with that Revi.
Yeah, that is correct, Connor. There's a lot of removal that can be had at this moment to stop the Nagila player. Let's see if the table can respond accordingly.
Neither the Nagilas are playing a Brook Decay, so there are other options for it, like Alchemist Retrieval from Alchemtana. Assassin's Trophy is an option as well, but it is not uncounterable. Let's see how this goes.
Diabolic Intent, right?
Diabolic Intent, yeah.
Okay. Okay, what could he be going for here, Enrique?
He can grab some protection to cast the Derevi without any problem, or to grab something like something to protect the Derevi as it is already on the table. Or it says that Derevi or Nagila as well. So
Yeah, protection is definitely something that will help them out a lot in this particular situation.
People letting the tutor resolve without any interaction for it. So this can be a signal for him that the other players do not have tons of interaction to deal.
Maybe Sylvan Safekeeper is a possibility.
Sylvan Safekeeper is a possibility. I think the strongest possibility that he could play as, in fact. So 2, 3, 4 mana and 2 damage. There it goes. Paying the 1 for the Ristic as well. And now we will see a delay, one of the few creature counters that play in cEDH.
Are we going to see the interaction coming off from the Geo now trying to protect the Ravi?
I would think so. Let's see how this goes.
Here's the Fierce.
Yeah, Fierce, there you go. Will it pay the 1? It does. We have a counter spell war right now.
Malcolm still. Veil of Summer.
Falling hit with a Veil of Summer. Let's see. Does he have any response to the Veil of Summer? He does with the Deflecting Swat, deflecting the delay to...
This is an incredible stack, you know, like 2 blue players just fighting it out, trying to get the win. I mean...
So, even if the Veil of Summer resolves, the target will be Fierce Guardianship or Deflecting Swat, or even the Veil of Summer as well. So he can just let those
2 cards in hand from the Malcolm player. I mean, the table needs to help out here, I think, because right now Malcolm's just trying to stop the Gila.
Yeah.
And if the Malcolm fails, I mean, it's game for Najil, right?
So we see now the Eureka player casting Flusterstorm. Okay.
Helping out.
So Flusterstorm resolves. But Flusterstorm resolves targeting the Fierce Guardianship. But if it does, the Deflecting Swat will resolve and the delay will be countered. So, oh no, the copies are distributed to counter both. So the Heavy is countered with 3 time counters. Then
I just love the fact. I'm sorry, Eric. I just love the fact that Connor said Fierce Guardianship or Deflecting Swat in chat, and we saw both those cards coming out from the Geo. That's so amazing.
So let's see how this goes. So now without the Heavy, the Dog Arc took a big hit on his gameplay. I think it does only have now 2 cards in hand.
I think it's looking pretty good for Malcolm Tana still, right? So
Yeah.
he doesn't have a lot of interaction, but he must have some kind of payoff, some kind of spell that'll allow him to go a little bit further in the game. What do you think, Enrique?
Well, we see now that the Yuriko player activating the scroll rack, putting 4 cards on top, drawing the Temporal Mastery, as we said before, and playing it with a miracle cost, by the miracle cost. So basically, Time Walk.
Time Walk's legal in this format right now, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good play from the Yuriko player.
And the Time Walk. Now
Temporal Mastery.
Temporal Mastery. It should be exiled. He will have an extra turn, so playing a Notowara as land for the turn, and Memnite. And he will have the extra turn after, so he will play the Yuriko with the ninjutsu in his next turn. So let's see. 3 players with lives with pretty low lives. So he goes for his extra turn now with Yuriko on board. And attacking with Yuriko and Memnite. So there you go, the Temporal Mastery will be exiled on cast, exactly. So it was exiled, but... Ooh!
Oh my god.
So now... the
It's also a
temporal trespass that costs a total of 11 mana, so 11 damage.
Dogart goes to 1.
Dogart goes to 1. And he can play the temporal by exiling cards from his graveyard with Delve, the temporal trespass, and have another attack step. So I think it does have enough for it. 3.
This game just swings completely in Yuriko's favor right now, I think.
Yeah, and there goes the brainstorm. Wow.
There's a reason why that deck is good. It's because you can do this kind of shenanigans, just playing with the top of the deck, playing with the extra turn spells. We're seeing a lot of good stuff from Yuriko right now.
Yeah, even if he does have an extra turn, in that extra turn he will need to deal a total of 24 damage to Arthur Pnish, or he's dead on board for the Nagila player.
It's the toxic. No, temporal, he's going for it.
Yeah. 8, so he does not pay for the Ristic. Everything is exiled from his graveyard. So let's see how this will go.
if you're Isgai, if you're the first Najila player in Riki and you have a counter spell, do you let this pass or do you just?
I think I would let this pass and save it for any way that he could deal a total of 24 damage to me. If it kills the other two players, or if it kills the other two players and has one extra turn, I counter the extra turn. Or there you go with the Tassa's. That's another way. That's another way.
Okay. I see you, Eureka player. I see what you're doing there.
And does it resolve? It does. So the money consultation for the Ristic, paying one for the Ristic, and
is that
no,
game for
it
the table?
didn't attack first. No, he just went for Tassa and consultation, and you see a snapback.
That doesn't resonate.
Exiling an offer you can't refuse, as he did not have mana. Returning Yuriko.
Drawing a card.
Hand.
He wants to draw a card for the Mystic.
Forcing to give a draw to the Ristic. Do we have a winner? I think we do. Yes, we do. So
Yuriko wins the match.
Yuriko again winning one more, being the only player without losses until now. So we will look of what is happening at table 2. So to our card market table, we see that Kirk is gaining a few advantage with Blood Artisan. I think it's Blood Artisan. Blood Celebrant. And with an opposition agent on the table as well. He played the Besiege the Queen. He played Balthor right now. Balthor the Defiled. So attacking with Kirk. And
we've seen a lot of Kirk decks in this tournament, and I mean,
but I think there are only three Kirks or two only, and they are going pretty well in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, it's a really fast deck. People aren't really used to playing against a Kirk. It's not something you see often. Yeah. And here we see the board state by metal. The Spanish player just constructing a really nice battlefield with Blood Celebrant, opposition, Balthor, his commander Kirk. I mean, he looks ready to go off, but the other players, they're not going to let him, I think.
The blue farm player with both of his commanders in the battlefield, so Dark Ritual at the end of the turn of the Raffine's player. And to untap the Mana Crypt, Mana Vault, yeah. So, this was at the upkeep. Okay.
Okay, interesting.
He looks to be at low life, so it was something to be for him to not take unnecessary damage, as he already took a big hit from Kirk. And passing the turn to Yuriko.
Again with the Yuriko. I mean, it's such a good deck, guys. Very consistent. We're going to see a lot of Yurikos in this tournament and in all tournaments all across the world, because the deck is just strong. It does what it does really well. Manipulating the top, getting Yuriko triggers. I mean, it's going to be a great match for the Yuriko player, I think, as well.
So we are trying. So we are trying to get the life totals now. So starting with the Kirk player, we do have he has 21 for the Yuriko player. So for the Raffin player, 28. For the Blue Farm, 11 life. And 28 for the Yuriko player as well. So it's 21 for Kirk, 28 for Raffin, 11 for the Blue Farm, and 28 for the Yuriko. Exactly. The metal deck list will be put it on chat right away. So losing 1 life, the Kirk player, so going to 20, but he will win a lot of life with that Kirk attacks.
Yeah, I mean, Metal has been having a great performance in this tournament. Right now, he's like, I think it's 2-1 or 2-0, not sure.
2-0-1.
2-0-1.
So 2 wins and 1 loss.
A great showing by the Spanish player, just showing the power of Mono Black Kirk, son of Yawgmoth. And yeah, I mean, he also seems to have a great impact in this particular game. So we'll be very excited to see what he's going to come up with and what the other players are going to do to help stop him.
So they are discussing something. And this looks like a really interesting game that similarly to the last one could go either ways. The Blue Farm player does not have a lot of life, but has both commanders on the battlefield, and he can go for a more late game plan with drawing a few cards and building his board through it, and it can go for the Yuriko player that basically lives are a little bit low, not totally low, but a little bit, and it can go for the Raffin that can go off with Doomsday. I'm not sure he can go off with Doomsday with the cage on the battlefield, and he cannot go off clearly with opposition agent on the battlefield, as he needs to search for his library. So let's see. See what will happen. They are discussing something on the table. There is Malevolent Hermit on the battlefield as well, so it's no one can go truly off, I think. I think they are pointing to each other, saying, "Yeah, you can go off. He can go off, but he can't go off because of cage. Well, but he can go off. No, he can't because of the Malevolent Hermit." So I think the table is a little bit stalled by those pieces on the battlefield. No tutors for the other players, except for Kirk, as there is opposition agent on the battlefield. This can be really interesting.
It's an interesting matchup. The Malevolent is a big piece for stopping non-creature based combos, right? Because you need to play 3 more. I'm very interested to see if the blue farm has some kind of interaction in hand, maybe against Kirk or against Yuriko.
Kirk attacking Yuriko, gaining 4 life, and Yuriko losing 4 life, I think 4 or 5 life. I can't see exactly what it's on that die. And a Gilded Drake coming from the Raffine player. I think it will steal the opposition agent, letting him go for a Doomsday plan. Basically, it opens his game plan.
Yeah, because Doomsday tutors, right?
Yeah, it does. You search your library for a total of 5 library graveyard. Library and graveyard for 5 cards. No.
Oh, he's going for Crom. Wow.
Goes for Crom.
Interesting.
This I was not okay. Yeah, it does not have a lot of mana as well, so he needs to draw cards. That's why the Esper is important in his board, and so is the Crown. And
going to the Blue Farm's turn.
He just passes to the Yuriko. Without only Timna as the draw engine for him, it's not great.
There's a lot of, body language coming from the players. Maybe Raffine's telling me, hey, I'm not a threat, I'm just trying to control the board. So we see a lot of different kinds of body language from the players, including Metal as well, pointing and trying to maybe tell the players something about the game.
Let's see how this will develop. A lot of talk happening. Really okay. So it's the Yuriko's turn. So playing a Watery Grave, losing 2 life for it to enter untapped. With the 2 mana available, playing Scroll of Wreck. I think I've seen this before. Deja vu, and in the last game that we saw this, it had such an impact on the game.
Game winning almost, right?
Yeah. With the extra turns and all that damage. For him to finish with Tassa's Oracle and Consultation.
That's the beauty of it. He did all of that, and he finished with Tassa and Consultation, right?
It was like, yeah, I can deal the damage, but nah, I don't want.
I just want to win the game.
Exactly.
Sorry, guys. Okay, but this Yuriko is attacking, right? He's going to try to get the players' life totals down.
And it's.
Mostly
Spectral Sailor. Flash, flying, pay 4 to draw a card. paying one damage,
And I think that's the beauty with Eureka, right? It's not a really expensive cEDH deck. We have a lot of bad cards, quote unquote, but it still managed to have a very good power level, even with quote unquote bad cards.
So let's see how that goes. So let's see if no, they are still discussing and Eureka is still thinking on what to do. Okay, no, he passed to Kirk.
That's a hard tutor. I think that's a tutor that tutors to the hand, right? Directly to the hand.
Yeah, I think so. I think it is. It's not final parting. It's Mastermind's acquisition.
Mastermind's acquisition.
So basically, a tutor for 2 colorless and 2 black. Search your library for a card, put it in your hand, and shuffle.
It's a diabolic tutor.
Yeah, it's a diabolic tutor that here it only costs for the Kirk 2 colorless. He can choose any card from outside of the game, as he does not have a sideboard in the there is not a sideboard for the format.
Which makes cards with Learn also a bit useless, right?
Learn it's a little bit useful as you can use it for in a more
you can draw this card, right?
Loot.
Yeah.
More use it for loot. So I think he could grab Pira. Yes, he can pay a lot of life for the.
He can Pira. He can Pira to the Abyss.
Yeah, he can go for play the life with Blood Celebrant, pay 3 life to generate 1 black for needs to pay 12 life that he has for the colorless, and he will need to pay 6. Is it 6 life? Yeah, so he needs 18 life that he does have to go for the Pira, the Peer into the Abyss. So let's see what he will choose to go for.
And if it's Peer into the Abyss, if it resolves, the probability of it being a game-winning spell is very big. He will have access to those mana rocks. He will have access to his win cons, and he'll probably try to drop Scourge Familiar, which is a creature that'll let him discard and produce 1 black mana.
Yeah.
And that'll give him the gas he needs to win the game.
I do not think it does. He has life to do everything. However, it does have 2 black mana available, so he can go for sacrifice, Rain of Filth, and I think he didn't play yet Dark Ritual, so he can go for all those rituals and then just cast Aether Flux, or he can go for Bolas as well. It does also have a land drop, still. So let's see what will we see now what he tutored. Paying 2 black and paying a lot of life. Grey Merchant.
You see a Gary coming down into the battlefield.
Oh, and this can be interesting with Balthor as well on the battlefield. With Balthor, does he have a sacrifice outlet for it, for the Grey Merchant?
I don't think he does, Enrique, but I mean he can move with Trainer if he has a sack out.
Yeah. Not win, but he will win a lot of life and gain a lot of life, and then will deal a lot of damage. I think that kills the blue farm player.
Well, if it does, he cannot let that Gary resolve if it does kill him.
I think it does. 9. The lists are a little bit above in the chat. I'm not sure if they are or if they are. Yeah, he can saw it in half. Yeah, if it does, the lists are a little bit above in the chat. So let's see how this resolves. Yeah, so it in health will deal.
Just a great play by the Spaniard Metal.
22 damage if he saw it in health.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it will kill everyone.
We could be seeing Metal go 3 for 1 here. Chats.
Attacking with everything. So the only problem for Soy in health is the Malevolent Hermit on the board, and that the Raffine player can crack the LED to counter it. Oh! Cyclonic Rift coming from the Yuriko player.
Wow, the Yuriko player trying to save the game.
Yeah, he can pay 9 life to stop the Blood Celebrant. Yeah, with Blood Celebrant he can pay enough life for it. So Yuriko player kept itself alive. Let's see how this goes. He passed the turn. And is it not a really good draw, I think? Not what he wanted by his reaction.
So, chat, what do you think? Who's going to win this game? Is it the Kirk player? Is it Yuriko? Is it Raffine? I want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to win this game?
Well, Yuriko. Blood Farm. So, Blood Farm is not dead yet. Yeah, true. He could. So this can be really interesting, and these games can still have a lot to happen. We have 10 minutes until the end of the round. So let's see how this plays out. the players are thinking a lot before doing any play, as it can be vital for them in this time of the match and for the tournament as well. Persian is looking for his second win that he needs for to try to go to the top 16. Basically, every player is they need this victory to be assured they can be at the top 16. So 8 minutes left on the rounds. Timna attacking the Yuriko player.
It's looking like it's going to be a draw, Enrique.
So losing 1 life to Timna, drawing 1 card. He has a lot of mana available. Ten mana available. So and a lot of cards in hand. So a hard cast Simian Spirit Guide to have a blocker.
Let's go!
To have a blocker, so it's such a desperate play for him to keep itself alive. So let's see how this will go. He discarded an Ancient Tomb and passed the turn. Is it Ancient Tomb? I think so.
So, Enrique, I know you played Bull Farm for a long time. Have you ever had to hard cast the Simian Spirit Guide?
Not that I could remember. Not that I could remember. I think the last time that I casted a Simian Spirit Guide, it was forced by a Thibault's Trickery. So, yeah.
It was a dangerous Simian Spirit Guide, right?
Yuriko attacking. The blue farm player responding with it with a Pyroblast. It's Pyroblast, yeah, in the Yuriko. Draw from the Esper Sentinel, I think, for the Rafine. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, it resolves, killing the Yuriko.
We're entering the 5-minute mark.
And Cursed Totem, so a way to stop the Blood Celebrant. Now it's not as relevant as it was with the Kirk on the battlefield. And
Could we see a win from Kirk right now?
I don't think so, as he does not have a lot of mana available. So basically, he can play the Kirk, but he is left with no colorless mana, and he cannot activate the blood celebrant to cast anything that has colorless mana in. He might have other cards in hand that will allow him that, but I'm not sure. Well, he attacks the Yuriko, and that can solve that problem. But the Yuriko will respond with the Spectral Sailor. So probably blocking the opposition agent and 4 damage hitting. So yeah, no, 2 damage hit because he had the other creature in the battlefield, Wing Crafter, I think. Is it Wing Crafter? Wing Crafter, yeah. So players will at this time need to think a lot and need to talk a lot to decide on their plays. What do you think about the importance of table talk at this time of game?
I mean, it's really important, right? Because people right now are tired. Most of them are trying to find a way to win the game because they know the time is up. So, I mean, you have to talk to others. You have to make the table understand that there are some big threats in play and you need to address them, or you need to try to avert the intention from yourself. So here it's important to talk, it's important to establish a communication with the other players, but you must also be mindful that the time is almost up, right? You need to play a little bit with that sense of urgency that the time is up. So here is where the most experienced players thrive, right? And do you agree with this, Enrique?
Partially. I think if every player on the table thinks that every action the other players are doing, it's to maximize their possibility of winning. Table talk can be incredibly tricky and can be almost as dangerous as it can be beneficial for you. If you think to maximize every that you and the other players are doing everything to maximize your possibility of winning, can basically it's like something that can go really, really well or really bad. You need to do it really, really carefully. It's another thing to put the players to think about. And with, as you said, at this time the players are already a little bit tired, as basically they are playing since 10 a.m., so 7 hours almost. And now we have the indication that time is up, so I think the game will end in a tie.
Yeah, that was my guess from the 8-minute mark that I would end the tie because no one seems to have a win con in place. But it's as you said, Enrique, people are tired, and right now talking is good, but winning is more important, right?
Yeah, they have a lot of interaction in the Rafin's end, and a lot of interaction from the blue.
Yeah.
Basically, everyone had tons of interaction. The Eureka player had 2 tutors in hand, but basically he could not do anything with them, with the amount of counters. The Kirk player could have gone for Pita, but basically with all that counters available for the other players, it will not resolve for sure. The other flex was at the end. The other flex from the Kirk player was at the hands of the blue farm player, apparently.
Yeah, this was a really interesting match. We had 2 Portuguese players, 2 Spanish players, just finding it out to see who would win the match, and it ended in a draw because there was so much interaction, so many tutors. There was an opposition in play, so 3 players couldn't tutor for anything. I mean, these kinds of grinding matches, they happen, and they're going to happen a lot, guys. And we wish you have a good afternoon. We're going to go have a short break, I think.
We will have now a short break that will have the video of Igor Moraes, that is altering cars here at the event. So we will have a short video of him altering for 6-7 minutes, and we will be back in about 10 15 minutes. So we will be right back.
I'll see you guys.
Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
Hello everybody, I am back in the booth with Mario again. I was told that we just had a very exciting game. Tell us about it, Mario.
Well, Janus, it was a really good game. I mean, we had a game where we had Kirk, we had also as well, I think it was a Yuriko as well.
Yeah.
And then we had the Blue Farm, and we had Rafine Doomsday.
Oh.
So it was a really good game. It was the last game that we had on stream. The Kirk had a really nice board presence. Everybody had counters up. Everybody had interaction. But unfortunately, because the Kirk, son of Yawgmoth, which was played by the Spaniard Metal, had the opposition agent online, no one could tutor for a win con, and the game ended with a draw.
Oh, okay,
so,
another draw.
Yeah, it was exciting. The ending was a bit anticlimactic, right? But it was a super exciting game. Everybody managed to produce a really good board state. No one could actually do anything, so the game ended with a draw.
All right. So, we just posted the standings in the chat. I'm not sure if the latest round has been updated, but can you take us through some of the front runners today?
Yeah, of course, Janice. So, at first, with 16 points, we have You Mad Bro piloting Yuriko. We've seen the Yuriko decks have a lot of success in this tournament. Their strategy is really good, really consistent, resilient, and so he's been doing very well, having taken the first spot in this tournament.
Yeah, so
at the moment.
I think with 16 points you are guaranteed a spot in top 16, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Even before the last round.
I think so.
Yeah, so congratulations to you, Mapro, to being the first player in our top 16. So who else?
So in second place we have Valdemar, which is a personal friend of mine.
Okay.
He has 12 points. He's piloting Crom Tevesh, his own brew.
Yeah.
And I mean he's really good at the deck. The deck is really like built to be a mid-range, kind of grindy approach, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't have Adnos, he doesn't have Peer into the Abyss. He just tries to play several good value pieces, like Wandering Archaic. He tries to finish with Hullbreaker Horror in the Grixis deck. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to move forward into the semifinals and just be able to take a win or two.
I mean, 12 points before this round we just concluded, so maybe he's also already locked. I don't know if you know how the last round went.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the full specifics, but what I do know then is that with 12 points, he's very comfortable to just take a spot in the semifinals.
All right, gotcha. So, I have been told that we also have Tremnik on 16 points, right? Our Spanish friend on Blue Farm, right?
Yeah. So Tremnik has been doing very well with the Blue Farm. I mean, he obviously pilots it very well. He currently sits at the 7th position in the standings, so there might still be the chance that he gets knocked out of the semifinals. but with the way he's playing, with the deck he has, I can't see that happening right now.
Alright, so I was just notified that we got the pots for our next feature match. So we just need a few seconds just to set that up. So we will show a short commercial break and then we'll be back with the next feature match.
Excellent.
Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
And we are back with our feature match table. So, in the first position we have Escaio, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, on Malcolm Tana, classic Pirates deck. Then on the second position we have A1000H on Tymna Kadama. I know you want to say something about it, I'm just going to tell the rest and we can go back. Then we have in third position Levi Constantio on Thrasios Bruce. And in the last spot, the people's champion, you want to call him, Metal on Carrick.
Yes.
So, Mario, you just wanted to talk about Tymna Kadama.
Yeah, of course. So, this deck right now, Tymna Kodama, is piloted by a good friend of mine, Antonio Milomes. I've been playing with him considerably coming up to this tournament. It's a very interesting deck, a stacks deck.
Yeah?
That can combo off with creature abilities from the graveyard.
Oh, so what creatures does it use to combo?
Yeah, of course. So basically he does a Protean Hulk line.
Oh.
That he fetches Karmic Guide, Kiki-Jiki, Felidar Guardian, and he can use those pieces to ETB, reset Karmic Guide, fetch more creatures from the graveyard, and just try to go for the win from that kind of line. Okay. He finishes up with a creature that when it ETBs, each opponent takes 1 damage. So he manages to do infinite ETBs with Kodama and play that creature and just kill the table by draining their life.
I mean, Tymna Kadama is a sweet deck. I'm excited to see this. But I have to say, for me, so far, the deck of the tournament has to be Carrick. I've never seen as much Carrick as I've been seen today.
I mean, Kirk is so good, Janice, and Meadow has been piloting it so well. I mean, he's right now 3-1-1 coming into this game.
Oh, so that's also locked for top 16. We have another one.
Yeah, we have another Kirk, exactly. But just seeing Meadow play with Kirk, navigating around the table, talking to other people, politicking, because Kirk is not really a deck that you can politic with. And he's been doing it on a very high level. So it's really exciting for me to see what Mel is going to bring to this game, if he's going to try to combo fast, if he's going to try to read the table. I'm really hoping he's going to be able to just produce a really good match for this time.
Hopefully. So the players are shuffling up currently, and what do you think? With the setup we have the Malcolm Pirates deck, the Timor Pirates in the first seat, can be explosive but can also play the mid-range game. Then we have your friend here with the famous Timna Kodama, Bruce Thrasius. We've already seen that perform well today, and then of course Carrick. Carrick again in 4th seat, not ideal I guess for that type of deck. So what is your prediction? How will this fold out?
So yeah, as you said, Kirk being in the last position is not ideal for the deck. He wants to go first, he wants to go fast, he wants to try to combo turn 1, turn 2, maybe turn 3. After that it gets a little bit harder to just outpace the table. So he's going to have maybe a little bit of disadvantage coming into this matchup. But I think that with the right positioning, with the right pieces, he's going to be able to just surprise everybody with a win. Now, I'm betting my cards right now on Bruce Thrasius.
Yeah.
Levi Constancio is a long-time Magic player, a judge as well. He has been playing the Legacy scene for as long as I've known him, so he's a Legacy player. You might relate to that, of course.
I do.
So I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring to the table with his own approach to the game.
Same here, and I'm excited to see more Bruce Thrasius, because as I said earlier, I'm a bit surprised that we don't see that much Timna Thrasius, but you made all good arguments for why we are seeing Bruce. Red cards are suddenly insane in cEDH.
They are, Janice, and we're going to see a lot of those red cards in this matchup, hopefully.
Oh yeah.
A lot of Dog Sides, a lot of Jessica's Wills, Dual Caster is a card in this format. I mean, very excited to see what the red decks will bring to the table, both Timor Pirates and Bruce Thrasius as well.
Yeah, I in my opinion, I would give a slight advantage to Malcolm Tanner, and only because they're in the first seed. Seeding is so important in cEDH, especially at the end of the day. People are a bit tired. They're not as sharp-minded as they are in round 1. So being that first seed where you can maybe leverage that tiredness a bit more, I would say a slight favor to the Timor Pirates. But then again, it is cEDH, everybody is bringing powerful cards to the table, and everybody can win all the time.
For sure. And I'm going to be excited to see what the Timor Pirates brings coming in at turn 1. He's probably going to go with a Dork pass, or maybe a Malcolm turn 1, but this is a deck, Janice, that can threaten a win turn 2, turn 3. It's going to combo with creature abilities, with Glinthorn, you already know how it is. And I'm going to be excited to see what he's going to bring to the table, if he's going to be able to put Malcolm in fast, those Darks in fast, get a Neo form, get an Eldritch, and land that Glinthorn on the table.
Exactly. So you mentioned that your friend on the Kodama Timna was sort of stacksy, and going in 2nd seed is obviously not as good as going first, but you're still ahead of 2 players, so you can get some stacks elements down before they really get moving.
Exactly. So what are we going to see from that deck, from the Timna Kodama? We're going to see maybe a Deafening Silence turn 1, maybe a Rule of Wall turn 2, and we're going to see some Dorks and some key pieces like a Dranet coming in as well. So if he can get those pieces in, he's going to have a good match. If not, he's going to always be trying to one-up the table and trying to get advantage slowly with Timna, with some of the value pieces he has.
Makes a lot of sense. So it looks like we have 2 gemstone mines.
Wow.
You don't see that often.
That's crazy.
But a huge thing for Carrick, I would say here. Going forth and having that extra punch of mana early on, especially when you're after the stack, can be really important. So we see the favored start of Jeweled Lotus, which conveniently enough makes 3 mana, which is Malcolm mana.
It's just enough for Malcolm.
Exactly. So great start from our Malcolm player here. Passing on to Timna Kodama.
Let's see what Milomes does.
Okay, Misty here. Immediately crack. No Dark Ritual Opposition Agent? Nope. All good. So, as you said, this will probably be a mana dork, but if we see a white land, then maybe we have the turn 1 Deafening Silence, which will be really good, except it doesn't really stop Malcolm Tanner.
Exactly. So Malcolm Tanner is sitting on a very nice spot if the Deafening Silence hits the battlefield right now.
Yeah. Okay, but no Deafening Silence because Bio doesn't produce white mana, so Mana Crypt. That is Demonic Tutor with a colorless floating.
Wow, that's a good start.
Yeah.
I have to say that's a good start.
That could be a turn 2 Kodama if he goes for Dual Lotus here.
That is an option, and knowing him, he might go for that.
Oh, I think that was a wild card, so probably one of the Staxier elements.
Eidolon of Rhetoric, is my guess.
Yes.
He wants that.
Rule of Law on Lex.
Yeah.
Okay, so is again with the new artwork here, I'm a bit unsure what that is. Some sort of elf, maybe. Can you identify that card?
That's a Noble Hierarch.
That's Noble
I
Hierarch.
believe.
Okay, I've never seen that artwork. Okay, so all players having great starts so far. Let's see if Carrick can follow it up.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty about Kirk is that right now players don't seem to have much mana up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he has the gemstone, he can tap for any type of mana. He can produce a win right now, you know, he can go for it. Let's see if he does.
Let's see. I'm sure chat would be livid if we got a turn 1 win from Carrick, especially from Metal. I've seen somebody root for him in chat.
Also considering that he got a Vampiric Tutor in, right?
Ooh. Yeah, was that end step from...
I believe so, yeah.
This could be a fast one then. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
He got.
The son of Yachmoth is here. Okay, and I believe there's one floating, right?
Oh my goodness, that's a big piece for Kirk. So
okay.
What that does is that allows him to use Kirk's ability, pay life, and convert mana, Kirk mana,
life to
into a generic mana in order to cast his spells.
Exactly. So this is the Treasonous Augur for this deck.
Exactly.
Okay. So great starts all around.
Super good start.
Okay. So now we see how much life Metal is gonna pump in here.
Yeah, he drops the Mox Amber.
Seems pretty free.
Super free.
And that's a lot of life already. Pestilence.
Pestilence, wow.
I mean, Malcolm cannot be happy about that.
He is not, Janice, he is not. And neither is Timna Kodama, to be honest, because they need those creatures on board to get going.
And you gotta be a bit sad that you didn't go for the actual Rule of Law now instead of a 3-1 or 1-3.
You gotta be. Because sometimes people think it's a creature, so it's more resilient.
Yeah,
but
it is more resilient on the stack.
Yeah,
but that's only where.
Exactly.
All right, Pestilence. What a throwback.
Yes. Great card. I believe they used to play it on the old standard, I think it was T3 Necropotence.
Yeah. It did. Back when I was a kid. Those were days. So I have to assume here that you kill the Malcolm and the Noble Hierarch, right?
Wait. You cannot
so you
It's okay. I never lost track of the
I saw it too. You had to restart from that, right?
So seems there's gonna be some politicking here from Metal. I would assume that he's saying that if you attack, I'm killing Malcolm.
That would be pretty accurate. I mean, Metal doesn't want to use Pestilence because that means his Blood Celebrant will die, which is a major piece in his deck.
Exactly.
So he's trying to avoid using Pestilence, right? He can if he wants to, but it's not ideal for him. Oh, Tandem Lookout. A curiosity effect.
Yeah, exactly. And this, now you have to do it, right?
I mean,
it generates mana and cards, and you get 3 creatures.
He can let it hit the battlefield, right? Because he can use Pestilence, let it in, just kill the board. But I mean, if Malcolm attacks, it's going to be 1 treasure, 1 card, and that's the kind of value you want to avoid the player having.
Exactly.
Right? Draws and mana.
Yeah, so I agree. I would let it resolve, but as soon as we enter combat, I would activate the Pestilence.
Yeah, that would be a good play.
Oh. No effect. I mean, also, as you said, you don't want to kill your own creature, but this can get out of hand.
Really fast, Janus. I mean, if he keeps doing that for like 2-3 turns, it's going to be like 3 treasures, 3 card draw, and that's a lot for that deck to have.
Exactly. Okay. And we see a passing here, so rolling for Crypt. So, are you dropping the Rule of Law creature here into the onboard Pestilence?
That's a hard choice, Janus, but to be honest, it's really hard to determine if it's going to be a good drop or not at this turn. I would just go for Timna maybe.
Okay.
And just try to let other people handle each other's problems, you know?
Is there any argument to forcing, like playing and thus forcing him to do it? Because as we talked about earlier in the day, Keurig is sort of gated by its life total, and having to kill 3 power creatures cost a lot of life. But it seems like we're going for a survival instead.
I really like this play by my Milamis because this allows him to turn his Eidolon, which was basically dead on site for Pestilence, into something else, which will help him a lot. So I really like this play by Milamis.
Ooh, okay. So what are we targeting here? Keurig, I imagine.
That would be my guess.
And this basically forces him to wrath the board, right?
It does. It does force him to wrath the board. Or he can wait a little bit till his turn to rat it, but he needs to rat it now, because if he loses Kirk, he won't be able to activate Pestilence.
Exactly. So, table are deliberating a bit here, but
I think Antonio Milamis is trying to switch the attention onto the Malcolm, saying it's a combo piece.
Yeah.
He can go off really fast. I mean...
Oh, I agree, and Malcolm has a great start here. Turn 1 Malcolm into turn 2 Tandem, draw a card, make a treasure. I would be surprised if we don't see the activation here, because you also get some life back if the Swords of Plowshares is targeting Keurig. It's a small price, I get that, but...
You do, but it will set off Metal really bad.
Yeah.
He will be a bit out of the game. He will be able to do stuff still. He has a lot of combos that don't depend on Kirk, but Kirk is a major piece in his deck, so...
Of course. So... Also only 1 card left in hand. It's a rough position, but do you have any choice here?
It's a tough position for Metal.
100%, and I don't envy him, but with one card in hand, I don't think you can let Malcolm survive.
Yeah, I would go for Malcolm, I guess, in this particular situation. It's just because if Malcolm gets to his turn, if he manages to Eldritch or Worldly Tutor,
the game is over.
Anything, he gets Glinthorn, and it's going to be really, really difficult to stop that combo.
Exactly, and there's only one other blue deck in the pot, so at least, and I know we say it a lot, creatures are really hard to counter, but it is a way to stop creatures.
Okay, so Malcolm is exiled.
Yeah. Okay, so it was targeting. No, it wasn't.
I believe Pestilence was activated as well.
Yeah. So, yeah. And yes, looks like Carrick was the target, so yeah. We came to the right conclusions.
Yeah. And this is not good for Metal.
Oh, no. One card in hand. It is rough. But this, on the other hand, then really sets up Chimna Kodama. Still survival in hand, didn't lose the Eidolon,
exactly,
which is now sort of safe.
Yeah, so that's an excellent point, Janice. I think in this current board state, Chimna Kodama is definitely an advantage. I mean, Antonio has the Survival of the Fittest, which we know is one of the most powerful creature tiers in the format.
Definitely.
He can and will use it to grab any kind of piece he wants to. He will be pretty adaptable. So right now I'm giving it to Antonio Milomes at the head of the game right now.
Yeah. All right. So Demons, was that it? And Malevolent Hermit here. Okay, so yeah, just a sad pass here from Metal. Oh. 1 mana, 1 card, or now 2 cards in hand. It is rough.
It is rough.
All right. Malcolm here could be deployed again. And I kind of like that. It all really depends on how you perceive Antonio's next move here. He has left up the green mana to go get any creature he wants. And with 4 mana on table, possibly 5 or more next turn, what would you think he would go for here? And we see Malcolm redeployed as I expected. Okay, losing. Yeah.
It really depends on his hand, because if Antonio, if Kodama and Timna has the land in play, he might go for the Eidolon, or he might go for Kodama outright. You know, he has that ability.
Yeah. There's also the issue of no white mana currently. Sylvan Safekeeper. Ancient, so still no white mana.
They both win if they both die.
But we could see a Kodama next turn, which conveniently can go around mana costs.
It can. And that would be my bet, Janice. I think he's going to do it.
I'm curious what they're discussing here in terms of the Hermit, because no non-creature spells have been played.
The Hermit is an interesting piece against Malcolm Tana, because he Eldritch Evolution, he has a lot of creature tutors, non-creature tutors. So, I mean, it's stopping mostly Malcolm Tana.
Oh, it looks like it was just an attack and then a Thrasios. Okay, Metal, show us some good cards. Just a pass, yeah. That was a really rough opening for Metal here. Okay, so we have a Taiga and a Volcanic, right? And an Ancient Tomb, so we're starting to get there if we can find another creature and a creature like Neoform or Eldritch Evolution.
Yeah. Or if he can draw into Glinthorn outright, he also has mana to just hardcast it.
Exactly, yeah. Though he will need an extra red for the activation.
That is true. Although Malcolm and Glentorn, when they connect in the attack, he'll produce 2 treasures.
True.
Because of Malcolm. So.
But it doesn't look like there was any. Okay, Vampiric Tutor here.
Vamp Tutor coming
Are we just searching for a white land here? I'll be honest. I have used Vampiric Tutor to find a land before. I'm not proud about it, but I have.
And that's a play, and sometimes you need to do that. I'm not sure if that's what Antonio is getting.
No. I mean, if we're going for the Kodama, is there... What do you want to put in with Kodama?
So, normally you would want something to protect Kodama. You already have Sylvan Safekeeper,
exactly.
So that's good. And what he's trying to find right now is maybe a combo piece with Kodama, or a way to... Oh, he got the command tower. He got the command tower. He's going to go for the Eidolon, I think.
I've been there.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Yeah.
Rule of law.
Rule of law. Even better.
We're discussing it, and he definitely has it.
So the last card is the Eidolon. Presumably, right?
Presumably.
Unless our eyes don't work.
That he can still pitch to survival.
Exactly. But players, or at least the 2 non-blue players, seems to be pretty low on resources now. Though survival and rule of law and stuff makes Antonio's position a lot better than Metal's.
Yeah. If I was the Thrasios Bruce, I would consider countering it with Malevolent, but Milamish had mana up, so
exactly.
That's not even an option.
So looks like we are in Bruce Thrasios' turn here, and another attack on So it seems like the table is perceiving Malcolm Tanner as the threat right now. That's at least where the attacks are going. Maybe there's also some sympathy for Metal here, because his position is not looking great. But if we are completely honest, you need to threaten the life total of Kirk players.
Yeah, Kirk can just win off thin air, so getting him off the game is always good. Toski.
That's a good draw. Okay, now we have the mana and the cards flowing.
He has a nice engine up.
So, are you familiar enough with Antonio's list? Is there any creature he can go and find here with survival to put a stopper to this?
I mean, there are several white cards that prohibit players from drawing, like Eidolon of the Labyrinth, I guess. Or
No, it's a Spirit of the Labyrinth. Yes.
But I'm not sure he plays it.
No.
And I'm not sure if he's going to try and impede the Malcolm. I think he's going to go try and push his own game plan forward.
Makes sense, but it has to be soon, because soon the Malcolm player will draw a lot of cards. And
he will.
This could be the time to sneak in the Kodama to make sure you can circumvent the stack.
Yeah, I think that's going to be Milamish play. He's going to attempt to cast Kodama, probably be allowed to, and he's going to pass afterwards and just hope for the best.
Yeah, and if nothing else, he has a big 3 that could punch people.
Exactly.
Okay. Man, I have to say, I haven't played against Toski a lot in Copenhagen, but I've been really impressed with it today, especially from that Najila player. Wow.
Yeah. No, Toski is just good overall because he's indestructible. He draws you cards for each attacking creature that deals damage.
Yeah.
So you're going to get a lot of value out of a single 4-drop.
Exactly.
It's like a green ad nauseam. If you have enough tokens on board, if you swing with enough, you're going to do an ad nauseam and you're not going to lose any life with it.
Okay, so seems like the Toski has resolved and we see the attack. Again, there's some attack going towards Bruce. Again, I am kind of curious why you're not attacking the black players here.
It's a hard call, but my would guess is that Levy, the Bruce style player, he thinks that Kirk is deactivated, right? So he's low on his life. He can't put Kirk on the battlefield, which is true.
Yeah, for now.
For now. So what he perceives is that, okay, Malcolm can combo off with creatures without using any spells, just one spell, win turn or whatever. So he's going to try and put the maximum amount of pressure on Malcolm, so that he feels tempted to not attack with Malcolm.
Yeah.
Which he's going to do anyway.
That's what Malcolm players do. That's why you have it in the deck.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's see what Antonio. No activation. So maybe the rule of law was what was found with the money tutor?
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that the rule of law was what he fetched. Land, okay.
Oh, that's... Now it feels really sad to have...
It feels bad, man, because he went for the command tower, now he gets the... his body language is like, man, why did this draw happen? You know, why am I in this position?
Exactly.
It's just like you did everything well. It's just the card draws were not ideal.
Okay, so 4 mana. Oh, it's just Tymna. Makes sense. Trying to recoup some. You can attack. There's a free attack right ahead or at Keurig to draw at least one card.
Yeah, he's going into the same game as the Malcolm, right? He's going to try to get some value, get some attacks in.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about the Tymna Kodama deck is that he can't, with Kodama on board, he can win instant speed.
Oh.
He can win on top of a stack with Saw in half. He can fetch his pieces that he needs and he can just win instant speed on the stack.
That's exciting. I always love decks that has that ability. Whenever somebody thinks, like there's a big counter war, somebody thinks they won, hold on, now I'm gonna win.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the Eternal Witness, that we learned, right?
Yeah, that is the Eternal Witness coming on board for Levi Costasio.
Yeah. So what are you getting here? Are you getting Swords to Plowshares to try and take out the Toski? Or are you getting a...
Oh, but he's getting a land.
Land.
I mean, I recorded myself.
When you're getting the land, that just tells me that you're expecting this game to go long. What's your... Is that your expectation as well?
I think he got the land because he wants to... Levi is a really good Magic player, so he knows he needs to ramp each turn to retain his advantage, to use Thrasios as well. So giving him the land gives him the ability to next turn just pass untapped and activate Thrasios.
The good old
Thrasios Passios.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. And it also gives him the ability to use Malevolent Hermit on this turn cycle, which is huge as well.
It is. And he is no attacks here now. Like, we are at the stage where he won't allow free attacks anymore.
Yeah, that Tymna and that Toski, I mean, that's a good play by Levi, just keeping his walkers up.
Exactly.
Can't blame him.
Okay, so I'm expecting to see the Malcolm fly wherever and the Toski just going straight ahead, poking Keurig.
So I expect that too.
So, asking if the backside is a flyer, I'm assuming, and yes it is.
But I think we cannot use it.
Okay, and making a treasure and drawing 2 cards, not bad for an attack.
That's not bad at all. You basically have a Tymna, and you get treasures.
Exactly.
What can you ask?
All right. So, do you know, does the Kodama player play Aven Mind Sensor?
He does.
So you could, I don't say it's a great play, but you could, if you have a creature in hand now, discard it, get that, and come in and trade with the Malcolm.
Yeah, and that's actually probably what Milomis is thinking, right? He's thinking, I have a creature, why throw that away right now? Let's keep it up for interaction.
Yeah. But again, this resource gathering that Malcolm Tanner is doing can really set him far ahead.
For sure.
Okay, so it looks like we're still inside combat, and Ulcerate.
We see a removal coming down from Kurt.
Yes.
Metal wants nothing to do with the Toski.
No, and I cannot blame him.
I cannot blame him too.
Okay, so at least Malcolm Tanner has so much mana already that it's not the important part. It is taking out the card draw, and that is what Metal do. It is just rough that the person with the least board presence, the least cards in hand, is the one forced to acting here.
Yeah, I believe Metal was not feeling good about that at all, but it needed to be done at some point.
Exactly. I think what pushed it over the top was he was getting attacked anyway, so just stop it now anyway. Okay, so we see a discarding of Esper Sentinel and getting Dalthy Voidwalker.
Dalthy Voidwalker, wow.
That's interesting.
For sure.
Oh, we're maybe reconsidering, or what's going on here?
Yeah, he has so many. That deck is such a toolbox. He has so many choices. He's probably just gauging what's the best one.
Going for Dalthy, that surprises me a bit. I know that there's probably a breach in the Bruce deck, but as we said, Metal is not really in this game, so you don't really need to stop him, and it doesn't really do anything against Malcolm.
So I believe his thinking here was, let's get an additional stacks piece, and let's also get an unblockable attacker for Timber.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so 3 cards in hand for Antonio, I believe, and we're gonna see the Dalthy coming down here. It looks like. First, some attacks.
At some point, Malcolm's gonna need to put up some blockers, because letting Antonio just run rampant on the field attacking both of them is gonna be so bad for the table overall.
Exactly. Okay, so it looks like I am quite surprised. How did Bruce not block here?
He attacked, I think he didn't attack with Metal, he didn't attack Kirk.
But I just thought that Bruce lowered their life total, but it maybe was a mistake. Yeah, he took the damage.
Wow.
Maybe there are some politic going on that they are realizing
that... that must be it for sure, because he has a lethal blocker for Silver.
Who the original ones are attacking, and only them?
And Kodama is entering. Oh, but
this
that
would
means
be a good
we
time for a counter spell, I think.
Yeah.
But no, Kodama hits the battlefield.
All right. Somebody just whispered a very cool line to me. If Kodama is in play, so Solitude is a 5-drop that you can cast for free.
Yeah.
Triggering
Kodama.
Getting in a 5-drop or less, right? Or does it have?
It's
it has to be less
than 5.
Less than 5, yeah. So 4-drop.
Oh, it's 5 or less.
5 or less. All right. Very cool. I've never thought about that, but that's very cool. Yeah, getting CDC and starting exploiting stuff. I mean, that is very cool.
Yeah, that is the line that I saw him do that line, so that's pretty accurate.
Oh, I really hope we're gonna see that. That sounds so cool.
Oh, is that a Gilded Drake?
Oh, that's so sad.
Sad face.
Yeah. But I mean, there is a rogue factor here. I would still be pretty afraid of the Malcolm here. It depends how well known the deck is and how, because I didn't think about the Solitude line. I'll have to admit that. So maybe they don't either.
I don't think they do, to be honest, because this is a deck that Tim Kodama is not really widely known, so he can get away with those kinds of instant speeds.
And they were kind enough to remind us that there's a Sylvan Safekeeper on board, which is a hard counter to. So I cannot see anything other than this is gonna be.
Oh, but he's
not sacking a life or land.
I mean, the only way I see him doing this is if he's preparing just combo off as soon as someone does something that they shouldn't be doing.
I mean, but you could just sack one of the tapped ones, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we will see soon. Something is fishy.
Something is happening that we are not aware of.
2 draws here from the newly acquired Tymna. And passing to metal here. Come on. Make a big draw. Pass. So... Okay, Malcolm here. Another land. So the Malcolm Tana player has been drawing a lot of lands.
If he was a Thrastus player, I would be concerned.
Yeah. Okay. So Malcolm going a bit into the tank here. Maybe he is aware that something might happen soon here.
I think he smells something funny, but let's see what he's gonna try and cast.
That is 2 of the red lands, and do you know what costs double red?
I do know. It's a little Minotaur.
It is. Could we be seeing that?
That would be just amazing.
I agree, especially because I hope that means that Kodama wins on top of that.
That would be amazing to watch.
Alright. I mean, at least. Oh, so Tropical Island, not double red. Ooh!
Oh, yeah.
X is 2.
Big trouble.
But shouldn't X be 3?
It should.
Or did I just not count?
No, I think it should be 3. If he's going to get Quinton, he might not want to.
No. But then what are you getting here?
You have a Dockside. You have Phantasmal Image.
Phantasmal Image.
Not
Get
sure
your
what
own
else you
Kodama.
have. Get a Gilded Drake to get the Kodama.
Yeah, but again, we have the issue of the Sylvan Safekeeper, but...
Yeah, that's going to be...
I'm curious because the players was looking at the Safekeeper and then they traded creatures, so they must just want to trade. I'm curious.
Either there was politics involved,
yeah,
or New Homage was like, Antonio was like, nah, you can have the Tim.
Yeah, already drew my card, ready. So
I'm ready to go. So Tim is
O'Connor has a great guess here in Destiny Spinner.
Okay,
Make your Minotaur uncounterable.
Destiny Spirit does make your Minotaur uncomfortable, that is correct.
And there is still, as we said, 1 red line up and 3 treasures, so it can still work.
Thing is, he can't cast a Minotaur this turn because of the rule of law.
Oh yeah, rule of law. So we see a Fierce here.
Shown a Fierce. Antonio must be happy with this interaction. Yes.
I think so, yeah. And are we gonna see an activation of survival here?
I would say so.
I'm excited. I hope it happens. Okay. Passing the turn. So in the end step, we're discarding Arbor Elf, and now the fun begins.
Yeah, this is where this deck really shines. I mean, he's gonna get a creature that's probably a combo piece or a stacked piece. He has so many options. I mean, we just have to see what he's gonna get. Wow.
Okay, so can you run us through the combo? Do you know it?
I don't know it by heart, but I'll try. But
all right.
Essentially, what he's gonna try and do is at some points he needs to have Protean out or a Karmic Guide, and that's okay. I'm receiving information that that's not how it works. Let's just watch and see how he's gonna.
We will learn on screen with you all.
Yeah.
Okay. What was that? That was another creature, not bad. That was a elf of Deep Shadow, and
yeah, that's an elf.
All right. So Antonio going a bit in the tank here, just trying to see how this will play out. Soul Ring.
Wow, interesting.
And I mean, if it's, as we are hearing, that it is a instant combo,
Yeah, it is.
you don't really need to move right now.
No, he's gonna wait for someone to do a spell. Someone else does a spell in response, and that's when he's gonna try to go for it.
Yeah.
When that table's locked out due to rule of law.
Exactly. Okay, we are on to the Bruce Thrasios player here. And we're just gonna see a single Chimney attack. Again, I applaud them for not attacking metal, but I would want my extra card here.
Yeah, me too.
Again,
seems like it, right?
Again, new artwork is not my strongest suit, but it seems like a 2-drop and it's green, so yeah.
Safe bet that it's a boom tender. Okay, Kirk got a mana crypt.
Alright,
let's go, metal. Passing.
Oh, it is.
The Mock Samber is not activated.
No, it's not. That's what I was saying. It's a bit risky when you're at 17 to play it out if you're not going to use it.
Yeah, I would say it's an interesting play to say the least. But
if I were the rest, I would be very, very scared of a opposition agent right now.
Yeah, that might happen. That might happen. Okay, we see
Okay,
activation.
let's see. Oh. Middle. 3 mana. Oppo. We might see it. The attempt here.
He's got the solitude in hand
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
So he can opt to just exile the Oppo.
Yeah, and then go for it here because you already have a search on stack.
Yeah. The thing is, both blue players, haven't done any action this turn, so they still have their free spell.
It is risky, yes, but can you allow metal to?
It feels bad. It feels bad right now.
Yeah.
If
Okay.
he
So we
gets
see
to-
here. So okay, we see the solitude here, exiling a white card. I'm sorry, I can't really recognize that card. Oh, I'm told it's Archon of Emeria. Okay. So we'll have a lot of triggers in a moment here. So we will have survival trigger is at the bottom of the stack. Then we have a position agent. Then we have 2 triggers from Solitude, 1 trigger from Kodama. And let's see how it unfolds.
Yeah. Considering the Oppo has already hit the battlefield as well.
Yeah. Oh, and now we see, as you warned, one of the blue players might intervene here.
He's considering.
Also, at least the Tumna Bruce player should have used the fetch line in response to Oppo, I would say.
Yeah, he should have.
Okay, so it seems like
he's going for it again.
Yeah, Solitude resolved. This could get out of hand because now he don't need to cast any more spells, right?
He doesn't. So I'll maybe take this chance to go over how the line for Antonio Nuome's deck works.
Let's go.
So the way he combos is he plays Solitude,
Yeah.
which will trigger Kodama, and then he will get Sidisi, and Sidisi will exploit herself.
Yeah.
He will fetch Karmic Guide, which will bring Sidisi's back.
Yeah.
Sidisi exploits herself.
Yeah.
And then he gets Felidar Guardian. Felidar Guardian hits the battlefield, ETBs. In his blink trigger, he will blink Karmic Guide. Karmic Guide will bring back Sidisi, and Sidisi will exploit herself, tutoring up Restoration Angel, which is another blink effect.
Yeah.
Restoration will blink the Felidar, which blinks the Angel again. And these 2 blinks, Felidar and Restoration, will produce infinite Kodama triggers.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but while you were speaking, the Bruce player used a Chain of Vapor to bounce the Oppo back again.
Okay.
And this to me really tells me that they are not aware how big danger they are in.
I don't think they are. Because there goes Sidisi.
Yeah, so please continue in your line.
But that's it. As soon as he has Restoration Angel and Felidar, he can produce infinite Kodama blinks. In the last blink, he will blink Karmic Guides, bring back Sidisi, exploit Sidisi again, which will bring Aserarak, which is that guy that goes into the dungeon.
Exactly, and then just keep casting.
He'll just keep sending Aserarak to his hand. In response to Kodama's trigger, he'll play Aserarak again, doing infinite Aserarak. Kodama enters the battlefield, and that will make the players drain their lives. I mean, Aserarak has several ways to win the game.
Yeah.
Basically, he can draw his entire deck. He can do not infinite, but near infinite damage to his opponents.
Yeah.
And that gives him the game.
Exactly.
So that's what he's doing right now. We can see right now we're seeing a game-winning attempt from Antonio. This might be game, folks. This might be game.
This is very exciting. Especially because it seems like with there's one thing though. if they sort of force any sort of removal and Antonio uses the Sylvan Safekeeper, Shroud is not hexproof, so that suddenly stops him. So that's...
I actually went up against this combo, and you have a chance to interact with Sylvan because he can't Sylvan Safekeep the Karmic Guide.
No.
If he does, it stops his combo entirely.
Exactly.
So the Karmic Guide is the spot where these players need to interact in.
Let's see if they figure that out. They might just be blinded by Sylvan Safekeeper and thinking, oh, I can't touch this.
Yeah, I was blinded before, and it does happen. It does happen, so let's see what they're going to do.
Okay, so seems like we just ended with the exploitation of Solitude.
Yeah, and he tours something and he just stopped it there.
Yeah, but now... Okay, so...
Is that natural or no?
It's a green card to 4 mana.
I think that's a snake.
Yeah. Is the one of the Vizier? Okay, so it's called Sarith the Viper's Fang. I'm just gonna tell you what. Do you know what it does?
Yeah.
You do?
I do know that guy. Yeah.
Okay, so I think the most important thing here is it's a 4-drop. It has a lot of text, Death Touch. It can untap stuff.
Okay.
And
Antonio seems to be passing.
The important thing is that now all Antonio's untapped creatures have hexproof.
Okay, that's huge. That's huge.
Now it seems like we just need to generate a blink or another Kodam trigger. O'Connor, I'll get the admin to write the name of the card in the chat.
But yeah, I'm really happy that we can get to see Antonio's deck in full display.
Oh, same here. This is so cool.
And he doesn't have blue, he doesn't have red. He's just doing his thing with creatures, and that's, I mean, I love to see that.
Hard mode.
Yeah, hard mode for sure.
All right. But I think the other players now must be in alert mode. They know something's up. You don't put in a creature that gives your other creatures hexproof just for the fun of it.
Yeah, those are bad news.
Yeah.
It's just bad news when creatures have hexproof, and I mean, they're gonna need to deal with it. Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
So.
Interesting.
What 4-drop are we getting here?
So he has Emil.
Emil?
Displacer Kitten is a card in this format.
It is.
Other than that, I don't see what else he can bring to the table at 4 mana.
Okay, so this looks like it has forced Antonio to make a move. Okay, so I'm told that apparently there's most likely only Emil as a 4-drop. So this...
So
okay,
it's gonna be for Emil.
Yeah. And, okay, so... Okay, so I'm told that now the fun will start. I'm unsure what card was just used by Antonio, but it's Saw in half. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a new one.
That's how he combos instant speed.
All right, 2 exploit triggers. We're off to the races here. If this resolves, it's over. And it looks like it has.
Definitely over.
Okay, Antonio, let the show begin.
Yeah, Antonio is just in his bag right now. Going through his deck. I mean, we'll see if someone has something, but I doubt it. This is a really resilient combo. It's really difficult to interact with.
I guess the only card I can think of that would stop it here is Dress Down.
Dress Down? Yeah, that would stop it. Cyclonic Rift, I guess, at some point.
Yeah. And the opposition agent, yes, of course, that is in the hand.
The Opal is in hand, so he won't be able to cast it metal.
Okay. One card. So, with the cEDH in the graveyard, we have to assume this is going to be Karmic Guide, right?
So the combo starts with Karmic Guide, I believe. Yeah, Karmic Kodama Trigger, cEDH, and then he gets Karmic Guide. So he already has cEDH, now he needs to get Karmic Guide, exactly.
Yeah. And so we have the triggers here.
The Legend Rule applies.
Yep. And that Karmic Guide.
Yeah.
And now we have it.
Yeah. Now he's gonna do this sequence of creature abilities. Get cEDH back. cEDH exploits herself.
No, Miguel, this is not the finale. This is round 5, the last round of Swiss. After this, we'll have the semis and then the finals. Okay, so we'll just sit back and let Antonio show us how this unfolds. So, as you said, there's a Felidar in hand already, so this is most likely the Restoration Angel now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Felidar.
There's the Felidar.
Just to be clear, chat, he's putting them onto the battlefield with Kodama triggers, okay? Yes, Jose, that is his Discord name. His real name is Antonio Milhomes.
So, alright. I think the table has now realized that they're in trouble and are discussing how can we interact. And as we mentioned before, there's not a lot of ways, because he's not casting any spells.
And everything has Hexproof. So, sweepers and Dress Down are the only ways I can think of interacting with this kind of pile.
Exactly, and there are not many instant sweepers played in this format.
No, there aren't, unfortunately.
Okay, so
Corpse Knight.
Okay, so this is the winning creature whenever a creature dies now, or is it enter the battlefield?
I think it's enters or dies.
Okay,
Enters.
It's entered the battlefield. So now, as you said, will generate between Restoration Angel and Felidar Guardian. They will continuously blink each other and enter the battlefield and drain out the table. So Dress Down now, or
oh my goodness,
Big Rift is coming.
Oh my goodness, this is what we've been hoping for.
Yeah.
What does Milhomes have to respond to this rift? It's Baby Rift. No?
No, it has to be Big Rift because he cannot target.
Okay, it is Big Rift. It is Big Rift.
But oh my god, I was so excited.
It feels bad, man. But Antonio was perfect. He did everything perfectly. I mean, that was the point of interaction.
It was.
And he just was unfortunate enough to have like the one of the single cards that could just deny him the win right here.
If there's some way Antonio can generate another trigger, he can go off again on top of the Rift. But without any mana, it seems difficult here.
Yes.
And it looks like it will resolve. Wow.
Wow. I mean, that's what's so weird about this format. I mean, he was going off.
I was thinking that the Malcolm player was too calm.
Yeah,
just sitting.
His body language,
Yeah.
right? He was like, okay, yeah, you can go for it.
Exactly.
Wow. Great play by Isgayu, Malcolm Tana pilot.
Yeah.
Just doing what Blue does best.
All right, so there's still some triggers left, I think, right?
I believe there might be 2 triggers or 1. I think he will resolve 1 now, maybe.
Mm-hmm. And there's also still the Neoform on the stack.
Yeah, this all happened in response to Neoform.
Yes. So we're putting in Rule of Law on the first one.
Yeah, that had to be a drop because he can't allow the other players to win in the next turn cycle.
Huh. Okay. Wow. What a turn. And that's not even like we are still on Bruce Strasio's turn.
Yeah, this is Bruce Strasio's main phase.
Yeah.
He's resolving a Neoform,
So what would you put in here? What do you know? So you can put in something less than 5 or less, right?
From his trigger?
Yeah.
I think
that's what
the dice represents. Yeah. Is he going for
Safekeeper? Is
it's less than ideal.
Yeah.
Because he also wants to protect his combo pieces, right? He doesn't want to just play them and pass. Because there might be destroyed, there might be several interactions.
And just for reference, we have about 11 minutes left in the round, and we just hit the big reset button. So the round time, Joseph, for this tournament is 75 minutes per round. No extra turns. Alright, looks like it was the Safekeeper coming in, and now we have the Neoform, which, if I'm being told correctly, can only find Emil here.
Mm-hmm. If he has Emil, if he's gonna get it, that must mean he has Dockside in hand, right?
Yeah, but suddenly Dockside is not as good after a Rift.
Exactly. He didn't know the Rift was coming.
No.
And he was trying to play for the win right now.
Of course.
Isgayu piloting Malcolm Tana managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
Exactly. And there we have the Unicorn. And, okay, so at least Metal now can drop the Oppo again, just do it main phase. It at least slows down some stuff. Because we're now back to Malcolm Tana being the threat again.
Yes. Malcolm Tana right now can win off to Creature
Exactly.
Windhorn, and he's going away.
I am still curious why the 2 players with fetch lands are not cracking them while the Oppo is locked down.
That is curious.
Okay, Thrasi is going to the command zone and some discard to hand size. No fetching from either player. I think this means that Metal cannot deploy the Oppo. He needs to have the threat of stealing the lands. Because if he puts it on a stack now, they will both fetch, and that could open up for a Worldly Tutor from Malcolm here.
Yeah.
So,
and let's not forget that Antonio with Kodama Timna just tried to combo off with cEDH exploitation.
Yeah.
So I would be also afraid of the cEDH. So I will keep my opposition in my hand ready to be deployed.
Yes. Man, I was so sure Antonio had this one.
Me too. I mean, it would have been great to see, but Isgaio had the Cyclonic Rift, and that changed the whole game.
Definitely. Wow. And people say cEDH is not fun. Wow, I'm so impressed. This has been so amazing. So many insane plays that you don't see anywhere else.
For sure.
Okay, so we are at Malcolm Tana's turn here. We are attacking, gathering that treasure. But I think everybody has to be on high alert now, because everybody seems to be one piece away from winning. We have Emil on the plate, we have Malcolm on the plate, we have just a thwarted attempt from Antonio with all the pieces in hand.
I mean, at some point I would start looking at the Thrasios Bruce player, because they can just play Thrasios next turn, start grinding, keep interaction up. Antonio is gonna recast Kodama.
Of course. Just setting up. Delay, right?
Delayed.
Okay.
And what's interesting is that in doing that, he kind of tells Metal, "Hey, don't play your Oppo right now. Let me just counter this guy, and then you can play your Oppo all you want all day. But let me just fetch this land." So,
yeah, a nice 2-for-1 here.
A nice 2-for-1.
Alright. Are we discarding to hand size here? Yeah. And I'm assuming Antonio just keeps all the pieces in hand, hoping to wait out the delay.
I mean, he needs to keep Karmic Guide for sure, I think. But cEDH, he can discard. He hasn't, so maybe cEDH.
cEDH is already in the graveyard.
It's already in the graveyard. So yeah,
so the,
just needs Karmic Guides and maybe Fellow.
Yeah. And by the looks of it, they're still in the hand. Oh, so it looks like Karmic Guide just, not Kodama went to the command zone and not on a delay, so...
Unfortunate.
I mean, if you have the mana next turn, you can recast it. But...
does not seem to...
No, not currently, but... Also, Malcolm being down to 10 means that this unicorn can pretty much take him out.
That unicorn will be a very big threat for Malcolm if he doesn't have some kind of removal or anything.
Yeah, so
we see the Eternal Witness.
And I would just get myself a counterspell here, just suit up behind my...
And the land again.
And land again. I am
that
wrong.
Eternal Witness being like a ramp spell.
Yeah.
So it's a ramp spell for Webby, which is great to see. I would never have thought of grabbing the land, but it seems to be working out well for Levy.
Yeah, but we are back to the awkwardness of having a fetch land with a known Oppo. But I mean, they are also playing a fun game of chicken with metal here, because there's both a flooded strand from the Malcolm player and the Misty Rainforest.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I don't think Metal's gonna play the. He's gonna play the Oppo now.
Yeah.
He's gonna play the Oppo now.
Because if he doesn't, he's forced to just sit holding up the mana all the time, and he doesn't advance his own game.
Yeah, that won't be good for him at all. But now we see the Malcolm playing going to 4 life from that fetch land.
Yeah.
I don't think he has any more. He might get a basic.
Could be an island, yeah.
But if he gets a shock, they'll go down to 2 life, which is
I'll probably come in tapped in that case. We're still in the end step of Bruce.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, tapped demons. And we're down to the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We could be looking at another draw here.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but I actually think it's going to be a draw chance. I actually think they're going to draw this game.
I think so, at least.
Unless Meadow manages to just pull a win out of nowhere.
That would be so insane.
Yeah.
He's been out since turn 2.
Yeah. And what's also interesting to note is that Levy has 3 mana up, which he can use to blink, Eternal Witness, get back something from the graveyard.
Exactly.
If we didn't have time, I think Levy would be in the best position to win this game.
I can see that. But then again, Oppo can attack Malcolm down to 1 here, and so. But as long as you're at 1, you're not dead, and we're still only 1 card away.
Exactly, from just comboing off.
Exactly.
If I'm Meadow, I would probably try to make a deal with the other players, like, hey guys, don't destroy my stuff, don't do anything, I'm going to attack Malcolm. Stay put, let me handle this.
Yeah.
And that would just make his Ancient Tome unable to activate.
And by the hand movement here, there seems to be going some politicking, some discussion.
Yeah.
Please, I'm not a threat, don't kill me.
Thing is, the board state is in a way that nobody is a threat, right?
Yeah.
I mean, only Malcolm that can combo with Glintworm is a threat.
Exactly.
But everyone else is just biding their time, getting cards. I mean.
Yeah, because I doubt that with 1 minute and 30 seconds, 1 minute left. Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds we have left. I don't think we will get more than the Malcolm player's turn.
Yeah, and he needs to go for it.
All this discussion will only lead to a draw, guys. You need to move on.
Yeah. So that's the thing with this format in comparison with like constructed, limited one-on-one formats, that the amount of talking in the games leads to these kind of situations where you just need to advance the game. The people are talking, you're not gonna not let them talk. You're gonna need to give them some time. So it's a very delicate balance.
Okay.
Okay.
Noxious. Oh no, thank you.
He was going for the finale.
Yeah, but
with the
Oppo doesn't.
Yeah.
Unless he wants something from his graveyard.
I mean, he could go for the finale and just bounce Oppo. I mean, he can't bounce it because he already cast it. I'm not sure what he's going to do.
No. 30 seconds left, so yeah, we are in the last turn of this game now, unless something weird happens.
I can see Antonio's body language. He's like, man, how could I not win this game? And I feel you.
I do
friend,
as well. There was probably only 2 cards that see you play, which is Dress Down and a Big Rift.
And one of them was just in the other guy's hand.
Exactly. With the... Ooh! Okay, so just to explain to chat, I just said that there's time and this is just announced. What does Final Fortune mean? Just say it.
He gets the extra turn.
He gets an extra turn. And this circumvents the fact that the game should actually be ending here. The rules of this tournament allows for Final Fortune to give an additional turn here.
This is actually...
So yeah, this means that if there is a Glinthorn on top and there's no counterspells, we...
So it's actually funny because in this tournament rules, you can actually steal someone's final turn with Final Fortune.
Exactly.
So that's an interesting kind of meta play, that I find really interesting and really nice to just be able to do that.
I agree. Do we know if the Bruce player has... something tells me there's a Pact of Negation in his graveyard.
I also have the feeling that it's there. Oh no.
Okay, so it was a draw.
It was a draw.
What a game.
My goodness. Just.
I mean, what a game. And we are back here, and again, I am still hyped for that game.
This was a massive game, you guys. I'm so excited. I mean, the Kodama Timna, the Malcolm with the Cyclonic Rift, everything was on show today.
Even the fast start from Metal, he was stopped unfortunately for him, but we got to see how powerful that deck can pump out powerful things.
Yeah, I mean, Metal was just unfortunate because Levi, the Bruce Tau player, had the Swords to Plowshares, but he was in a very good position. He got the Kirk in soon, which is what he wants. He got the Pestilence in. I mean, this was just one of those games where everybody had the right answer, everybody played well, and the result of that was a draw, unfortunately, but that's how it is.
That is how it is. So now to the nerve-wracking part for our players. It's time to check the standings. Pray your breakers are good enough to put you into top 16 for the semifinals. And we will just take a quick message from our sponsors, and then we will hopefully be back with the top 16 announcement. See you soon.
Welcome to SplitSecond, your channel for watching EDH and cEDH gameplay, as well as spicy deck techs. Here you can definitely expect clutch plays and gigantic stacks, gameplay insights and hand analysis, risky keeps that might have not paid off, victories without Thassa's Oracle, players who tap their permanents both ways, and much, much more. If you enjoy our content, feel free to hit that subscribe button and join us every week. And of course, you are more than welcome to integrate our awesome Discord community and speak with us about our games, your deck ideas, or just share some wholesome pet photos. Click on any of the videos below to watch our matches, and let's start breaking the stack.
Thank you for checking out Monarch Media, where ideas and causes worth talking about collide with Magic's most ferocious format. If you like what we do, consider checking us out on Patreon, Twitch, or our Discord.
Play with your best decks. Play the best tournaments. Play your best character. Play with your best friends. Mercadia. Play your best.
Hello and welcome back. So we now have our top 16. So in first place we have Mapro on Yuriko. In second place we have Arthur Penwish. You read the names, I tell the decks. And that's on Najila. In third place
we have Valdemar.
Yeah, playing Crown Tevesh.
Bone Crusher at 4th.
Rafine.
Metal at 5th.
Carrick, People's Champ.
Scatter Ash.
Yeah. That is Blue Farm as well.
We have Levi Constancio at 7th.
That is Bruce Trazios.
Tremnek at 8th.
That is also Blue Farm.
Dogart at 9.
Also Najila.
Gayu at 10.
Malcolm Tana.
11 is Samusman.
That is our Godel player.
At 12 we have Cassiopeia.
That's Yitris.
13 we have Unrivaled.
That is Sisei.
At 14 we have AFDCC.
That is Yuriko.
At 15 we have A1000H.
Yeah, that is Kodama Timnat from the last match.
And we have at 16 Quampego.
And that is Rocco. So, our main feature match is gonna be Yuriko against Blue Farm, against Najila, against Rocco. Our backup feature match on the Cardmarket table is gonna be Rafine versus Carrick versus Yidris versus Sisei. Very exciting matches.
Yeah.
So, due to some weird YouTube stuff, we need to restart the stream. Please don't go away. Refresh the stream, and we will be back with the semifinals in a short moment. We'll see you.